Chapter 1629. That look, it was as if she wanted to tear this man into pieces. Hong Wan also noticed Long Yin's gaze. Her domineering eyes glanced at him and the corners of her lips curled. Long Yin, I've said this before, if you dare touch me, when you fall into my hands, I will make you wish you were dead. The woman's words echoed in his ears. The funny thing was, he had never cared about these words. As a strong cultivator of the Dragon Clan, how many women could resist him? But he never thought that he would fail at the last moment. Hong Wan, I don't care how you want to take revenge on me. It is my honor to die in your hands. Even at this time, Long Yin was still pretending to be affectionate, hoping that Hong Wan would let him go on account of his infatuation. Hong Wan smiled. She gently stroked her chin and nodded. Don't you like giving birth? Then I will marry you to the princess of the spiritual pig clan. I heard that she is looking for a husband. The beast clan were all extraordinarily beautiful. There was only one exception, and that was the spiritual pig clan. This clan was known for their ugliness. But unfortunately, the spiritual pig clan was very barbaric. Any beauty that fell into their hands would end up miserable. Hence, after hearing Hong Wan's words, Long Yin's face was already ashen and filled with despair. Hu Li, miss, and the others have already left. Huang Yingying turned to look at Hu Li and frowned. I didn't find Wu and even lost Li. So, I want to stay in the beast continent for the time being. Hu Li shook his head and said calmly. Alright, then after you find them, come find Miss and Master. Huang Yingying did not say anything else. She got up and chased after Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao. But with her speed, how could she catch up with Yun Xiao? Fortunately, when she reached the foot of the mountain, Huang Yingying found Yun Luofeng waiting for her. Miss, Huang Yin quickly walked to Yun Luofeng's side. Hu Li, I know. Yun Luofeng curled his lips devilishly. If Hu Li can't find Li, he will not leave the beast continent. If Yun Zhao's whereabouts were unknown in the beast continent, she would not leave alone. Hence, she understood Hu Li's choice. From the beginning, she knew that Hu Li would not leave with her this time. Huang Yingying, let's leave the beast continent now. We've been out for so long this time, I should bring Yun Xiao back to the Jun family. Jun family? Yun Zhao's eyes were filled with suspicion as he looked at Yun Luofeng in confusion. Seeing the man's gaze, Yun Luofeng was startled. She seemed to have forgotten that Yun Xiao was still unaware of the existence of the Jun family when he entered the hidden divine mountain to search for her whereabouts. Yun Luofeng fell silent. After a long while, she finally looked at the callous man in front of her. When you went to the hidden god mountain, a few things happened on the continent. One of them was related to the Jun family. Yun Xiao quietly waited for Yun Luofeng's next words. Yun Luofeng took a deep breath. That old man of the Jun family is my mother's father from my previous life. In other words, he is your biological grandfather. Yun Zhao's expression was very calm and her voice was concise. Just like when he first saw Jun Fengling, he wasn't too excited, even though he had been looking for his mother for many years. In reality, Yun Luofeng understood Yun Zhao's character. This man had never been good at expressing his feelings. He longed for family, but he would never show it. He would only hide his deepest feelings in his heart. However, such a man would always show his love and loyalty to her in front of her. Chapter 1630. Yun Xiao, you don't want to see your grandfather? Yun Luofeng raised his eyebrows and asked. I don't know any Jun family. Yun Xiao pondered for a moment, then continued, if you like them, then they are my family. If you don't like them, then they can only be my enemies. The implication was that the person you like is the person I will protect with my entire life. The person you don't love, then I will use all my strength to eradicate them. Yun Luofeng's heart suddenly jolted. She raised her head to look at the man's determined and affectionate black eyes, and the corners of her lips curled up slightly. This man had told her before, for her, he would rather slaughter the entire world, even if the other party was his family. So, when the Xiao family made things difficult for her, he chose to reveal his strength without hesitation, to protect her dignity. How could such a man not be worthy of her sincerity? Yun Xiao. Yun Luofeng stepped forward, gently embraced Yun Zhao's body, and pressed his thin lips against the man's warm lips. Two lips pressed together, a wave of heat surged through her body. It was incomparably comfortable. Seeing these two people act as if there was no one else around, Huang Yingying was a little dumbfounded. She hurriedly covered her eyes, not looking at these two intimate people. Yun Xiao, after seeing the Jun family, I want to return to the Wuhui continent. Yun Luofeng was silent for a moment, then said, I should bring mother to see grandfather. Grandfather Jun had missed Jun Fengling for so long, she naturally brought her here. Besides, we've left the Wuhui continent for nearly 5 years. In 5 years, we haven't seen our family, we really need to go back and see. Okay. Yun Xiao would never refuse Yun Luofeng's request. Wherever she wanted to go, he would accompany her to the ends of the earth, and never leave her side. What about you? Yun Luofeng turned to Huang Yingying, can you come back with us? Huang Yingying's body trembled, and she gently lowered her eyes full of pain. Logically speaking, I need to go back and visit my family's graves, but as soon as I return to the Huang family, I will remember the scene from back then. The death of her loved ones was an eternal pain in her heart. How could she be willing to recall all of this? If you are not going back, then wait for us here. Yun Luofeng shrugged his shoulders and did not force Huang Yingying. His demonic face lit up with a languid smile. Yun Xiao, let's go. I hope to leave the Beast Continent before tomorrow. Yun Luofeng and the rest had been in the Beast Continent for quite some time. During this period of time, the 7 continents underwent earth-shattering changes. First, the Jun family's old man went missing. Ever since Yun Luofeng disappeared from the Hidden Divine Mountain, the old man had rushed into the Hidden Divine Mountain out of impulse and disappeared without a trace. He never came out again, and no one knew whether he was dead or alive. Following that, 2 young masters of the North Continent's Continent Lord Mansion were killed by Yun Luofeng, one dead and the other injured. The consequences were irreversible, causing the North Continent's Continent Lord to fly into a rage. He had wanted to settle the score with Yun Luofeng, but Yun Luofeng had already left for the Beast Continent. Because of this, the people of the North Continent found out about Yun Luofeng's identity and even sent people to the Wuhui continent to cause trouble for her family. After hearing about this, the Jun family, the West Continent Academy, and the East Continent's Continent Lord Mansion, who were related to Yun Luofeng, all sent people to stop him. Unfortunately, the West Continent Academy had a sudden situation, and they could not even fend for themselves. As for the masters sent by the Jun family and the East Continent Lord Mansion to stop him, they were all killed by the Sacred Maiden tribe. This matter had already caused a huge uproar on the continent. Chapter 1631. The North Continent. In the Continent Lord's residence, a woman in a white dress with a frosty expression was sitting at the head of the table. Her fingers gently stroked the rim of the teacup as her cold eyes swept across the people below. Standing below her was a middle-aged man. This middle-aged man was not as domineering as he used to be. His face was full of flattery. Lady Qin Shui, although the people of the Jun family and the East Continent Lord's residence were all killed by you, the people I sent to the Wuhui continent to kill Yun Luofeng's family were also killed by those people. What do you think? Qin Shui raised her eyebrows slightly, and a cold smile appeared on her frosty face. Her smile was bone-chilling, like the cold winter, without any warmth. Yun Luofeng killed my sister, so her family must die. Back then, the people of the Xianqing sect came to inform the Sacred Maiden tribe that the successor they had been looking for was in Yun Luofeng's hands. Therefore, her younger sister, Qin Yu, volunteered to kill Yun Luofeng, but who knew that Qin Yu would die at the hands of Yun Luofeng? The Sacred Maiden tribe had gone through a lot of trouble to find out this information. Thinking of her sister's tragic death, Qin Yu's eyes flashed coldly, and her murderous intent was as cold as a sword. So, I will send the Sacred Maiden tribe to the Wuhui continent. Qin Shui said coldly, and what you need to do is to rope in the other continents. The North Continent Lord hesitated for a moment. I'm afraid this matter is very difficult. The daughter of the East Continent Lord, Hong Wan, has a close relationship with Yun Luofeng. After the Jun family helped Yun Luofeng in this matter, I went to inquire about the relationship between Yun Luofeng and the Jun family. I learned that Grandpa Jun is Yun Luofeng's husband's maternal grandfather. As for the West Continent, with Ji Jiutian, I'm afraid it will be impossible to rope him in. The former lord of the Central Continent is also on good terms with Grandpa Jun. So, only the South Continent, we can rope them in. Qin Shui smiled contemptuously, not moved by the words of the North Continent lord. Ji Jiutian of the West Continent seems to have encountered some problems recently, so he can't stop things from developing. Without Ji Jiyan, the West Continent Academy is not that scary. As for the other places, you just need to find them, and I will have a way to make them listen to my orders. The North Continent's Continent Lord looked surprised. What did Qin Shui mean? Lady Qin Shui, you mean? The North Continent's Continent Lord's voice was cautious, but he could not stop his heart from trembling. Suddenly, Qin Shui's cold eyes swept over, causing the North Continent's Continent Lord to swallow the words that were at the tip of her tongue. She looked at her in fear. Inside the city, it was unexpectedly quiet. Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao stepped out of the city gates and were stopped by two guards. Stop! Just as the guard opened his mouth to berate, Yun Xiao's cold gaze shot towards him. Puchi! In that instant, the guard spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground in a sorry state. Huang Yingying, let's part ways here. Return to the witch race and wait for me. Yun Luofeng turned to look at Huang Yingying. There was a hint of a smile in his dark eyes. All right. Huang Yingying nodded slightly. Take care. Yun Xiao, let's go. Yun Luofeng looked away and did not spare Huang Yingying another glance. His gaze fell upon the man's cold and handsome face. The man raised his hand to hold her waist. With a leap, he rushed into the sky and quickly disappeared from Huang Yingying's line of sight. This was because Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao had been hurrying along in the sky and had not stopped for even a moment. Furthermore, based on their current level of power, even if they did not eat or drink, they would not exhaust any of their energy. Chapter 1632. The Jun Family. Ever since Yun Luofeng had met with danger, Jun Linger had gone out to search for her whereabouts. In the end, she had been captured and brought back by the Jun family not long after. They had locked her up tightly, not giving her any chance to leave. But unexpectedly, before Yun Luofeng could be found, the old man had also disappeared, so, when Yun Luofeng appeared at the gate of the Jun family, the guard could not believe his eyes. He hurriedly rubbed his eyes and stared at the woman in white who had appeared out of thin air. He almost screamed out loud. After a long time, he finally found his voice and quickly rushed into the inner courtyard of the Jun family. Master, Miss Yun is back. Miss Yun? Yun Luofeng? Jun Linger, who had been sitting in the courtyard fretting, immediately stood up when she heard the shouts of the guards. Her lively and adorable eyes were filled with an excited light. After a while, a snow-white color floated into her eyes. At that moment, her throat was a little choked, and her eyes were filled with tears. Sister Yun, you're back, but my grandfather went to the hidden divine mountain to look for you, and his whereabouts are still unknown. Jun Linger bit her lip and looked at Yun Luofeng pitifully. There were still traces of tears in the corners of her eyes, making her look very pitiful. At that moment, the Jun family's master, Jun Xian, also quickly walked out. He quickly walked in front of Yun Luofeng and raised his hand, wanting to pat her shoulder, but in the end he weakly put it down. It's good that you're safe and sound. Everyone knew how much Grandpa Jun loved Yun Luofeng. The Jun family could only settle down if she was safe and sound. The old man is missing? Yun Luofeng frowned slightly. Yes, he went to the hidden divine mountain to look for you, but he never returned. I also sent the experts of the Jun family to look for him, but none of them came back. In fact, Jun Xian had wanted to look for his master several times. However, the Jun family could not be left without a leader, so he could only stay. But Jun Xian paused. Did you kill Ling Qin from the northern continent and even cripple Ling Shuang? Yun Luofeng raised an eyebrow. Yes. Hearing this, Jun Xian smiled bitterly and shook his head. I'm afraid you've caused trouble this time. The North Continent and the Sacred Maiden Tribe have joined forces. They even sent people to the Wuhui continent to cause trouble for your relatives. Although those people have been eliminated by us and the East Continent, They will continue to send people. Yun Luofeng's face sank little by little. It seems that I need to go back to the Wuhui continent as soon as possible to bring Grandpa and the others here. However, thinking about Grandpa Jun's whereabouts, she couldn't help but feel uneasy. Could it be that Grandpa Jun encountered some danger when he ventured deep into the Hidden God Mountain? I will go to the Hidden God Mountain. Yun Xiao muttered to himself for a moment before replying. Yun Luofeng thought about it. This was the only way. With Yun Xiao's current strength, no matter how great the difficulty he faced, escaping was absolutely not a problem. As for her, she had to go to the non-return continent. Perhaps those people in the northern continent would send people to the non-return continent to kill her relatives? This is... Jun Xian looked suspiciously at Yun Xiao and asked curiously. My husband Yun Xiao. Yun Luofeng gently raised his lips, and his voice sounded very slowly in the courtyard. Jun Xian's body shook. He stared at Yun Xiao, trying to engrave his appearance in his mind. You are the Ghost Emperor? My master's grandson? Chapter 1633. Yun Xiao nodded expressionlessly. His expression was just as cold as ever. There's no time to lose, let's split up now. Yun Luofeng turned around and gently hugged Yun Xiao. Once you've found Grandfather Jun and I've brought Grandfather and the others here, we'll meet up at the Jun family home. Yun Xiao gently stroked Yun Luofeng's hair. The corners of his cold lips gradually curled into a faint smile. He lowered his head and planted a kiss on her forehead. Be careful. Jun Xian's lips moved slightly, his gaze fell on Yun Xiao somewhat reluctantly. However, he also understood that he could not let Yun Xiao stay at a time like this. Because they had more important things to do. Fenger, our Jun family also has a wormhole. You can use the Jun family's wormhole to head to the Limitless Continent. The Limitless Continent. In a small town not far from Endless City, a group of people were hurrying on their way. However, at this moment, their path was suddenly blocked by two small figures. Excuse me, how do I get to Endless City? The leader of the group was a man dressed in embroidered robes. He raised his head in surprise, his gaze falling on the two little girls in front of him. These two little girls were still very young, only 4 or 5 years old. Their large watery eyes were very cute, and from their attire, one could tell that these two little girls were definitely from a large family. However, usually, the daughters of large families would have followers. Why were there no one following behind these two? Little sisters, why are you here alone? Where are your parents? The young man lowered his head very patiently and asked with a smile. Big brother, my name is Yun Ruoshui, this is my older sister, Yi Jun. We left home without telling our parents. Can you tell us which direction to go to Endless City? An innocent smile hung on the face of the slightly younger girl. Her face was as delicate as a porcelain doll. It was undeniable that when she grew up, she would definitely be a great beauty whose beauty could cause the downfall of cities and countries. As for the little girl she called Yi Jun. At such a young age, her red dress accentuated her extraordinary beauty. Compared to Yun Ruoshui's delicate and adorable appearance, she was rather valiant and formidable, and her brows carried a sword-like heroic spirit. Endless City is a rather chaotic place. Why are you going there? The one who spoke was the woman beside the man in embroidered robes. This woman had a charming air about her. Her eyebrows and eyes were rippling, and her eyes were filled with cunning. She looked at the two young ladies with a glint in her eyes. My sister and I want to go to the medicine tower of Endless City to find my cousin. My father told me that my cousin is very powerful. Yi Jun's expression changed slightly. He hurriedly pulled on Yun Ruoshui's sleeve and shook his head, stopping Yun Luofeng from continuing. Soon after, she raised her palm-sized face and said in an old-fashioned manner, You just need to tell us how to get to Endless City. You don't need to know what we're going there for. Grandpa had said that the world was dangerous, and she couldn't trust any stranger. Besides, even if she said that the Medicine Tower's tower master was her sister-in-law, these people wouldn't believe her. However, if they wanted to go to the 7 continents to find their second brother and second sister-in-law, they had to go to the Medicine Tower. The people there would help them think of a way. The charming woman's expression was slightly unhappy. Her eyes flickered and her lips curled into a sly smile. Chapter 1634. Little girl, how about this? We're going to Endless City as well. Why don't we bring you along? Yun Ruoxue was stunned. A look of suspicion flashed across her delicate little face. She only wanted to ask for directions. Wasn't this big sister too eager? Yi Jun tugged on Yun Ruoxue's sleeve instinctively. The two of them took 2 steps back and maintained a distance from the group of people in front of them. No need. We can go ask the others. Shui, let's go. She grabbed Yun Ruoxue's little hand and walked around the charming woman, wanting to walk forward. The woman and the brocade-robed young man glanced at each other and blocked their way, one on the left and one on the right. Little girl, this world is dangerous. It's too dangerous for you to go to Endless City alone. We'll be good people and send you on your way. These 2 girls were still young, but they were so devastatingly beautiful. They could definitely be sold for a good price. Yi Jun's little face darkened. There was a hint of wariness in her eyes. What are you trying to do? Don't think that you can kidnap and sell us just because we're young. I won't fall for your trick. The charming woman's expression changed. The sinister smile on her face became extremely cold. Her eyes were filled with greed. I just want to tell you that children who run away from home are destined to be captured. So that you can grow some brains. Men, tie these 2 girls up, then we'll auction them off for a good price with a rich man. Yun Ruoxue timidly hid behind Yi Jun. Her large, frightened eyes were filled with tears. She gently bit her small pink lips, and her terrified expression was especially pitiful. Shui, I'll protect you. She was 1 year older than Yun Ruoxue. As the older sister, she should protect her younger sister. Miss Rui, the young man we tricked a while ago, is also quite good-looking. His age is similar to little sister Yi Jun's. If we auction all 3 of them, we'll definitely be able to get a good price. Young man? Yi Jun was stunned. A glint flashed across her eyes. Brother had secretly left the Yi family a few days ago. He planned to look for father, mother, second brother, and sister-in-law. Did they run away after brother? Could it be that big brother was also captured by these bad guys? Sister Jun, Yun Ruoxue held back her tears and pouted, "We can't fall into the hands of these people, otherwise, I'm afraid." Yi Jun patted Yun Ruoxue's hand comfortingly as a cold light flashed across her eyes. She lowered her head and whispered to Yun Ruoxue, I suspect that they've captured my brother. Brother little Xie? Yun Ruoxue's eyes widened in shock, her pink face filled with astonishment. Are you saying that big brother little Xie has fallen into their hands? I'm just guessing, so Yi Jun did not finish his sentence. Yun Ruoxue had already understood what she meant. Little sister, do you choose to leave with me or do you want me to kidnap you? Rui sneered and slowly asked. Yi Jun squeezed Yun Ruoxue's hand once more, trying to calm her down. Then she raised her head. Her eyes were full of heroic spirit, resembling Jun Fengling's valiant and heroic bearing. I'll leave with you. However, let me give you a piece of advice. You'd better not touch my sister. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Rui Yi's smile was no longer as cold as before. At least you're sensible. Men, bring these 2 girls away. Chapter 1635. Little did they know that Yun Ruoxue and Yi Jun's departure had caused a huge commotion in the Wuhui continent. There was no other reason but because Yun Ruoxue and Yi Jun were both from the Yi family. What kind of existence was the Yi family? The number 1 family in the country of Wind Cloud. First, the 2 monstrous geniuses, Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao, appeared. Then Yi Xie appeared out of nowhere. Not only did he have an incomparably noble status, but he was also the number 1 genius of the Yi clan. He was deeply loved by Old Man Yi. Even though Yi Jun's talent was not as good as Yi Xie's, his mature and steady personality had long been entrusted to him by Old Master Yi. As for Yun Ruoxue, she was not a child of the Yi family, but she was Yun Luofeng's cousin. She was lively and adorable. Everyone in the Yi family liked her. So, the departure of the 3 almost caused Old Master Yi to relapse. It caused a huge commotion in the continent. At this moment, Yun Luofeng slowly descended from the sky above the mountain range. Xiao Emo followed closely behind her. Returning to her homeland, she had a myriad of thoughts running through her mind. I didn't think that the Jun family's teleportation point would be the Endless City. Since I'm passing by, I might as well go back and visit everyone. Yun Luofeng's lips curled. Her evil eyes scanned the area and saw a body lying in the grass. She frowned slightly as she stared at the boy in the pool of blood. Then, for some reason, she slowly walked towards the little boy. In the grass, the little boy's body was in tatters. His robes were torn and tattered. His pale face was stained with blood. His eyes were closed as he lay peacefully in the grass. Xiao Emo, this little boy is still alive. Yun Luofeng raised her eyebrows. Master, you want to save him? Xiao Emo paused and asked curiously. Yun Luofeng did not speak. She bent down and took out the map that Xiao Emo clutched tightly in her hands. She spread it out and saw a red dot on the map. The direction of the red dot was the medicine tower. His target is the medicine tower. Yun Luofeng pondered for a moment. Since he wants to go to the medicine tower, I must save him. Over the years, the medicine tower had grown stronger with each passing day, and many people had come to seek refuge with it. Even if they harbored ill intentions towards the medicine tower, they could only wait for him to wake up to find out what his goal was. Thinking of this, Yun Luofeng took out a black pill from his sleeve and gently placed it in the little boy's mouth. Then he took out a flask of water and poured it in. Gulp. The pill rolled into the boy's stomach along with the water. Then, the wounds on his body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not long after, the little boy who was lying in the grass slowly opened his eyes. What kind of eyes were those? They were clean, without a speck of dust, clear and transparent, as if they had been washed with clean water. In those eyes, one could see his own reflection. You saved me? The little boy's voice was very young and tender, like cotton candy. It was soft and comfortable to hear. Yun Luofeng waved the map in his hand. Are you going to the medicine tower? Hearing this, the little boy's eyes shone with vigilance. What are you trying to do? Nothing. I just want to know your name, and why are you going to the medicine tower? The little boy lowered his head. My name is Yi. Just when he was about to tell them his name, he suddenly remembered his reputation in this land. Therefore, he quickly made up a surname and said, My name is Lin Xia. I'm going to the medicine tower to join it. Chapter 1636. Yun Luofeng smiled wickedly. I'm going to the herb tower too, so let's go together. What do you think? Yi Xia's delicate face changed slightly. Although you saved me, you can't force me. Yun Luofeng scooped up little Xia's body and completely ignored her struggles as he turned to look at little Emo. We're not far from Endless City. Let's continue. As soon as she finished speaking, she leaped into the air. The wind whistled past Yi Xia's ears, and his face paled. He hugged Yun Luofeng tightly with his arms as his lips trembled. You're afraid of heights? Yun Luofeng looked down at Yi Xia's cute face and asked. Yi Xia's face paled even more, but he said stubbornly, Who said I'm afraid of heights? I'm afraid of you guys. He was a prodigy of the Yi family, and he was close to becoming a celestial spirit being. How could he let others know he was afraid of heights? Little Emo, it's too tiring for us to fly all the way here. How about we go down for a walk? Yun Luofeng didn't look at Yi Xia anymore. He turned to Yun Xiao and instructed. Little Emo pursed his lips. How could he not know that Yun Luofeng was doing this for this little boy? However, he didn't stop Yun Luofeng. Instead, he followed her to the ground. Yi Xia felt a sense of relief the moment his feet touched the ground. I wasn't afraid of heights just now. Yi Xia's face was a bit red as he defended himself stubbornly. Fine, it's not that you're afraid of heights. I just don't want my husband to continue flying because I'm afraid he'll be too tired. Yun Luofeng looked at Yi Jun's blushing face with a faint smile. He didn't expose his lie, and his lips curled up with a hint of mockery. Little Emo, if we speed up today, we should be able to reach the herb tower before nightfall. Yi Jun and Yun Ruoxue were thrown into a dark and damp woodshed. The moment they entered the woodshed, Yi Jun hurriedly got up and dashed toward the group of children hiding in the corner. Not big brother. These children aren't big brothers. Where's my big brother? Yi Jun's little face was a little anxious. When she saw that these children were not her brothers, she was extremely disappointed. If it wasn't to find her brother, she wouldn't have come to this place with these people. Sister Yi Jun, it seems that brother Xie is not here. Yun Ruoxue blinked her big cute eyes. Did we make a mistake? Are you looking for someone? In the corner, a tender voice slowly sounded. In that instant, Yi Jun and Yun Ruoxue looked over at the same time. It was a tall young man who looked to be around 8 or 9 years old. His clothes were ragged like a beggar's, but he had an extremely delicate and handsome face, especially his pair of peach blossom eyes, which could captivate one's soul and charm all living things. For you. Yi Jun's eyes were full of wariness as he shielded Yun Ruoxue behind him. The young man glanced at them. We met a group that specializes in child trafficking. They will sell us to some pedophiles for their entertainment. The place we are at is just one of their bases. The other bases also have children who have been abducted. Yi Jun's little hand gently touched her chin. I've decided to stay for now. All right, Shui, will listen to Sister Yi Jun, Yun Ruoxue smiled. Her smile was very bright, and her 2 canine teeth were very cute. Chapter 1637. At the same time, Rui and the rest had gathered in a room and were discussing how to get rid of the children. Miss Rui, that little girl called Yi Jun is not only beautiful but also talented. With her capital, she'll definitely fetch a good price in an auction, but what if we give her to Chu Lin, the head of the Chu family in Endless City? Endless City had undergone earth-shattering changes in the past few years. The 3 great families were now a thing of the past. Now, the one in charge of Endless City was the high and mighty medical tower, as well as several other major forces that depended on the medical tower. Chu Lin, the head of the Chu family, has an extraordinary relationship with an elder of the medical tower. In addition, it's said that Chu Lin intends to find a child bride for his son. Apart from having extraordinary looks, the girl must also have decent talent. Yi Jun could indeed bring them a considerable amount of wealth, but how could wealth compare to building a good relationship with the Chu family? All right, then I'll bring Yi Jun to Chu Lin. Rui's eyes flashed as the corners of her lips curled into an arc. As for that little girl called Yun Ruoxue, I can't sense any spiritual chi fluctuations from her body. From the looks of it, there's only one possibility. That girl is definitely trash. Since she's a good-for-nothing, she has no value. Just sell her to those pedophiles in exchange for a fortune. With a few words, these people had already determined the fate of Yun Ruoxue and Yi Jun. Little did they know that this decision would bring disaster upon them. Lin Shi, bring that girl Yi Jun to me. The person called Lin Shi was a delicate-looking youth, but such a youth had followed this group of people to engage in child trafficking. A hand pushed open the door of the damp thatched hut. A delicate-looking youth appeared at the door and looked coldly at the children in the room. Yi Jun, his gaze rested on Yi Jun. His face was expressionless. Come with me now. Sister Yi Jun, Yun Ruoxue panicked and grabbed Yi Jun's hand, her eyes glistening with tears. Yi Jun patted Yun Ruoxue's hand comfortingly and looked up at Lin Shi. Where are you taking me? We're going to a great place, and we're giving you a bright future. You should be thanking us. Lin Shi said disapprovingly. It's getting late, you should come with us immediately. No, I have to go. I have to bring Shui with me. Yi Jun held Yun Ruoxue's cold hand as he spoke seriously. She was the one who took Shui away from the Yi family, so she must not leave her in such a place. With just her? Lin Shi sneered. She wants to go with you? It's because you're talented that we gave you such a good opportunity. Trash like her, what right does she have to enjoy such a privilege? If you don't let me bring Shui along, then I won't go with you. Yi Jun's big eyes flashed with determination. Even though her voice carried the childish tone of a child, her expression was not that of a 5-year-old girl. Lin Shi frowned. I can't make the decision on this matter. Miss Rui has to make the decision. The 2 of you follow me first. After speaking, Lin Shi turned and walked out the door. Yi Jun comforted Yun Ruoxue, her childish voice carrying a calming power. Shui, don't be afraid, I'll protect you. Chapter 1638. In the dark room, Yi-jun and Yun Ruoshui had just stepped in when they saw that the people sitting in the room had stopped their discussions and turned their gazes to the two young faces. Miss Rui, she insisted on bringing her sister along, but this kind of trash, Lin Shi's grumbling was stopped by Rui. Her face was full of smiles, the corners of her lips curling into a charming curve. If that's the case, then send both of them to the Chu family. Lin Shi was a little surprised. He had wanted to ask, but when he saw Rui's expression, his words were suddenly stuck in his throat. Yi-jun clenched her small fists tightly. Her fierce gaze was like a sharp sword, piercing Rui's heart and making her tremble. This little girl is only 5 years old. Why does she have such a frightening gaze? When she grows up, she might even bring disaster to me. For a moment, Rui didn't know whether sending Yi-jun to the Chu family was a blessing or a curse. Little sister, Rui slowly stood up and put on a smile. I'm doing this for your own good. The Chu family has an extraordinary relationship with the medicine tower. Once you're connected to the Chu family, you'll enjoy endless glory and wealth. Yun Ruoshui glared angrily at Rui with her large eyes. The medicine tower's tower master is my cousin. If you dare send Sister Yi-jun to the Chu family, my cousin will not let you off. Father had said that my cousin was very powerful. Back then, General Yun's family had been bullied in the Longshao mainland. Eldest uncle and eldest aunt had died unjustly and grandfather had been bullied. It was my cousin who had shouldered the burden with her weak shoulders and even established the medicine tower, a force that was renowned throughout the mainland. As for the Chu family, what were they? Sister Yi-jun was my cousin's sister-in-law. She actually wanted to send her cousin to a family that relied on the medicine tower? Hearing this, Rui and the others looked at each other with mocking smiles on their faces. You say your cousin is the tower master of the medicine tower? Ha, what a joke. If the tower master is your cousin, then I'd say I'm the husband of the medicine tower's tower master. A burly man laughed out loud, obviously thinking that Yun Ruoshui was lying. Although Yi Xie's name was already well known throughout the continent, even Yi-jun and Yun Ruoshui's names were known by many. However, to be able to know about this, one must have enough weight in the mainland. Even the disappearance of the Yi family's child was only spread among the aristocratic families. Rui and the others were just a small group that relied on child trafficking to survive. They could be considered as the lowest level of existence in this continent. What qualifications did they have to know the name of the Yi family's child? This was also the reason why Rui and the others didn't have the slightest suspicion after hearing Yi-jun and Yun Ruoshui's names. Little sister, there are many people who want to establish a relationship with the medicine tower. Just based on you, it seems that you don't have the qualifications. Rui narrowed her eyes slightly and the corners of her lips curled into a disdainful arc. However, I have given you such an opportunity. When you arrive at the Chu family, serve the young master of the Chu family well and your future will definitely be boundless. After saying this, Rui waved her hand and ordered coldly, Lin Shi, tie these two babies to the carriage. Only Rui and the man in the embroidered robe were leading this group of people. Since the man in the embroidered robe hadn't made any decision, everything was decided by Rui. Lin Shi waved his fist and retreated, bringing Yi-jun and Yun Ruoshui with him. Chapter 1639. Rui, that Yun Ruoshui's talent is too poor. She clearly cannot enter the Chu family. Why did you agree to Yi-jun's request? The burly man frowned and asked. Who said that I want to send Yun Ruoshui to the Chu family? I'm only doing this to appease Yi-jun. That girl is young but has an unyielding personality. She is not as easy to deal with as Yun Ruoshui. Rui sneered. In order to prevent her from making the wrong decision, I must satisfy her request. Compared to the unyielding Yi-jun, it was obvious that in their hearts, Yun Ruoshui was a soft persimmon that anyone could pinch. On the road, find a chance to separate Yun Ruoshui and Yi-jun. Then bring that girl back. On the bumpy and uneven street, a tattered horse carriage sped past. The driver was a burly man, and in the carriage sat a young man and two little girls who were about 4 or 5 years old. The younger girl held the hand of the girl next to her tightly. Her large and innocent eyes were obviously filled with fear. But the girl next to her made her heart calm down a little. Let me ask you, Yi Jun slightly raised her head and looked coldly at the young man in front of her. Besides this place, do you have any other basis? Lin Shi swept a glance at Yi Jun. That's right. Then, you said before that you had captured a little boy about the same age as me. Where is that little boy now? Lin Shi was stunned. Why are you asking this? Yi Jun had wanted to ask the question directly, but she was deeply afraid that someone would use this to threaten her. She could only turn her head and reply coldly, I'm just curious. I have no other intentions. Lin Shi did not pursue Yi Jun. Instead, he said, Little girl, you better know your place. When you reach the Chu family, try to cater to the Chu family. Otherwise, your fate will be very tragic. Just at this moment, the madly galloping horse carriage suddenly stopped. Lin Shi frowned slightly and said coldly, I'm going to see what's going on. You guys wait here. After saying this, she jumped out of the car. When Lin Shi jumped out of the carriage, Yi Jun hurriedly looked at Yun Ruoshui who was beside him. Shui, listen to me. Those people will never allow you to follow me to that Chu family. I still haven't confirmed whether Big Brother has been deceived by those people. So, I must stay here. Sister Yi Jun. Therefore, if they want to separate us later, you should temporarily separate from them and send a message to the Yi clan. Let the Yi clan send someone to the Chu clan. I understand. Yun Ruoshui lightly blinked her eyes. Sister Yi Jun, I will send a message to the Yi family. Wait for me at the Chu family. Yi Jun had originally wanted to say a few more words, but Lin Shi had already returned to the carriage. His cold eyes swept over the two pink and jade-carved little girls, his face emotionless. Yun Ruoshui, there is a problem with this carriage, and it cannot bear such a heavy force. Therefore, I will trouble you to ride with me to the Chu family. The carriage couldn't bear their weight? Yi Jun was dumbfounded. He originally thought that these people would find a better excuse, but little did he expect that they would randomly come up with a lame excuse. Just because they were children, they thought that they were easy to deceive? Sister Yi Jun, Yun Ruoshui's eyes were filled with tears as she looked pitifully at Yi Jun. I will come find you later. Chapter 1640. Just as she finished speaking, Lin Shi had already grabbed her arm and pulled her out of the carriage. Yi Jun's hand, which was behind her, was already wrapped in a layer of spiritual energy. If she had not been looking for her brother, she would have killed this bastard long ago. But her brother may be powerful, but he's as naive as Shui. What if he falls for these people's tricks and is deceived? What should she do? So, in consideration of her brother's safety, Yi Jun slowly retracted her aura. She gently raised her eyes, her delicate, jade-like face filled with coldness. If you dare to touch a hair on my sister's head, I will make you regret it. In the forest, Yun Ruoshui walked quietly behind Lin Shi. When Lin Shi was not looking, she sprinkled a special powder on the ground. In the years that Yun Luofeng had been away, Old Master Yi had learned how to rear spiritual beasts. Ever since Yun Ruoshui and the others had run away from home, he had sent the Yi family's spiritual beasts to search for them. And this powder was used to attract those spiritual beasts. The reason why they no longer sprinkled the powder in the straw hut where they had been imprisoned was because if the powder was sprinkled in the hut, it would be too obvious and would be easily discovered. Only when they were outside would they be able to sprinkle the powder wantonly on the ground. This was also the reason why Yi Jun had insisted on taking her away. Where are you taking me? Yun Ruoshui felt that Lin Shi was walking further and further off the path. She felt a little panicked and could not help but take 2 steps back. Her large eyes were filled with terror. Lin Shi laughed coldly and turned to look at Yun Ruoshui. His cold expression had changed and his eyes were filled with greed. Little girl, you're so adorable. I really can't bear to sell you to anyone else. He licked the corner of his lips and slowly walked towards Yun Ruoshui. Yun Ruoshui continued to retreat. Her little face was deathly pale. There was a tree behind her, and when her body was pressed against the tree, she felt her entire body turn cold. If you dare touch me, you'll definitely die. Lin Shi laughed. You're a good-for-nothing. Even if you're a genius, what threat can a 4-year-old child pose to you? I'm really not worried that you can hurt me. Little sister, in order to avoid pain, you'd better listen to me obediently. Whether it was out of fear or anger, Yun Ruoshue's small body began to tremble. However, her trembling appearance aroused the perverted desire in Lin Shi's heart. He was getting closer and closer. His slender fingers were already tightly caressing Yun Ruoshue's delicate little face. That feeling made Lin Shi wish that he could leave an irremovable scar on that delicate face. The little boy Yi Jun asked about, "Do you know where he went?" "Tay, I have to say, that little fellow is really adorable. I casually found an excuse to take him from Rui's hands and then chopped him into minced meat. What I love the most is nothing more than watching the terrified and struggling expressions of those little fellows." Yun Ruoshue's body was a little stiff. Tears flowed from the corners of her eyes, and her face was deathly pale. Seeing the evil hand reaching for his chest, the nails glowing with emerald green light, she covered her ears tightly and screamed, "No!" Boom! In an instant, a wave of black spiritual energy floated out of Yun Ruoshue's body. Wherever it went, everything withered. She raised her tear-stained eyes. "I said that if you touch me, you'll definitely die. Why don't you believe me?" Chapter 1641. Lin Shi widened his eyes in shock. He did not even have the chance to beg for mercy before he was swallowed up by the endless black spiritual energy and disappeared without a trace. It was as if he had never been there in the first place. Yun Ruoshue felt as if all the energy in her body had been sucked out. She lay sprawled on the ground as large tears rolled down her cheeks. She sobbed, "Mother, Shu'er has killed again." But they forced Shu'er to do this. In this uninhabited forest, her small body was buried by the surrounding weeds. Her shoulders trembled slightly, and her face was pale and colorless. There seemed to be a black aura gradually forming between her brows, but it disappeared completely in the blink of an eye. It was as if she had been hallucinating. At this moment, in a mountain range near the medical tower, a group of young men and women dressed in white robes were fighting against a group of spiritual beasts. These young men and women all wore the medical tower's badge on their chests. However, these badges were of a lower grade. It was obvious that these people had only just entered the medical tower. "Senior brother Yu, these spiritual beasts are too powerful. We're no match for them. So, let's leave first." A younger girl wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. She looked rather anxious. The person who had been addressed as Senior Brother Yu was the leader of this group. His expression slowly darkened. "In order to exchange for the medical books in the medical tower, we must obtain this serpent spirit herb." Entering the medical tower had always been his goal. However, now that he had finally managed to enter the medical tower, how could he give up on the opportunity to improve himself? He must obtain the serpent spirit herb. However, the attacks of the spiritual snakes before him were becoming more and more ferocious. Their eyes shone with a sinister light. They spat out their long tongues and their green teeth were clearly poisonous. One of the young men was bitten by a spiritual snake. In an instant his entire arm turned green. He clutched his arm in pain and took 2 steps back. His pale face was filled with agony. "Rongchang." Senior Brother Yu's expression suddenly changed. He looked at the spiritual beasts guarding the serpent spirit herb and his eyes became even more serious. However, it was too late for them to change their minds now. The spiritual snakes had surrounded them and they would not be able to escape even if they had wings. Besides, the long battle had drained their energy and they no longer had the ability to resist. "Are we going to die here today?" Senior Brother Yu had a sorrowful look on his face. For a moment, he regretted dragging his brothers and sisters into this hiss. The spirit snake flicked its long tongue and quickly slithered in front of everyone. A dangerous aura instantly filled everyone's heart. Just as a spirit snake was about to attack a young girl in the group, a long sword suddenly descended from the sky and instantly sliced the spirit snake into 2. Everyone was stunned and raised their heads in astonishment. In that instant, a feeling of shock spread through everyone's hearts. God. At this moment, the woman who descended from the sky was like a god, powerful and incomparably noble. She had a devastatingly beautiful face and a devilish charm. Her pitch-black eyes were filled with a condescending look as she slowly swept her gaze across the group of spiritual snakes beneath her. The woman was carrying an innocent little boy in her hand. Behind her was a tall and handsome young man. "Thank you for saving my life." Senior brother Yu cupped his fists respectfully and said. Chapter 1642. You're from the medicine tower? Yun Luo Feng looked down at the crowd, her demonic voice filled with boundless power. Senior Yu said somewhat embarrassedly, "My friends and I joined the medicine tower not too long ago. This time, we came to exchange for the medicine tower's medical books, so we came to find the snake spirit grass. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid that we wouldn't have been able to escape death." Hearing this, Yun Luo Feng's demonic eyes swept across his handsome face. "Your talent is not bad, and there's nothing wrong with your adventurous spirit. However, you must remember, no matter what, you must act according to your capabilities. If you can remember my words today, there will definitely be a place for you in the continent in the future." What? As soon as she finished speaking, Yun Luo Feng's figure suddenly turned into a ray of light and disappeared into thin air. After she had left, the young people slowly regained their senses and looked in the direction that the woman had disappeared in. "Who is she? Why did she speak to us in Jishi dialect?" The young girl in the group slightly frowned, her delicate face filled with a strange light. Senior Yu thought for a moment, then said, "Let's take the snake spirit grass back first." At that moment, he didn't know that Yun Luo Feng's words would save his life in a dangerous situation in the future. It wasn't until that moment that he finally understood the meaning behind those words. At the medicine tower, in a spacious and bright room, two old men sat opposite each other, playing chess. Of the two old men, one was wearing fluttering white robes and had the demeanor of an immortal. His expression was cold as he sat there indifferently. The other old man had a smile on his face the entire time, like a cynical old man. "Ha, Gu Yang. This time, I've won again." Qing Mu laughed. "Why do I feel like you're in a bad mood these past few games?" Gu Yang shook his head. "I don't know why either, but I feel like something is about to happen in the continent." Qing Mu clicked his tongue. Ever since the Tower Master left, the continent of No Hui has been very peaceful. How could anything happen? However, the Tower Master has already left for almost 5 years. I wonder how she's doing in the 7 continents. 5 years had passed like water, passing in the blink of an eye. However, in the 5 years that Yun Luo Feng had left, there had been too many changes. At the mention of the woman who had disappeared for 5 years, Qing Mu sighed. Back then, when he left the Tianhui Empire without hesitation, he had already decided to follow Yun Luo Feng for the rest of his life. But, as Qing Mu and Gu Yang were chatting, Yun Luo Feng was blocked outside by the people of the medicine tower. "If you have come to the medicine tower to confirm your medical skills, please go out and turn right. There is a specialized appraisal place there. If you want to join the medicine tower, you must first appraise your level. Otherwise, no one is allowed to step into the medicine tower." The guard waiting outside the medical tower was expressionless as he spoke in a routine manner. Yun Luo Feng was stunned. She had been away from home for 5 years, and as soon as she returned, she was blocked outside by her own subordinates? "I'm here to look for someone." The little boy, who had been in Yun Luo Feng's hands, struggled free. He patted his dirty robes and raised his jade-like face. "I want to see Elder Qing Mu and Elder Gu Yang. Apologies, without the emblem of our medical tower, the elders will not receive anyone." A little beggar in ragged clothes actually dared to ask to see the 2 elders? Chapter 1643. Did he think he was worthy? Yi Xie's face darkened and he clenched his fists tightly. He suppressed his emotions and gritted his teeth. "I want to see the 2 elders. Go and inform them immediately." Even though he was the young master of the Yi family, he had never left home. How could these people from the medicine tower see him? What happened? At this moment, a low voice was heard. The guard turned around and saw the old man walking out of the door. His face lit up with joy. "Elder Chu, you're here?" These people insisted on seeing Elder Gu Yang and Elder Qing Mu, but they don't have the badge of the medicine tower. "So, I'm trying to persuade them to go back." Chu Yu nodded indifferently. His gaze swept across Yun Luo Feng and the others, and a faint light flashed across his old eyes. "This lady is a doctor?" It had to be said that Chu Yu's eyes were very sharp. He could tell at a glance that Yun Luofeng was a doctor. Yun Luofeng glanced at Chu Yu's old face and nodded. That's right. She was a doctor and naturally did not refute Chu Yu's words. Since this lady is a doctor, you naturally have the right to enter the medicine tower. However, I have a request. Chu Yu's lips curled up slightly. His slightly raised chin revealed his arrogance. How about you be my disciple? Little Imo looked at Chu Yu as if he was looking at an idiot. His eyes were filled with contempt. Was this old man stupid? His master was the medicine tower's master. He, an elder, actually wanted the medicine tower's master to be his disciple? Lady, accepting a disciple is all about affinity. I liked you the first time I saw you and want to take you as my disciple. Don't worry, my position in the medicine tower is very high. I'm second only to Elder Qing Mu and Elder Guyang. I can definitely let you do whatever you want. Chu Yu's tone was rather respectful when he mentioned Qing Mu and Guyang. After all, ever since the tower's master left, the medicine tower had been brought up by these two elders. As for Yun Luofeng, he was only a latecomer. He could not compare to these two elders. Yun Luofeng narrowed his eyes. What if I refuse? Will you not let me enter the medicine tower? Chu Yu was amused. Miss, you are the first person to refuse this old man. If you refuse this old man, not only will you not be able to enter the medicine tower, you will also regret it for the rest of your life. Yi Xie, who had been silent all this while, couldn't help but snort when he heard Chu Yu's words. If she needs it, I can get Qing Mu and Guyang to accept her as their disciple. Who do you think you are? How dare you use such an arrogant tone to speak to my savior? To be honest, although Yun Luofeng had saved Yi Xie in the beginning, Yi Xie was still wary of her. Only later, because he couldn't get used to flying, Yun Luofeng was willing to stop and slow down. His heart was filled with gratitude, however, because there were too many traps at the end of the mountain range. In order to avoid wasting too much time, she took him flying in the air. Ha, Chu Yu laughed coldly. Brat, don't be too arrogant. Elder Qing Mu and Elder Guyang don't have any grandchildren. You think I'll believe you just because you say you know them? If she doesn't agree to become my disciple, that's fine too. I'll make you scram right now. If Yun Luofeng was willing to become his disciple, then he would definitely protect him. If she wasn't willing, then why would he waste his precious time on these people? Miss, why are you here? So you want to come to our medicine tower? Chapter 1644. Suddenly, a pleasantly surprised voice was heard. A moment later, the group of young men and women who had just been saved by Yun Luofeng from the group of spirit snakes walked over quickly. However, when they saw the livid Chu Yu, they broke out in a cold sweat. Elder Chu Yu, you're from the medicine tower? Chu Yu raised his chin slightly. How dare the people of the medicine tower work together with a spy? Spy? Senior brother Yu was stunned and looked at the demonic and awe-inspiring woman next to him. Elder Chu Yu, are you mistaken? This lady saved our lives before. She can't be a spy, Chu Yu laughed coldly. If I say she's a spy, then she must be a spy. This lady's medical skills were not simple. Otherwise, her mental strength would not be so strong. That's right. The reason why Chu Yu wanted to take Yun Luofeng as a disciple was not just because of fate, but because he had an ability to detect the strength of a person's mental strength. He had never seen or heard of such a strong mental strength. If she was not willing to become his disciple, then he would use everything he had to discredit her. Yun Luofeng crossed his arms in front of his chest and leaned lazily against a tree. His evil smile fell on Chu Yu's face. He seemed to be waiting for the person he had saved to make a choice. Elder Chu, if you say that this lady is a spy, then do you have any evidence? Senior brother Yu bit his lip. If you don't have any evidence, then aren't you framing us? He did not know what had happened, but he knew that if it were not for Yun Luofeng, they would have lost their lives under the attack of the spirit beasts. So, even if they were expelled from the medicine tower, they could not be ungrateful. Chu Yu pointed angrily at senior brother Yu. A group of people who have just entered the medicine tower dare to question my decision. Men, take these people down. In an instant, several people rushed out of the medicine tower and surrounded Yun Luofeng and the others. Over the past 5 years, There had been more and more people in the medicine tower. Naturally, not everyone knew Yun Luofeng. Just like Chu Yu. Why is it so noisy outside? What happened? Suddenly, a dissatisfied voice rang out from within the medicine tower. Then, two old figures stepped out from the doorway and entered everyone's sight. Yi Xie immediately saw Guiyang and Qin Mu. While no one was paying attention, he charged towards the two old men. Greenwood was startled, and when he saw Yi Xie charging towards him, his expression changed. "Oh, my little ancestor, why have you come to this place? The people of the Yi clan are looking for you outside, but you actually came to this endless city without saying a word. Yi family?" Suspicion flashed across Yun Luofeng's eyes as he stared blankly at Yi Xie's back. "Grandpa Aoki, these bad guys are bullying me." Along the way, Yi Xie was very strong. Even when he was heavily injured, he did not shed a single tear. Now, a layer of mist appeared in his eyes as he spoke pitifully. Chu Yu's face turned pale and his body trembled. This child really knew Elder Qin Mu? Furthermore, did Elder Qin Mu just mention the Yi family? No, impossible. Could this kid be the little prodigy of the Yi clan? The more Chu Yu thought about it, the more terrified he became. He was so scared that he almost peed his pants. Chapter 1645. But, even though the Yi family was powerful and had an inseparable relationship with the Tower Master, he was still innocent, wasn't he? Moreover, he had only been against this girl from the beginning. The Yi family's little genius had only been dragged into this mess. Therefore, his crime shouldn't be too serious. Thinking of this, Chu Yu subconsciously wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and carefully glanced at Elder Qin Mu and Elder Guiyang, who knew that at this moment, the eyes of the two elders were fixed on Yun Luofeng, unable to move away from him. Qin Mu's eyes were filled with disbelief. He fiercely rubbed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he saw the woman in white smiling at him. "Tower Master, you're back? I'm not dreaming, right?" Tower Master? Chu Yu was so scared that his legs turned to jelly, and he fell to the ground on his butt, his face ashen. The hope he had originally felt disappeared in an instant, and his eyes were filled with despair. Senior brother Yu and the others were also dumbfounded, as if they had never thought that the woman who had saved their lives was the legendary Tower Master. What's going on? Guiyang looked at the medicine tower guards surrounding Yun Luofeng, and his face darkened as he asked coldly. "Who? Elder Guiyang?" A guard swallowed his saliva with difficulty and said in a trembling voice, "Just now, Elder Chu Yu claimed that this pagoda master is a spy and ordered us to capture him." Every word that the guard said caused Chu Yu's heart to tremble. No matter how much he thought about it, he never would have thought that this woman was the Tower Master. Wasn't it rumored that the Tower Master had gone to the 7 continents and wouldn't return for decades? Only 5 years had passed, and she had already returned? Yi Xie stared blankly at the woman in white standing under the sunlight. His bright and innocent eyes were filled with astonishment, but he couldn't bear to look away from her. Grandpa Qin Mu said that she was the Medicine Tower's Tower Master? That meant this woman was his second sister-in-law. Yun Luofeng's gaze also fell on Yi Xie, and he slightly narrowed his eyes. This little fellow actually lied to him that his surname was Lin? Spy? Guiyang sneered and bent down to look at Yi Xie, who was still in a daze. A kind smile appeared on his old face as he said, "Little Xie, tell Grandpa Guiyang, why did these people frame the Tower Master as a spy?" Yi Xie came back to his senses and said honestly, "This old man took a fancy to her talent and said he wanted to take her as his disciple. She didn't agree, so he framed her as a spy?" Hearing this, Qin Mu was infuriated. He quickly walked in front of Yun Luofeng and knelt down. "Tower leader, I didn't know the right person, which is why this happened. However, please don't worry, I will punish you severely." Chu Yu's body went limp. He understood that he would not be able to escape this time. "Stand up." Yun Luofeng raised his hand and helped Greenwood up. "I won't blame you for what happened today. Next time, when you promote someone, you need to keep your eyes open." After saying this, Yun Luofeng walked to Senior Brother Yu's side. "Your name?" Senior Brother Yu was stunned for a moment, then respectfully replied, "Reporting to the Tower Master, This subordinate's name is Yu Xiong. Your talent is not bad. I will ask Qing Mu to take you as his disciple. I hope you can grasp this opportunity. The woman's demonic voice made Yu Xiong's heart jump with joy. He hurriedly knelt down on the ground. Thank you, Tower Master, for your promotion. This subordinate will definitely not disappoint you. Chapter 1646. Until now, Yu Xiong still felt like he was in a fog. He did not expect the surprise to come so suddenly. Yun Luofeng looked away slowly and looked at Yixie. He smirked. Did you say your name is Lin Xie? Yixie chuckled and took 2 steps back. His forehead was covered in sweat. Well, I was just... Yun Luofeng approached Yixie slowly when he saw him take a step back. Did you come to the medicine tower just to join it? There was a dangerous glint in her eyes. It made Yixie's hair stand on end. Yixie bit his lips softly. There were tears in his eyes. When I ran away from home, I didn't dare to tell them my real name. I was afraid that the old man would take me back. Yun Luofeng raised his brows and smiled faintly. The reason you ran away from home? Yixie's body trembled and he lowered his head slightly. I want to find my father and mother, as well as you and second brother. His gaze was very lonely. The old man once told me that you and second brother went to the 7 continents. My father and mother, in order to find you, also left home to train. Since I was born, I have never seen them. He raised his head, and a star-like radiance shone from his large, bright eyes. Second sister-in-law, I miss my parents that I've never met. If I could find them and reunite with my family, I'd be willing to go through any hardships or take any risks. Yun Luofeng's heart felt like it was being grabbed by a hand. His questioning voice suddenly disappeared. Ever since Yi Xie was born, Jun Fengling and Yi Jingshan left the Yi family for 5 years. In the past 5 years, he had not seen his biological parents, nor had he enjoyed the slightest bit of love. However, in the face of his irresponsible parents, he did not feel any resentment in his heart. It was only because he understood that his parents had left home for the sake of increasing their strength. Thus, he, who had never felt any resentment, had left the Yi clan just to search for his parents. It's been hard on you all these years. Yun Luofeng raised his hand and pulled Yixie into his chest. Yixie's body relaxed as he smelled the faint medicinal fragrance from the woman's body. He finally couldn't endure the grievances he had endured for so many years. He tightly hugged Yun Luofeng's waist with his arms and burst into tears. No matter how talented he was, no matter how great his reputation was, he was still just a child. At the age of 5, he should have been doted on, but at such a young age, he had to shoulder heavy responsibilities. Second sister-in-law, I really want our family to reunite. This had always been his dream. It was also because of this dream that he had worked so hard to cultivate and obtain his current achievements. Father and mother have their own difficulties. I hope you don't blame them. Yun Luofeng lowered her eyes. If it weren't for her and Yun Xiao, Jun Fengling wouldn't have abandoned the infant and gone out to gain experience. Yixie wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and smiled. I know, I've never blamed them, Lord Chuyu. At this moment, a servant of the Chu family hurried over. He didn't know what had happened, but he quickly ran to Chu Yu's side. Good news. The master has found a girl to marry for young master. That girl is very talented, and young master is very satisfied. In a few years, our Chu family will have a descendant. Chapter 1647. Qing Mu frowned slightly. This young master of the Chu family was born with dementia. Ever since the head of the Chu family gave birth to this son, he had lost the means to carry on the family line, so he could only have one son. Therefore, in order to revitalize the Chu family, the head of the Chu family, Chu Lin, was in a hurry to find a talented and beautiful girl to nurture from a young age so that she could marry the young master of the Chu family. No one knew which girl was so unlucky to fall into the hands of the Chu family. When Chuyu heard this, he felt relieved. It didn't matter if he died, as long as the Chu family could exist forever, he would have no regrets. Moreover, today's matter was caused by him, and it had nothing to do with the Chu family. The 2 elders were also sensible, and they would not implicate the Chu family for no reason. Chu Yu being able to find a girl who is willing to marry him is also the Chu family's fortune. But, Lord Chu Yu, that girl is still not willing to become the young master's wife. The head of the Chu family is training her, and I think that in a few days, the girl named Yi Jun will definitely become the young madam of the Chu family. Yi Jun? This name, like a heavy hammer, hit Yi Xie's heart hard. Chu Yu's body also trembled. She had just managed to stand firm, but she almost fell down again. His face was pale. What did you say the girl's name was? Coincidence. It must be a coincidence. The people of the Chu family did not know the name of the Yi family's young lady, but as an elder of the medicine tower, it was impossible for him not to know. Her name is Yi Jun. The girl is very cute, and her appearance. The guard suddenly glanced at Yi Xie and said with some surprise, "She looks very similar to this young man." Boom. Like a bolt from the blue, Chu Yu finally sat on the ground again. His face was once again filled with despair, and his eyes were filled with pain. It's over. He originally thought that the Chu family could escape this disaster, but who would have thought that the people of the Chu family would be so bold as to kidnap the Yi family's young lady? This time, no one could save the Chu family. Yi Xie clenched his fists tightly, and his originally innocent eyes were filled with anger. Where is the girl who was kidnapped by you? He gritted his teeth, and the sound of his teeth grinding could be heard clearly. The guard was stunned for a moment, but before he could say anything, Yi Xie suddenly made a move and kicked the guard, sending him flying. It was hard to imagine that a 5-year-old child could actually possess such great strength. Grandpa Qing Mu. Yi Xie turned around and looked at Qing Mu. Take me to the Chu family. Anyone who dared to touch his sister would not be let off. Little Mo curled his lips and looked at Chu Yu, who was paralyzed on the ground. The people of the Chu family are all audacious. First, they tried to slander my master as a spy. Then, the rest of the Chu family took away my master's sister-in-law. I think they are tired of living. Wasn't that right? Who in the Wuwei continent didn't know their master's temper? Capture Yi Jun? Wouldn't that be equivalent to sending the Chu clan to hell? Little Mo, let's go take a look as well. Yun Luofeng was silent for a moment before she raised her head slightly. A murderous intent gradually appeared on her beautiful face. Her father and mother had left the family clan for her and Yun Shao, so she wouldn't allow her father and mother's children to suffer any harm. Chapter 1648. In the Chu family. In the hall, Chu Lin frowned and looked at the girl who was standing below him. His eyes were filled with a sharp light. I'll give you another choice. Are you willing to join my Chu family and become my son's fiancé? Yi Jun sneered. Her heroic eyes were filled with an unyielding look. Her young face had already revealed a maturity that did not match her age. How many times have you asked me? My answer is always the same. How dare you? Chu Lin slammed the table and stared at Yi Jun. I bought you with money. Naturally, you have to listen to me. My Chu family has a high status in Endless City. We can get whatever we want. It's your blessing to be my son's fiancé. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Hearing this, Yi Jun turned her head and looked at the young man who was standing beside Chu Lin and drooling at her. A cold light flashed in her long and narrow phoenix eyes. Her voice was as tender as ever, but it was firm. I, Yi Jun, am not that down to the point of marrying a fool. You. If it was not for his son's marriage, Chu Lin would really want to slap this stupid girl to death. Father. The young man pulled Chu Lin's sleeve and stared at Yi Jun. Little sister is so beautiful. Yu Er wants little sister to play with him. The young man's voice made Chu Lin's anger disappear. He comforted his son dotingly. Okay, little sister will definitely play with Yu Er. As long as Yu Er likes it, father will give it to you. Father, let little sister sleep on the same bed with Yu Er. Yu Er still wants to eat little sister's mouth. The young man smiled foolishly. He did not think that Yi Jun was a human. Instead, she was a toy that father gave him. Yi Jun's little face became uglier and uglier. Especially when she heard the last sentence of the young man, her expression changed on the spot. Disgusting. She threw this sentence coldly and did not look at the young man anymore. Stupid girl, it seems that if I don't discipline you, you won't know the situation you are in. Chu Lin couldn't bear to see his son being humiliated, so when he heard Yi Jun's words, he quickly rushed in front of Yi Jun. He raised his hand and slapped Yi Jun. Yi Jun was not as talented as his brother Yi Xie, but he was still a rare genius. However, she was only 5 years old. A 5-year-old child, no matter how much of a genius he was, how strong could he be? Therefore, in the face of a middle-aged man, she was unable to move due to his imposing manner. A slap landed squarely on her face. At that moment, Yi Jun's cheeks swelled up and stung with pain. But she held back the tears that were about to fall from her eyes and continued to stare coldly at Chu Lin. Endless City is the territory of the Chu clan. You're courting death by defying the Chu clan. Chu Lin raised his chin arrogantly and looked down at Yi Jun. Besides, no matter how stupid my son is, he is the only heir of the Chu clan. If you marry him, you will be the Chu clan's young madam. Not only will you enjoy endless glory and wealth, you will also be able to walk unhindered in Endless City. Chu Lin didn't understand. Why would someone stupidly reject such a path to instant success when it was right in front of her? Could it be that this little girl could resist such a great temptation? Yi Jun, Chu Lin softened his tone and continued to persuade, if you become the Chu clan's young madam, even if you want to enter the higher levels of the medicine tower, I can let the Chu clan arrange it for you. Chapter 1649. Yi Jun raised her heroic eyebrows and her delicate, jade-like little face was filled with disdain. The Tower Lord of the Medicine Tower was her sister-in-law and the Chu family was only her sister-in-law's subordinates. Now, these people are using the Medicine Tower to threaten me? It seems that you really don't want to marry my son. Chu Lin's eyes darkened. If that's the case, don't blame me for being impolite. Guards, drag this little girl away and beat her until she agrees. As soon as these words were spoken, 2 of the Chu family's bodyguards stepped forward and grabbed Yi Jun's arm, intending to drag her away. Just then, a childish but domineering voice rang out from thin air. It sounded like a raging flame. Beast, let go of my little sister. This childish voice made Yi Jun's body freeze. She raised her head slightly and tears welled up in her eyes. Third brother. In the air, a woman dressed in snow-white robes stood. She was devastatingly beautiful and she carried a 5-year-old boy in her hand. Even though the little boy's face was a little pale, when he saw his little sister being bullied, the rage in his heart was like a roaring wave that could drown anyone in an instant. "Who are you?" Chu Lin frowned and asked coldly. Yun Luo Feng glanced sideways at Chu Lin and slightly curled the corners of his lips. "People who have come to take your lives." Hearing this, Chu Lin was first taken aback before he burst into laughter. "Then I'd like to see what right you have to take the lives of the Chu family members." A member of the Chu family was an elder of the Medicine Tower after all. This little girl actually dared to speak so arrogantly. Was she not challenging the dignity of the Medicine Tower? However, just as Chu Lin finished speaking, a cold laugh suddenly rang out from outside the door. "I'd also like to see how the Chu family is digging their own grave." Chu Lin's body stiffened and he raised his head in astonishment. He stared in shock at the 2 old men, Qing Mu and Guyang, who had just entered the room. "Elder Qing Mu. Elder Guyang, why have you come?" His voice was a little stuttering as he spoke shakily. "Furthermore, Elder Qing Mu claims that he's here to see me digging my own grave. What does that mean?" Hearing this, a mocking smile appeared on Greenwood's face. Your Chu clan is so bold, and you still dare to ask me why I came here? You even captured the granddaughter of the Yi family's old man, and you still want her to become your silly son's wife. Have you ever asked the Yi family's opinion?" "Yi family? Wait a minute. Could Elder Qing Mu be talking about the Yi clan?" "Elder Qing Mu, the Yi clan you speak of it's the Yi clan that you're thinking of." Thump. At this moment, Chu Lin's heart skipped a beat. His face was deathly pale and his legs felt weak. He almost stumbled and fell to the ground. Fortunately, he hurriedly held onto a nearby pillar to prevent himself from slipping to the ground. Even so, his entire body was trembling as he stared at Yi Jun in terror. It couldn't be such a coincidence, right? He just bought a little girl from a human trafficker, and this little girl was actually the lifeblood of the Yi family's old man? "Father, I want this little sister to be my wife." The simple-minded young man tugged on Chu Lin's sleeve as he muttered. His eyes were filled with greed as he stared unblinkingly at Yi Jun's adorable young face. "Shut up!" Chu Lin roared angrily, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Chapter 1650. The young man was scared out of his wits. Perhaps he didn't understand why his father, who had always loved him, would be so angry at him. "Elder Qing Mu, Elder Guyang, I really didn't know about this." Chu Lin knelt on the ground and trembled. It was the ferocious tiger bandits. They kidnapped Miss Yi Jun. I only bought her from them. As the saying goes, the ignorant are not guilty. Elder Qing Mu wouldn't be so unreasonable as to destroy the Chu family. A smile appeared on Yun Luofeng's evil face. She carried Yi Xie and slowly descended from the sky, landing in front of Yi Jun, little sister. Yi Xie stared at Yi Jun's red and swollen face. His heart felt like it was being squeezed, causing the anger in his heart to surge again. "Who was it? Who hit you just now?" Yi Jun fiercely threw herself into Yi Xie's arms. She raised her palm-sized face, her expression full of grievance. However, her heart, which had been tense for so many days, finally relaxed the moment Yi Xie appeared. "Third brother, I thought you were also in their hands, so I followed them and wanted to find your whereabouts. Now that I see that you're safe, I'm relieved." She smiled. It must be said that Yi Jun's smile was very similar to Jun Fengling's. It was cute with a heroic spirit. Suddenly, a warm hand touched Yi Jun's red and swollen face. Yi Jun's body trembled slightly, but she didn't avoid the woman's touch. The woman's hand was very gentle, like a mother's. She caressed Yi Jun's painful face, causing tears to appear in her eyes. She couldn't stop trembling. Yi Jun was also a martial artist, so she could naturally feel the spiritual qi contained in the woman's hand. The moment the spiritual qi touched her face, the pain on her face gradually disappeared. "Mother!" Under Yun Luofeng's touch, Yi Jun couldn't help but call out. In the Yi family she was doted on, but no one's hand gave her such a warm feeling. Except for the woman in front of her, however, she reacted quickly. She wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes and a smile appeared on her small face. "I'm sorry, I missed my mother too much, and the feeling you gave me was too gentle, so I couldn't help it, little sister." Yi Xie pulled Yi Jun over and smiled innocently. "She's giving you the feeling that she's like a mother. Isn't there a saying that goes, the eldest sister-in-law is like a mother? Even though she is only the second sister-in-law, she is still like a mother." "Second sister-in-law?" Yi Jun's hand froze in the middle of wiping away her tears. She raised her head in shock and stared unblinkingly at the peerless woman in white. "You're my sister-in-law? Is it really you?" Her heart was pounding, and even her lips were trembling slightly. Chu Lin was completely dumbfounded. He had never seen Yun Luofeng before, but it was impossible for him not to know that the wife of the Yi family's second young master was the tower master of the medicine tower. He was also the true ruler of Endless City. But what did he just do? Not only did he want to capture the medicine tower master's sister-in-law, but he also dared to spout nonsense in front of her. No wonder Elder Qing Mu said that he was courting death. Thinking about this, Chu Lin finally couldn't take it anymore and fell to the ground. His face was ashen, and his eyes were filled with despair and fear. "It's all that damned ferocious tiger bandits' fault. If it weren't for them, how would I have offended this woman who was called the god of plagues by the world?" Chapter 1651. Sister-in-law. No matter how mature Yi Jun appeared on the outside, she was still a 5-year-old child. Therefore, when she saw Yun Luofeng appear, her little mouth twitched and tears streamed down her face. "Shui is still in the hands of those bandits. If we're late, I'm afraid." "Shui? Yun Luofeng glanced at Yi Jun suspiciously and asked, "The Shui you're talking about is Uncle Yun and Aunt Ning Xian's child?" Boom. Hearing Yi Jun's words, Yun Luofeng's body emitted raging flames and the corners of his evil lips curled into a sinister smile. "You lead the way. Anyone who dared to touch her family must pay the price. Second sister-in-law, I want to stay behind to deal with the matter here." Yi Xie glanced coldly at Chu Lin, who had collapsed on the ground. His slightly narrowed eyes shot out a cold light. "You and Jun go find Shui?" Chu Lin swallowed his saliva with some difficulty. His throat was a little dry as he stared at the young face in horror. Even though the boy in front of him was still very childish, the aura on his body already possessed terrifying power. It was not difficult to imagine that in another decade or so, this little boy would definitely dominate the Wuhui continent and become the ruler of a generation. Are you afraid of heights? Yun Luofeng lowered his eyes and stared at the girl beside him as he asked softly. Yi Jun shook her head. All right, then let's go find Shua now. This time, Yun Luofeng did not hold back his strength. The aura in his body spread out and his figure disappeared instantly like a shadow. Little Mo, who had been following behind Yun Luofeng, was a little dumbfounded. He stared in shock in the direction that Yun Luofeng had left. His clear eyes were filled with grievance. After Master had that little girl called Yi Jun. He forgot about me, wasn't that right? All these years, Yun Luofeng had never left him behind. Now, he had left him behind. Fortunately, with Yun Luofeng's current strength, little Mo could leave the Divine Grimoire space for a while without causing any problems. Trash. In a bungalow, Rui ruthlessly stepped on the man under her feet. Her seductive face was ashen. I can't even find a single person. I don't know where that idiot Lin Shi got the guts to leave our ferocious tiger bandits. Not long ago, Lin Shi had taken Yun Ruoshui and left by himself. Who knew that his actions would offend Yun Ruoshui, to the point that Yun Ruoshui was unable to control the power that was surging out of her body, causing him to disappear from the world. However, the ferocious tiger bandits did not know what Yun Ruoshui had done. They only understood that Lin Shi had disappeared, and so had Yun Ruoshui. Rui, could something have happened to Lin Shi? The young man in embroidered clothes pondered deeply for a moment before he spoke slowly. Rui gritted her teeth. With his strength, how could something happen to him? Moreover, even if something really happened, he would have the time to inform us. He wouldn't disappear for no reason. Hence, I think that fellow brought Yun Ruoshui and fled. At this moment, Rui heard the sound of footsteps coming from outside the door. She raised her head slightly. At that moment, a small, delicate face appeared in her almond-shaped eyes. Rui was stunned. Following that, a violent rage surged forth. If it wasn't for the person next to her holding her back, she would have ruthlessly whipped this girl in the morning. Speak, where have you been all this time? Where's that stinking brat Lin Shi? Hurry up and make him come out for this old lady. Chapter 1652. Yun Ruoshui raised her hazy eyes. Her childish voice slowly rang out in the quiet bungalow. He's already dead. What she said was the truth. Lin Shi had indeed died in her hands. I killed him. However, Yun Ruoshui's next words made the people who were still in shock burst out laughing. TSK, little girl, do you think we'll believe your nonsense? You don't have any power at all, so what if you're a genius? You're only a 5-year-old child, how could you kill Lin Shi? Rui's face was full of disdain, clearly not taking Yun Ruoshui's words to heart. Yun Ruoshui blinked. I've already said what I needed to say, it's up to you whether you believe me or not. Anyway, I'm back now, you can continue to lock me up. Rui snorted coldly. Lock this damned girl up first. As for Lin Shi, once he's in the gang, he won't be able to escape. After Rui said this, a man stepped forward, raised his hand and grabbed Yun Ruoshui's little arm, dragging her out the door. Yun Ruoshui did not resist, allowing the man to drag her out. In the damp, thatched hut, following a creaking sound, everyone in the hut raised their heads and looked at the little girl who had been thrown into the hut. You're back? The one who asked this was the youth who had spoken to Yun Ruoshui and Rui earlier. It had to be said that this youth's face was gray, but it still could not conceal his handsomeness and elegance. I've come back to save you. Yun Ruoshui raised her large bright eyes. I won't let you be sold by those bad people. The crowd who had been disapproving could not help but snort disdainfully when they heard this. You can't even protect yourself, how can you save us? That's right, falling into the hands of those people, will be sold to those perverts sooner or later. The children spoke one after another, none of them believing Yun Ruoshui's words. Yun Ruoshui was a little anxious. I'm speaking the truth. If it wasn't for Mother forbidding me to kill, I would have turned all these bad people into ashes long ago. Her physique was special, and the black spiritual energy in her body needed to absorb other people's aura to grow. Because of this, her mother didn't allow her to do anything. Otherwise, the growth of the black spiritual energy would bring her a fatal crisis. Forget it. We were captured and brought here. We have already accepted our fate. In the crowd, a little girl with 2 braids sighed. There was no innocence that belonged to a child in her eyes. Instead, there was helplessness towards fate. These children were all quite cute. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been abducted here. Seeing that Yun Ruoxue was on the verge of tears, the handsome youth in the corner couldn't bear to see her like this. He consoled her, "All right, I believe you have the ability. Right, didn't you and your sister want to find someone? Did you find the person you were looking for?" Yun Ruoxue's eyes were misty. "I haven't found him yet. Little brother, my name is Yun Ruoxue. How should I address you?" "Speechless," the young man said calmly. "Speechlessness?" Yun Ruoxue was stunned. This name sounded like a fake name. It seemed like the young man didn't want to tell her his name. "You said that you can save us. How will you save us?" Speechless looked at Yun Ruoxue and asked curiously. Chapter 1653. Yun Ruoxue smiled. Her 2 small canine teeth were set off by her smile and looked very cute. "Brother Wuyan, Shui, has already informed my family. My family will be here very soon. That's why I've returned to this place alone. When they arrive, we'll be saved." Wuyan smiled helplessly. "You wanted to save us, so why did you walk right into the trap? You can also wait for your family outside." Yun Ruoxue was stunned. She slapped the back of her head and stuck out her pink tongue. "Shui is too stupid. I didn't think of that. But don't worry, Brother Win, those bad guys can't touch me, because anyone who bullied her would become food for the black spiritual energy and turn into ashes." An untimely laugh came from the crowd. Do you know where the ferocious tiger bandits came from? The ferocious tiger bandits are quite powerful. Because of the shady business they've done, they've befriended many powerful families on the mainland. Even if your family comes, they won't be a match for the ferocious tiger bandits. The person who had spoken was the little girl who had spoken earlier. She bit her lips tightly and her pale face was filled with despair. No one could save them, no one. Yun Ruoxue did not hear the sarcasm in the little girl's voice. She smiled innocently. "My family is all very powerful. There's no problem that they can't solve. So, as long as they arrive, we'll be saved." No one took Yun Ruoxue's words to heart. As far as they were concerned, she was merely boasting. No problem that they couldn't solve? How could that be possible? Aside from the supreme medicine tower of the Wuhui mainland, who else would have such power? Just then, the sound of birds chirping could be heard from outside the house. Yun Ruoxue's eyes lit up when she heard the chirping. "It's the spiritual beasts that my family has reared. They've finally found me." Countless spiritual beasts circled in the sky, occasionally letting out low cries. Rui and the rest were shocked and quickly ran out of the house. When they saw the spiritual beasts in the sky, their expressions changed. "Look at the badges on these spiritual beasts." A girl shrieked. "These spiritual beasts are from the Yi family. Oh my God! Why would the Yi family's spirit beast appear here?" Although the strength of these spirit beasts was not high, with the Yi family's strength, it was impossible to tame spirit beasts that were too strong. However, these spiritual beasts represented the Ye clan. People couldn't help but fear him. Rui's heart skipped a beat. Vaguely, a feeling of unease emerged in her heart. She had a feeling that something was wrong somewhere. "Miss Rui, what should we do now?" The woman looked at Rui anxiously. "If these spiritual beasts are here, it means that the Ye family will appear soon. How have we offended the Ye family?" Rui's face was deathly pale. Suddenly, Yi Jun's face appeared in her mind. That girl's surname is also Yi? Could it be that the Yi family appeared because of her? No, that's impossible. Rui hurriedly shook her head, ruthlessly throwing away the thoughts in her mind. That was just a coincidence. It was impossible for his luck to be so good that he actually met someone from the Yi clan. Furthermore, if she was the young lady of the Yi family, How could she not have a strong follower? Lady Rui. Chapter 1654. Seeing that Rui did not respond, the woman called out anxiously once again. What can I do? Rui scoffed coldly. Based on the current situation, we should first figure out what's going on so that we can make emergency preparations. Besides, the Ye family is not unreasonable. If there's really a misunderstanding, it's enough to clear things up. Just as Rui finished speaking, a beautiful figure stepped on a male eagle and quickly flew into the sky. The woman was dressed in a yellow dress and was elegant and otherworldly. Her fine black hair fluttered gently in the wind like a waterfall, and her clear eyes were somewhat similar to Yun Ruoshue's. Are you from the Ye family? Rui took a deep breath, looked at the woman in the void, and asked. Ning Exen looked at Rui. I'm not from the Ye family, it's just that my niece is the Ye family's granddaughter-in-law. Rui, who had been on tenterhooks, heaved a sigh of relief when she heard this. So she's not from the Ye family, she's just using the Ye family's connections to intimidate others. If the Ye family had not come, it would mean that she had not provoked the Ye family in any way. The funny thing was that Rui did not even consider the relationship between the two. The Ye family only had one grandson who was married, and that grandson was Yun Xiao. Hence, Ning Xian's identity was revealed. She was Yun Luofeng's second uncle's wife. Compared to the powerful Ye family, Yun Luofeng was even more terrifying. Otherwise, he would not have been called the god of plagues by the world. It was because Rui did not understand this that she had committed an unforgivable mistake. Miss, is there a misunderstanding between us? Rui smiled gently. Look, you've used the Ye family's spiritual beast to scare people. If the Ye family finds out, I'm afraid you won't be able to explain yourself, right? This woman was only a relative of the Ye family and could not even be considered as a collateral relative of the Ye family. Yet, she was using the Ye family's spiritual beast to intimidate others. Based on the Ye family's current power, how could they tolerate someone else's behavior? There's no misunderstanding between us. Ning Exen swept a glance at Rui. Her pretty face was filled with a cold intent. I'm only here to find my daughter. Daughter? Rui was stunned. Her eyes flickered a few times, and she said with a fake smile, Miss, I think you have misunderstood. We don't have your daughter here. You'd better go somewhere else to find her. Ning Exen looked down at Rui and the others from above, slightly raising her hand. Miss. Rui's expression changed drastically. You've lent out the Yi family's spiritual beast. The Yi family's experts shouldn't know about this, right? As she spoke, Rui glanced at Ning Exen from the corner of her eye. When she saw Ning Exen slowly put down her hand, the smile on her face deepened. With the Yi clan's influence, they will hate it when others use their reputation to oppress others. If you make a move against us today and the Yi clan hears about it, perhaps the Yi clan's old man will directly order his grandson to divorce your niece. Ning Exen gently stroked her chin with her fingers. A hint of a smile appeared in her eyes. What you said seems to make sense. So, I want to see if the Yi family will divorce Feng. Wait a minute. Rui was startled. How many grandsons of the Yi family have married? Also, he had just addressed my niece as Feng? Rui's face turned a little pale. An answer that was on the tip of her tongue was fiercely suppressed by her. Her slightly trembling lips were unable to say a single word. Chapter 1655. Who exactly are you? Rui's voice trembled. She no longer had her initial contempt and arrogance. Ning Exen smiled. I've already said that my niece is the Yi family's granddaughter-in-law. Do you want the Yi family to divorce my niece? Rui opened her mouth and wanted to ask the question in her heart. Unfortunately, before he could finish his sentence, a young voice suddenly rang out from the void. Second sister-in-law, Shui, was hidden by them here. Everyone present was extremely familiar with this voice. Rui lifted her head stiffly and looked at the two people who were rushing over from the void in the distance. In the azure blue sky, a woman dressed in white was extremely beautiful. She held a 5-year-old child in her hand. This child was extremely adorable, but his eyes were filled with heroism. Yijun? Wasn't she sent to the Chu family? Why is she here? And that woman in white, who was she? Ning Exen? Yun Luofeng's gaze swept over and landed on the woman in yellow who was standing on the eagle's back. A look of surprise flashed across his eyes. Ning Exen also saw Yun Luofeng at that moment. Her lips moved slightly and a light appeared in her eyes. It was as if she had 1,000 words to say. However, when she saw the woman, she could not say anything. Aunt Ning Exen. Yi Jun smiled. You're finally here. Shui, but was locked up by these people. Aunt Ning Exen? Yi Jun addressed this woman as aunt. Did that mean that Yi Jun was from the Yi family? Sush. In that instant, Rui's face paled and her body swayed. Feng. Ning Exen smiled. Why you back? Yun Luofeng shrugged. I offended some people and they want to take revenge on you. I came back to deal with them. Oh yes, did anyone cause trouble for the Yi family during this time? Ning Exen thought about it and shook her head. No one came to the Yi family. Yun Luofeng relaxed when he heard that. It seemed that he had arrived in time. The Holy Lady's tribe had not appeared at the Yi family. Who are you? As Yun Luofeng was muttering to himself, a trembling voice came from below. Rui stared fixedly at the peerlessly beautiful face. Her entire body was trembling, afraid that she would hear an answer she did not want to hear. Are you asking me? Yun Luofeng smirked. My name is Yun Luofeng. Boom. In an instant, like a bolt of lightning, Rui's body trembled violently, and with a bang, she fell to the ground. The others also turned pale as they stared in horror at the woman who was standing in the void. Yun Luofeng? She is Yun Luofeng? My god. It's actually that old god. Just what sort of enemy did our ferocious tiger bandits offend this time? Within 5 years, there was a saying circulating in the Wuhui continent. One would rather provoke the king of hell than provoke Yun Luofeng. Otherwise, you will end up like the 3 great families of Endless City. But who would have thought that the person they kidnapped this time was actually Yun Luofeng's cousin? Yi Jun's gaze swept across and he lowered his head to look at the group of people with ashen faces. Previously, Shui said that the Medicine Tower's pagoda master is her cousin. But do you remember what you said at the time? Yi Jun paused and smiled brightly. You said that if the Medicine Tower's pagoda master is her cousin, then you are the pagoda master's husband. Chapter 1656. At that moment, the 2 women in the sky turned to look at the ferocious tiger bandits. The expression of the person who had spoken earlier changed. His face was now filled with despair. Just then, a sharp cry pierced through the sky and rang out from a thatched hut not too far away. Ning Exen's expression darkened. You guys, keep an eye on this group of people, don't let them escape. Once she had given the order, the spiritual beasts in the sky roared angrily and surrounded the ferocious tiger bandits. Even if the spiritual beasts had not surrounded them, the bandits would not have dared to have any ideas. The Ye family's power was overwhelming. If they dared to escape this place, they would certainly be hunted down by the Ye family. They might even suffer an even more severe punishment. Yun Luofeng did not hesitate either. His body turned into a ray of light and charged towards the thatched hut. Outside the thatched hut, the 2 guards who had been sent by Rui quickly pushed open the door and entered when they heard the commotion. When they saw the scene in the thatched hut, they immediately screamed in fright. The little girl hugged her knees tightly. Her body was filled with black spiritual energy. Within that spiritual energy, a man's body was wrapped tightly as he wailed in agony. Soon, his body gradually dried up and turned into a pile of ashes, which drifted through the entire thatched hut. The children in the hut were scared silly. Their astonished gazes fell upon Yun Ruoshue's childlike face as they gulped with difficulty. Especially the little girl who had mocked her, she was so shocked that she could not say a word. I've said it before, I was the cause of Lin Shi's death. Why don't you believe me? Yun Ruoshue raised her childlike face, her large, watery eyes filled with sorrow. If you had believed me, you wouldn't have provoked me over and over again. The 2 ferocious tiger bandits did not know what had happened, but they knew that the girl in front of them was a demon. The 2 of them looked at each other, turned around and fled. However, just as they turned around, a figure suddenly appeared in front of them. Just as they were about to collide with that person, A wave of energy suddenly surged from that person's body. With a loud bang, their bodies were flung out of the way. Yun Ruoshue's body stiffened. The moment she raised her head, a beautiful and dignified face was reflected in her eyes. A layer of tears appeared in her eyes. She suddenly stood up and threw herself at the woman while crying loudly. The woman opened her arms and hugged her little body. She smiled gently and said, "Shue, I'm sorry that I'm late. Mother, why don't I go and provoke others? There will always be people who come and provoke me. I already said that if they provoke me, they will definitely die. But they just don't believe me." Yun Ruoshue felt very wronged. She never lied, but no one believed her words. Ning Xian's heart ached as she hugged her daughter. Her slender fingers gently ran through her daughter's silky hair, her eyes filled with tenderness. "Shue, I won't let anyone hurt you in the future." Her fingers brushed past Yun Ruoshue's brow. The black aura between the girl's brows made Ning Xian's heart wrench, and she sighed heavily. The more people Yun Ruoshue killed, the more her life would be in danger. This was also the reason why she did not allow Yun Ruoshue to kill anyone. In the straw hut, there was a young girl dressed in ragged clothes. Compared to the others, this young girl was much older. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her clothes seemed to have been torn by someone. She cut a sorry figure. Chapter 1657. The young girl hesitated for a moment before gathering her courage and walking up to Yun Ruoshue. She said timidly, "Thank you for just now. If not for Yun Ruoshue's help, she would have lost her chastity to that bastard." Ning Xian raised her eyebrows and turned to look at Yun Ruoshue, clearly asking her what had happened. "Mother, that person just now was one of the accomplices who kidnapped us. He wanted to humiliate this big sister. Shue, couldn't stand it and quarreled with him. Then she couldn't control herself and killed him." Yun Ruoshue pursed her lips and teared up. "Shue, really didn't do it on purpose. He was the one who made the mistake first." Ning Xian sighed. She could not bear to blame Yun Ruoshue, and instead hugged her petite body tightly. "Shue, believe in me. One day, I will make your body no different from a normal person." Yun Ruoshue nodded hurriedly. Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something and turned to look at the house full of young boys and girls. She smiled innocently. "I've said it before, my family will definitely come to save me. As long as they come, what can the ferocious tiger bandits do?" The crowd was speechless. After a long while, a young girl spoke up in a timid voice. "The ferocious tiger bandits have a very powerful background. Many forces on the mainland are related to them. If we offend them, we will definitely suffer." The power behind the ferocious tiger bandits? Just at this moment, a cold and demonic voice sounded from outside the house. After a while, a girl dressed in white walked in slowly. Her beautiful face curled into a sinister smile. "I wonder what kind of power is behind the ferocious tiger bandits." The young girl was stunned. She only knew that the power behind the ferocious tiger bandits was very powerful. As for how powerful it was, she did not know. The Wind Cloud residents of the Peerless Empire, the Lu family of the Tianhui Empire, the Heavenly Sound sect of the Luiyue Empire, and, she glanced at the young girl speechlessly, then turned to look at Yun Luofeng and told him everything she knew. "In addition, I heard that the ferocious tiger bandits are also related to the Chu family of Endless City." Yun Luofeng narrowed his eyes and smiled. "Second aunt, do you understand? I've already destroyed the Chu clan. As for the other forces, I'll leave them to you. The ferocious tiger bandit group has committed all sorts of crimes, and the other forces that are connected to them must have also committed heinous crimes. I should also return peace to the Wuhui continent." Everyone was stunned. This woman has such a big tone. Just because of a disagreement, she said that she would destroy so many powerful forces in the Wuhui continent? Where did she come from? What's more, she just said that the Chu family had already been destroyed by her. The youth called Wu Yan quietly looked at Yun Luofeng, his eyes twinkling. No one knew what he was thinking. "Mother." Yun Ruoshue blinked and turned to look at Yun Luofeng. "Who is this sister? Why did it give her such a familiar feeling?" Ning Xian smiled as she stroked Yun Ruoshue's head. "She's the cousin Mom and Dad mentioned to you." Yun Ruoshue's eyes immediately lit up. Only the heavens knew that she had wanted to meet this cousin whose name shook the entire continent for a long time. She never thought that she would meet her at such an occasion. She was so excited that she could not stop herself from jumping up and down. Cousin, she struggled out of Ning Xian's embrace and walked to Yun Luofeng's side, her face innocent and pure. Shui, often hears father and mother talk about your heroic deeds, so, you have always been Shui's idol, and also the goal that Shui has always strived for. Chapter 1658. Yun Luofeng lowered his head to look at the childish face of the child in front of him. His heart seemed to have been struck by something and was instantly filled with tenderness. Your name is Yun Ruoshue? You can just call me Shui, Yun Ruoshue said, giggling. Yun Luofeng's lips curved into a smile. Her finger gently pressed against Yun Ruoshue's brow. At this moment, Yun Ruoshue felt that his hand was like a thorn, fiercely stabbing into the space between her eyebrows. Soon after, a warm stream of spiritual energy flowed from the space between her eyebrows to her entire body, making her feel extremely comfortable. Second aunt, Yun Luofeng turned to look at Ning Xian. Her body is a little special. I can only use this method to temporarily suppress the spiritual energy in her body. When I find another way, I will come back to help her. From the first time he had seen Yun Ruoshue, Yun Luofeng had sensed that something was wrong with her body. If this continued, in a few years, Yun Ruoshue would be swallowed up by the black spiritual energy in his body. Ning Xian's heart was filled with worry when she heard this. Feng, are you unable to help Shui? Actually, Yun Luofeng paused for a moment, then slowly said, it's not that there's no way to save her. I have the ability to make the black spiritual energy in her body completely disappear. But if I do that, she will no longer be able to cultivate and will definitely become a piece of trash. Ning Xian's face lit up. She did not care about her daughter's talent. As long as her daughter was safe, that was enough. However, before she could speak, Yun Ruoshue hastily interjected, no, Shui doesn't want to be a cripple. If Shui becomes a cripple, then I won't be able to follow in my cousin's footsteps. I absolutely don't want that. Ning Xian's heart trembled. She wanted her daughter to live, but she did not want to go against her own wishes. Feng, is there any other way? Yun Luofeng shook his head. I agree with Shui. I don't recommend completely eradicating the spiritual energy in her body. Instead, we should make it our own. Not only will it not harm Shui, it will also become her strength. However, I don't have the ability to do this for now, Ning Xian sighed. Feng, when you can help Shui, will Shui still be alive? If her daughter could not survive, then she would rather her daughter become a cripple, and she would take care of her for the rest of her life. I have already sealed the spiritual energy in her body so that it cannot affect her body. However, I can only seal her for 5 years at most. Within 5 years, I will find a way to help Shui. Yun Luofeng pondered for a moment, then continued, if I can't help her in 5 years, then I will help her get rid of this spiritual energy. Ning Xian's body stiffened. She lowered her eyes to look at Yun Ruoshue's youthful face, and made up her mind. All right, I'll listen to you. Yun Ruoshue wasn't too worried. She smiled innocently. Cousin, you're so powerful. You'll definitely be able to help Shui. Shui believes in you. Shui believes in you. The girl's tender voice made Yun Luofeng's heart more and more determined. Just this one sentence alone was enough for her to help her. Wait for me for 5 years. 5 years later, I will definitely make Shui a peerless genius. Ning Xian looked at Yun Ruoshue, then back at Yun Luofeng. Her clear eyes were filled with determination. Shui, in the future, Feng, will not only be your cousin, but also your master. Do you understand? In the future, no matter how great your achievements are, you must remember that all of this was given to you by Feng. Your life was also given to you by her. Yun Ruoshue nodded confusedly. Mother, Shu, understands. Chapter 1659. If the person who said this was someone else, Ning Xian would not have believed them. But because it was Yun Luofeng, she believed that Yun Luofeng had the ability. The two members of the ferocious tiger bandits were already trembling in fear from Ning Exin and Yun Luofeng, unable to speak. They were still wondering why Lady Rui was not here yet. Although they had seen the strange phenomenon in the sky, they did not think much of it. They did not know that the spiritual beasts were here for the ferocious tiger bandits. If I'm not wrong. Wu Yan was silent for a while, then looked up at Ning Exin. You're from the Ye family. I heard that the Ye family's granddaughter-in-law's surname is Yun, and the second master's wife is called Ning Exin. I wonder if that person is you? Ning Exin narrowed her eyes and smiled. You sure know a lot. The young man smiled. There's nothing on this mainland that I don't know. Oh. Ning Exin raised an eyebrow. Then how did you end up in the hands of the ferocious tiger bandits? The young man's eyes flashed. Even a horse stumbles. I was just careless. Clearly, he did not want to say anything more. Since you're the second master's wife, then? The young man slowly turned his head, his gaze landing on Yun Luofeng. You're the god of plagues of the limitless mainland, the master of the medicine tower, Yun Luofeng. But the crowd was shocked. In the limitless mainland, they may not have heard of Ning Xin, or know who the number one genius of the Ye family was, but they would definitely know the name Yun Luofeng. From centenarians to 3-year-olds, they could all recite Yun Luofeng's deeds. Although she was called the god of plagues, she was the faith of the entire mainland. Especially years ago, Yun Luofeng, in a fit of rage, destroyed the 3 major forces of Endless City for his disciple. Even now, it was a story that people loved to talk about. The 2 members of the bandit group were scared silly. They were so scared that they peed their pants. Their pale faces were full of fear. The Ye family? Yun Luofeng? Oh my god, what kind of powerful person did they provoke this time? Compared to the frightened people, Yun Ruoshue's smile was even brighter, like a ray of sunlight that shone brightly. See, I've said it before, to my family, the ferocious tiger bandits are nothing. Do you believe me now? The crowd was silent. A moment later, the young girl who had initially questioned Yun Ruoshue stood up and bowed deeply in front of her. I'm sorry, I didn't recognize Mount Tai. Please save me, I want to go home. Yun Ruoshue wasn't the type to hold a grudge. The premise was that the other party didn't cross her bottom line. Therefore, she smiled embarrassedly at the girl's apology. I've said that I'll save you, so I'll definitely bring you out of here. Yun Ruoshue lifted her head and looked at Win. Brother Win, where's your house? I'll get my mother to send you back. Ning Exin frowned and subconsciously glanced at the young man's handsome face. She could tell that her daughter was special to the young man named Speechless. However, the young man was too mysterious. He was so mysterious that she did not want her daughter to interact with him. Speechless was silent for a long time before he said, My parents passed away and I'm alone. Ning Exin sneered, You have no parents, how would you know so much about the continent? You even said that there's nothing on this continent that you don't know? Chapter 1660. Wu Yan fell silent. He seemed to be thinking about something. After a long pause, he seemed to have made up his mind as he stared fixedly at Yun Luofeng. I want to talk to you in private. Ning Xian's heart clenched when she heard this. She looked at Wu Yan warily, afraid that he would harm Yun Luofeng. On the contrary, Yun Luofeng's lips curled into a smile. Second aunt, please take the others out first. I want to talk to him in private. Ning Xian was still a little hesitant, but in the end, she chose to believe in Yun Luofeng's decision. Shui, let's go. Don't disturb your cousin. She swept her gaze across the children. Now that you're free, I'll send someone from the Yi family to escort you home. Then, she shot a sharp glare at the 2 members of the ferocious tiger bandits. You dared to kidnap my daughter. You must pay the price. In that instant, 2 spiritual beasts swooped down from the sky and landed in front of Ning Exin. Take these 2 and bring them back to the Yi family for further punishment. Once everyone had been dealt with, Ning Exin stepped out of the room and left the space for Yun Luofeng. Yun Luofeng smiled as he gently stroked his chin. Now, you can tell me who you are. I can't tell anyone about my identity. Wu Yan raised his head, his pitch-black eyes filled with determination. However, I hope that you can accept me. If you accept me, I'll definitely be of help to you in the future. Help? Yun Luofeng chuckled. Someone has placed a seal on your body. How can you help me? The youth's expression froze. He had clearly expected that he would not be able to hide the condition of his body from Yun Luofeng. I believe that you have a way to help me remove the seal. Reason? Give me a reason? Or should I say, what do I get out of helping you? Yun Luofeng would never do anything that did not benefit him. Wu Yen suddenly knelt on one knee and said respectfully, I have nothing to give you. The only thing I can give you is my life. If you are willing to promise me, from now on, my life belongs to you. Alright, I agree. The woman's evil voice was like a light breeze that entered Wu Yan's ears. Speechless widened his eyes in disbelief as he stared at the woman in white in front of him. She agreed? Everyone said that Yun Luofeng was vicious and merciless, cold and merciless. Why didn't she ask for the reason? Why didn't she understand his identity before agreeing to his request? This was too illogical. With that thought in mind, Wordless felt uneasy. Aren't you going to ask about my identity? If you don't want to tell me, I won't force you. I've always trusted my intuition. Her intuition had always been accurate. For example, when she picked up the little boy that she named Wu, her instincts told her that there must be something wrong with that boy. Thank you. Wu Yan's voice was a little hoarse. I can't tell you my identity now. When the time is right, I will tell you the truth. However, I can promise you that I will never betray you in this life. The youth's eyes were bright, so bright that they were as dazzling as the sun. I still have something to do, so I can't bring you with me. Now, my task for you is to stay in the Yi family and accompany Shui as she grows. Chapter 1661. The youth was stunned. The mission that Yun Luofeng had given him was to accompany a little girl? Wasn't this a little overkill? Master, even though my strength has been sealed, there are still other uses for me to follow you. Yun Luofeng frowned. I don't like anyone questioning my decisions. If you don't carry out my orders, I can only ask you to leave. The woman's words were sinister and cold, causing the youth's heart to tremble. He lowered his head. Wuin is willing to obey Master's orders. Given my current powers, I still can't remove the seal for you. Give me some time, and I'll think of a way to help you. Yun Luofeng glanced at the youth, and a light flashed across her eyes. Just now, the voice of the Tree of Life, Bai Shao, had sounded in her mind. Master, this youth isn't from this world. Not from this world? What do you mean? Bai Shao hesitated for a moment and sighed. There are all sorts of strange things in this world. In this world, there are naturally countless continents. The seal in this youth's body is a little special. Master, with your current powers, you can't help him. You can only remove the seal when you're stronger. However, before Yun Luofeng could ask for more details, Bai Shao continued. Youth, there are some things that I won't tell you that are also very beneficial to you. I won't say much. You just have to know that your current powers are still not strong enough. Yes. Her current powers were still not strong enough. Only by becoming stronger would she be able to help Shui heir, and even more friends and family. Many people had already gathered on the streets. When they saw Rui and the others being escorted out by the Yi family's spiritual beasts, their eyes were filled with shock. Especially when there was a group of kids following behind them who were still wet behind the ears. You may leave. Ning Xian turned to look at the children behind her. The Yi family's spiritual beasts will send you home. Some of the children left gratefully, but there were still some who hesitated and did not leave. Ning Xian raised her brows. You're not planning to go home? The girl who had initially questioned Yun Ruoxue was silent for a moment before saying, My parents have already been killed by the ferocious tiger bandits. After saying this, tears welled up in her eyes. When the ferocious tiger bandits wanted to kidnap me, they were discovered by my parents. In for a penny, in for a pound, in for a pound. They killed my parents and even pushed their corpses down the cliff. The girl's cries infected Yun Ruoxue, and her eyes reddened. Mother, she is so pitiful. Let's help her. Ning Xian frowned and looked at the other children. What about you guys? Hearing this, the group of children explained one after another. Some of the children had no parents to begin with and had been begging outside. They had undoubtedly been targeted by the ferocious tiger bandits, while others had been sold at a low price by their relatives who lacked money. They would rather not return to that kind of place. Otherwise, they would not be able to escape the fate of being sold. "Miss Ning, I beg you, don't send me back." A girl hurriedly knelt in front of Ning Exen and cried pitifully, "That year, my uncle was sick. My father was eaten by a spiritual beast while he was picking herbs for him. My mother also died from grief because of my father's passing. I was adopted by my uncle and aunt, but my aunt sold me to the ferocious tiger bandits so that my cousin could marry a wife. Sob sob, I don't want to go back." Chapter 1662. Yi Jun had always abhorred evil. When she heard the girl's cries, her face turned red with anger. How can there be such cruel and unscrupulous people in this world? "Aunt Ning Exen, let's take these children in. The Ye family has a large business and we don't lack people." Ning Exen furrowed her brows. After a long while, she relaxed. "I will send someone to investigate the situation. If it's true, the Ye family will take you in. If I find out that you're lying, I won't be merciful even if you're children." She would never allow anyone to harm her family. The girl smiled through her tears. "Thank you, Miss Ning." "Thank you, Miss Yi Jun." Yun Ruoshue stepped forward and helped the girl up. She blinked lightly. "Do you want to settle the score with your uncle and aunt?" The girl was stunned and quickly nodded. "My father died because of him, and before he died, he asked his companions to bring the medicinal herbs to him. Otherwise, he would have died a long time ago. However, they were ungrateful and betrayed me. How could I not want to get even with them?" "Mother," Yun Ruoshue looked up at Ning Exen. Her large, watery eyes were filled with innocence. "Why don't you take her as your disciple and teach her how to cultivate?" Ning Exen was stunned. This girl was quite talented. If she was taught well, she would be successful in the future. Furthermore, she would never reject her daughter's requests. "All right, I will impart the cultivation method to the children who are left behind today. How far you can break through will depend on your own talent and hard work." Ning Exen paused. "If you can break through to the level I want you to in 5 years, from now on, the Yi siblings and Shui will be under your protection." Yun Ruoshue and Yi Jun were still young. These children were the most suitable to be their guards. Of course, all of this depended on their achievements. The children were overjoyed. They never thought that they would have the chance to enter the Ye family and receive Ning Exen's personal guidance. They even had the chance to become the Ye family's followers. Just as Ning Exen finished speaking, Yun Luo Feng walked over with Wu Yen. Wordless Sword's previous indifferent composure was replaced by a respectful expression on his handsome face. "Feng, Ning Exen walked quickly to Yun Luofeng's side. "How was it? Did you find out where this little guy came from?" Yun Luofeng shook his head. "This matter is not important. What is important is that he will stay in the Yi clan and protect Shui." If it had been someone else, Ning Exen would have rejected the arrangement without asking about the other party's identity. But the person in front of him was Yun Luofeng. She believed that whatever decision Yun Luofeng made was correct. "Okay." Ning Exen agreed without hesitation. Yun Luofeng raised the corners of his lips. Even though Wu Yan's strength had been sealed, he believed that Shui would definitely be safe with him by her side. "Brother Wu Yan," Yun Ruoshue smiled innocently, looking adorable and innocent. "From now on we're friends." "Friends?" Speechless was stunned. He lowered his head and looked at the girl's outstretched hand. A string in his heart seemed to be plucked. So, he could also have friends? For some reason, he held Yun Ruoshue's small hand. It was also at this moment that he made up his mind. Even if he had to exhaust his life, he would use his entire life to protect that innocent smile on the girl's face. Chapter 1663. "Feng, old man, you and second uncle miss you very much." Ning Exen's gentle gaze fell on Yun Luofeng. "Do you want to go back with me?" "All right." Yun Luofeng nodded slightly. After 5 years, she really should go back and meet the old man and second uncle. Country of wind and cloud. On top of a mausoleum, Yun Qingya sat on a hillside with a pot of wine in front of him. He held a jade-colored flute in his hand and gently blew on it. In front of him, there were 3 tombs. 2 of the tombs had obviously just been moved, but the words on the tombs were especially dazzling. On these 2 tombstones, there were 2 vertical lines of words. Yuntian's tomb. Bai Ling's tomb. Yun Qingya quietly looked at the 3 tombstones, her clear eyes filled with sorrow. Big brother, big sister-in-law, the old man and I have already left the dragon howling continent and moved your graves to the side of General Wen's tombstone. Yun Qingya's handsome face carried a faint smile. I believe that in the underworld, you have already heard about Fenger's deeds over the years from the general, and you can be at ease. Not only has Fenger found a good husband, her own strength has also transcended the secular world. If you were still here, you would definitely be gratified by her current achievements. Oh right, big brother? I forgot to tell you that I'm already married. My wife is very beautiful and I love her very much. My daughter is innocent and cute, and she is also my flesh and blood. If you were here, you would definitely be happy for me. In this world, there aren't many people that I admire. Big brother, you and sister-in-law are 2 of them. Your heroic nature and sister-in-law's heroism are not inferior to a man's, both of them are moving. When the day comes, I will also be able to meet you 2 in the underworld. Big brother, sister-in-law, General Wen, let me toast you. Yun Qingya put down the jade flute, picked up the wine cup in her hand, and scattered it on the ground. Suddenly, the cry of an eagle came from ahead. Yun Qingya raised her eyebrows and looked over. In an instant, a group of eagles with the Yi family's emblem appeared in his line of sight. At the same time, the people standing on the eagle's back also reflected in his eyes. Exen brought Shu'er back? Yun Qingya's lips curled up. He was about to speak when he suddenly saw the white-clothed woman standing beside Ning Exen. Fenger. He was startled for a moment, and a hint of joy appeared in his originally sad eyes. Fenger's home. 5 years. God knows how much her relatives in the Wuhui continent missed her in the past 5 years. Unfortunately, this girl had been gone for 5 years and there had been no news of her at all. Even the members of the Yun family who had confidence in her strength could not help but worry for her. Second uncle? Yun Luofeng also saw Yun Qingya standing below. With a leap, he jumped off the eagle's back. Second uncle, why are you here? Yun Qingya smiled. Ever since your parents' graves were moved here, I've basically had to come and talk to them every month, and General Wen. Back then, he risked his life to save Yi Jingchen, so I should come and visit him often. Hearing Yun Qingya's words, Yun Luofeng slowly turned around and discovered the grave behind him. Father, mother, I'm back. She faintly raised the corner of her lips. I haven't come to visit you for many years. Do you blame me? However, Yun Luofeng paused for a moment. Bai Xiao said that there are countless wonders in this world. If there really is an underworld in this world, then even if I have to turn the underworld upside down, I will still save you. Chapter 1664. Yun Qingya laughed bitterly. How could a place like the underworld exist? This was just the imagination of the people of the world in order to mourn for their loved ones. However, he did not interrupt Yun Luofeng. His clear eyes stared at the woman's determined face as the corners of his lips curled up slightly. Big brother and sister-in-law would definitely be extremely gratified to see the current Fenger, the previous chapter. Next chapter, boom. At this moment, a loud sound suddenly came from the city not far away, causing the entire ground to tremble. What happened? Yun Qingya's expression darkened. She slowly turned her head and looked at the dust in front of her. Her eyes gradually turned cold. Ning Exen descended from the sky and stood beside Yun Qingya. Her expression was also filled with seriousness. The place where the commotion came from seems to be the Yi family. Yi family? Just as these 2 words fell, Yun Luofeng, who had been standing beside them a moment ago, suddenly disappeared. Her body was like a bolt of lightning as she quickly shot out. Big brother Yun, let's go take a look as well. Even after 5 years of marriage, Ning Exen was still used to calling Yun Qingya big brother Yun. Mother, Shu'er wants to go as well. Yun Ruoshui pouted. Her black eyes were limpid and clear. Shu'er, Juner, you and the others stay here. Ning Xen paused for a moment before continuing, I'll go see what's going on first. Yi family. A group of experts descended from the sky and blocked the Yi family's doorstep. The leader of the group was a woman. This woman was extremely arrogant, and her eyes were filled with contempt. It was obvious that she did not place the group of people in front of her in her eyes. This mission seems to be very easy. As long as we can take down these people, it will be enough. Before coming to the Yi family, she had already investigated the situation of the Yi family. Even though the Yi family was famous in the Wuhui continent and no one dared to provoke them, it was a pity that they were too weak in front of the Holy Maiden tribe. May I know who you are and why have you come to my Yi family? Old man Yi hurriedly walked in from outside the door. He frowned slightly and looked warily at the people blocking the Yi family's door. Even though the people in front of him were just a group of women, Old man Yi could feel a terrifying power from them. I heard that Yun Luofeng's family is in your Yi family? The woman sneered. I won't make things difficult for your Yi clan. Just get those people out here. Old Master Ye's face darkened. These people had come for Yun Luofeng's family? Now that Yun Luofeng was not in the No-Return continent, he had a reason to protect her family. Lady, you are too arrogant. In the Limitless continent, no one dares to capture someone from my Yi clan. Old man Yi snorted and flung his sleeves. A powerful force was emitted from his body, causing his gray robe to flutter even though there was no wind. The woman stared blankly for a moment before bursting into laughter. Old man, don't you know that there is always someone better than you out there? That's right, your Yi family is indeed very strong in the Limitless continent. Unfortunately, in front of our sacred maiden tribe, you are vulnerable. She curled her lips into a contemptuous smile. The maiden tribe? The old man was a little confused. Where did this force come from? Why had he never heard of it? You are not from the Limitless continent? Only this answer could dispel the doubts in his heart. At least you have some eyesight. For this matter, you can't blame me. You can only blame Yun Luofeng. He killed a member of our sacred maiden tribe. Our sacred maiden tribe can only find trouble with his family. Chapter 1665. The woman raised her head slightly and said with a face full of arrogance. Grandfather Ye's face suddenly changed and his gaze became even more serious. Old man, you'd better make a choice. Will you protect the Yun family? Or will you share the crime with them? The woman smiled coldly. Suddenly, an aged voice sounded out from behind, and it carried insufferably arrogant arrogance. In-law, since these people are here for the Yun family, then your Yi family shouldn't meddle in this business. I want to see what the sacred maiden tribe can do to me. The woman narrowed her eyes slightly and her dangerous gaze gradually turned to the old man in silk clothes. Who are you? The old man raised his chin and said arrogantly, I will never change my name. I am Yun Luo of the Yun family. I am Yun Luofeng's grandfather. The woman smiled sarcastically. I didn't expect you to not be afraid of death and dare to come out. Yun Luofeng rolled his eyes at her, his old face full of contempt. Why wouldn't I dare to come out? You losers dare to threaten me? Who are you calling a loser? The woman stared angrily at Yun Luofeng and fiercely gritted her teeth. Yun Luofeng's face was full of disdain. You said that my precious granddaughter killed the sacred maiden tribe's people. Then aren't you my granddaughter's losers? If it wasn't for the fact that you can't do anything to my granddaughter, do you need to come to the Wuhui continent to find trouble? The woman's face was livid and she pointed angrily at Yun Luofeng. No wonder you have such an inhumane granddaughter. It turns out that it was all taught by you. Heinous people like you should go to the 18th level of hell. Come, take this old man down. I want to see if he still dares to be so arrogant. Swoosh. In an instant, the sacred maiden tribe leaped up and quickly rushed towards Yun Luofeng. Facing these people's attacks, Yun Luofeng laughed twice. My precious granddaughter did nothing wrong. She only kills those who deserve to be killed. If you dare to lay a finger on me, my granddaughter will definitely overturn your sacred maiden tribe. The woman trembled in anger. It's enough to capture the others as hostages. Kill this old man with a cheap mouth for me. In fact, Yun Luofeng's original intention was to provoke these people. He would rather die than drag Yun Luo Feng down. Be careful. Old Man Ye's expression changed drastically. His body reacted faster than his brain. Just as those people's attacks were about to reach him, he blocked in front of Yun Luo and forcefully withstood that palm strike. Boom. The old man's body was sent flying and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. A huge force spread out in the courtyard, causing a huge explosion. The entire courtyard was filled with dust, covering the azure sky. In-laws. Yun Luo's old face turned pale in an instant, and he hurriedly walked to Old Man Ye's side. In-law, what are you doing? Don't you know that I deliberately angered her so that she would kill me? That would be better than capturing me to threaten Feng. Old Man Ye coughed twice, and blood kept flowing out of his mouth. His face was pale and colorless, and his breathing was very weak. Yun Xiao isn't my biological grandson, but, in my heart, he's no different from a biological grandson. So, I've always treated him and Feng as family. Feng she placed you in the Yi family because she believed that our Yi family could protect you. Chapter 1666. Grandfather Ye's voice was intermittent, and he couldn't form a coherent sentence. If he watched Yun Luo get into trouble, then he would be letting down Yun Luofeng's trust in him. Even if I have to give up my life, I will not let anyone use you to threaten Feng. Yun Luo clenched his fists tightly and looked angrily at the Sacred Lady tribe. All these years, Feng has never taken the initiative to provoke anyone, but there are always people who provoke her. The woman glanced at the half-dead grandfather Yi with a mocking gaze, then turned her gaze to Yun Luo. Who said she didn't provoke us first? If she hadn't kidnapped our successor first, the elites of the Sacred Lady tribe wouldn't have caused trouble for her. Bullshit. Yun Luo swore angrily. Feng would never kidnap anyone. According to a reliable report, our successor, Lin Ruobai, was kidnapped by Yun Luo Feng. Lin Ruobai? Yun Luo's body suddenly froze. Wasn't Xiao Baifeng's disciple? That was what he thought, and he said it out loud, unexpectedly. After hearing the old man's words, the woman laughed arrogantly. The successor of our Sacred Lady tribe would worship a woman as her master? This is the funniest joke I've ever heard. Is she even worthy? Don't think that I won't kill you just because you lied to me. Anyone who offends the Sacred Lady tribe must die. Whoosh! A strong wind surged, and the woman's hair danced wildly in the wind. Her aura was as sharp as a sword as it shot towards Yun Luo. Under such a strong aura, Yun Luo couldn't move. Even so, the old man's lips curled into a mocking smile. Even at this time, he still dared to be so arrogant? The woman was even more furious, and she naturally didn't show any mercy. Just as the long sword condensed from her aura was about to pierce through the old man's chest, an invisible pressure came from the void. In an instant, the long sword's aura disappeared. It seems that the lesson I gave the Sacred Lady tribe back then was not enough. That voice was filled with evil and awe-inspiring coldness, causing one to shiver even though it was not cold. The woman's expression changed drastically. As she raised her head, a snow-white robe appeared in the air. It was as beautiful as a painting. There were many beauties in the Sacred Maiden tribe, and many of them were devastatingly beautiful. However, none of them could be more beautiful than this woman in white, Grandpa. The woman in white stepped into the void. In just a few steps, she had already descended from the sky to the ground. She was so fast that she could only leave a shadow in the sky. Feng, hurry and see if Lord Yi can still be saved. Yun Luo said hurriedly as soon as he saw Yun Luo Feng. Yun Luofeng's figure flashed, and she was already at Old Man Ye's side. She stretched out her hand, and took out a healing spirit herb from the divine grimoire space. She squeezed out the juice of this spirit herb and fed it to Old Man Yi. His 5 viscera and 6 bowels are all shattered. I will temporarily stop the bleeding for him. If he wants to recover from his injuries, I will need to concoct a medicinal solution. A medicinal solution concocted from ordinary herbs would not be able to cure Old Man Ye's injuries. Only the spirit herbs in the divine grimoire space could alleviate his injuries. Fortunately, this time, the gold-seeking rat did not use up all the spirit herbs. It left her a lot so that she had the spirit herbs to concoct the medicinal solution. Next, it's time to settle the score. Yun Luofeng slowly turned her head, her evil eyes staring coldly at the people of the sacred maiden tribe. Yun Luofeng? The woman's expression changed. How could this guy appear here? Yun Luofeng slowly raised her hand. With a swoosh, a powerful force broke through her palm and hit the woman's chest. Chapter 1667. Ah! The woman screamed and fell to the ground with a thud. Who allowed you to come to the Wuhui continent? Yun Luofeng raised his head slightly and looked down at the woman who had fallen to the ground. What are you still standing there for? The woman gritted her teeth. Capture this bastard. The members of the Holy Maiden tribe wanted to step forward, but when they felt the murderous aura from Yun Luofeng's body, they instinctively took a few steps back. Azure wings. Yun Luofeng called out coldly. Bang! The moment his voice fell, a tall figure landed heavily on the ground. He was like a god as he stood in front of Yun Luofeng to protect him. This man was very tall and well-built. Even though his body was covered in scars, it could not hide his evil aura. Other than this woman, kill everyone else. Don't leave a single one alive. These words slowly spilled out from her lips. They were filled with a murderous aura as they lingered in the courtyard. What do you want? The woman's entire body trembled. She never thought that Yun Luofeng would return to the Wuhui continent. Moreover, it was so fast. What do I want? Yun Luofeng laughed coldly. Do you want to know what hell is? I don't. Before she could finish her sentence, she saw a wave of flames surge out from beneath her. The flames instantly enveloped her body. It was as if she was in hell, and it was extremely painful. Following the recovery of fire's power, her flames became even more ferocious. Under her control, they could make people feel even more pain. Those who touch my family, don't leave a single one alive. She, Yun Luofeng, was never a good person. It was fine if the world said that she was ruthless and cruel, but she only wanted to protect her family. For this, she was willing to pay any price and would not hesitate. Yun Luofeng slowly turned around and looked at the old man behind him. His beautiful face lit up with a faint smile. Grandfather, I'm back. After 5 years, she was finally back. Yun Luofeng's heart was filled with excitement and tears almost streamed down his face. However, he suppressed the emotions in his heart and kept a straight face as he spoke impatiently. You've been gone for 5 years and you still know how to come back? Unsurprisingly, this was the longest period of time that Yun Luofeng had been away from the family. No one knew how he had managed to get through this period of time. Yun Luofeng raised his eyebrows. Actually, I brought you a gift this time. If you don't want it, then forget it. Gift? Upon hearing this, the old man's eyes immediately lit up. He cleared his throat and pretended to be serious as he said, You have a conscience. You even know to bring me a gift. Where's your gift? Quickly take it out and show your filial piety to your grandfather. Yun Luofeng's smile widened. She stretched out her hand and a dark green fruit appeared in it. This is a fruit of life. You can extend your lifespan by 10 years after consuming it. Extending his lifespan by 10 years? This is good stuff? The old man's eyes shone with an intense light, and his breathing quickened as he said, Hurry up and give this fruit of life to me. How can one of these be enough? Give me at least 100. Looking at the old man's disrespectful appearance, Yun Luofeng helplessly spread out his hands. I only have this one right now, and right now, you should let me treat Patriarch Ye's injuries first. Yun Luofeng carefully put the fruit of life away. He planned to slowly enjoy it after returning to his room. Seeing that you're going to treat your in-laws' injuries, I'll let you off for now. Next time you have something good, remember to show your filial piety to your grandfather first. Chapter 1668. Facing the shameless old man, what else could Yun Luofeng say? Alright, if there's anything good in the future, I'll be the first to bring it back for you. In any case, she had worked so hard for these family members. If her family was gone, what was the point? Oh right, by the way, after I help Patriarch Ye heal his injuries, I'm going to leave? Yun Luo's fingers that were gently stroking the tree of life stiffened. After a long while, when he suppressed the emotions that were surging out of his heart, he used a calm gaze to stare at Yun Luofeng. This time, how long do you plan on leaving? I'm not sure. Yun Luofeng rubbed his nose. However, I will still return to this place in the end. Parting was a very sad thing. However, Yun Luo would never express the reluctance in his heart, afraid that it would affect Yun Luofeng. His granddaughter had her own path to walk. As her family, he couldn't possibly drag her down. Yun Qingya glanced at her father, then slowly turned her clear eyes to Yun Luofeng. The corners of her lips curled up slightly. Feng, second uncle is waiting for you here. Go ahead and do it. A warm feeling flowed through Yun Luofeng's heart. In this life, she was already satisfied with having these family members. Pumph. Yun Luo snorted and said unhappily, Last time, you promised Laozi that you would bring Yun Xiao back to get married this time. Now tell me, where is Yun Xiao? The corner of Yun Luofeng's mouth twitched. Next time, I'll definitely bring him along. Stinking girl, let me tell you, I only recognize Yun Xiao as my grandson-in-law. If you do something like pulling up your pants and not admitting to it, Laozi will definitely kick your butt. Yun Luofeng's forehead was filled with black lines. She really wanted to ask, is Yun Xiao your own, or is she picked up? At this time, there were already people from the Yi family carrying Old Man Yi into the room. Yun Luofeng didn't say anything more. She walked into the room and began to treat Old Man Ye's body. With Yun Luofeng's current strength and the combination of spiritual medicine, as long as Old Man Yi still had a breath left, she could save him. Therefore, it didn't take long for Old Master Yi to open his eyes. What came into view was a beautiful face that was as beautiful as a painting. Feng, you're back? Yun Luofeng gently nodded his head. I've returned. Moreover, I've even met up with Yun Xiao. Unfortunately, he has other matters to attend to. Hence, I've returned alone. Ling Renshenu, have you seen them? Yun Luofeng was startled. Father and mother? That's right. Not long ago, the two of them went to the 7 continents. Why didn't you see them? Hearing the old man's voice, Yun Luofeng frowned and shook his head. I didn't see them in the 7 continents. If they also went to that continent, we will meet sooner or later. Old Man Yi opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he swallowed the words back when they were on the tip of his tongue. Feng, now that you're back, are you going to leave again soon? Yes, I have more important things to do. In order to prevent anyone from coming to the Yi family, she must go to the Sacred Maiden tribe to resolve this dispute. Alright then go. No matter what, you must come back alive. Old Man Yi smiled faintly. His voice was no longer as weak as it was at the beginning, and his body had gradually recovered. Chapter 1669. Yun Luofeng remained silent. After a long while, she said, Take care. The Yi family. In the courtyard, Yun Ruoshui blinked her big watery eyes and looked innocently at the woman in white who was walking out. Cousin, are you leaving so soon? Yun Luofeng liked her cousin very much. She walked forward and gently patted Yun Ruoshui's head. A devilish smile appeared on her lips. Wait for me for 5 years. I'll definitely be back in 5 years. Yun Ruoshui nodded solemnly. Cousin, you're my goal. I'll work hard to catch up to you. Yun Luofeng smiled and looked at the Yi siblings. I'll wait for you in the 7 continents. I believe that with your talents, it'll only take you a few years to get to the 7 continents. Yi Jun was shocked. She gently pursed her red lips and had a complicated look in her eyes. Sister-in-law, I'll look for you and Big Brother as soon as possible. Yun Luofeng smiled and suddenly asked, By the way, why didn't I see Yi Shima and Yi Qi when I came back this time? Ever since I was born, I have rarely seen Big Brother. But not long ago, Big Brother came back once, and he even brought back my future sister-in-law. Because of this, Big Sister's heart was broken, and she left to train and never returned. Yun Luofeng fell silent when she heard this. She had long known that Yi Qi adored Yi Shima. Otherwise, she wouldn't have targeted her back then. However, Yi Shima had always treated Yi Qi as his younger sister and never had any improper thoughts. Therefore, Yi Qi was destined to be hurt in this unrequited love. To be honest, Yun Luofeng didn't have a good impression of Yi Qi. She had only accepted her because of Jun Fengling. You don't have to worry about this. Yi Qi will walk out on her own. When that time comes, she'll be able to find her Mr. Right. At this moment, a figure ran over in a hurry. That person was panting from running. When she saw Yun Luofeng, her eyes lit up and she hurried forward. Miss Yun, something bad has happened. Miss Yi, she's been captured by the Holy Lady tribe. What? Yun Luofeng's face darkened. I've already killed the people of the Sacred Maiden tribe who came yesterday. It's impossible for anyone to escape. How did Yi Qi fall into the hands of the Sacred Maiden tribe? Could it be those who came that day were not all the maidens of the Sacred Maiden tribe? One had to admit that Yun Luofeng had guessed correctly. Most of the maidens from the Sacred Maiden tribe had already arrived at the Yi family, but a few were arranged to stay outside the Fengyun country to provide support. When the news of the annihilation of the Sacred Maiden tribe came, those people wanted to go back to report. Who knew that at this time, they suddenly discovered the existence of Yi Qi, which also changed their plans. Initially, they did not know that Yi Qi was a member of the Yi family. However, a young master who was passing by had seen Yi Qi and talked about her with others. That was how the group of people knew Yi Qi's identity. After all, they had come to the Wuhui continent once. They couldn't return empty-handed. That was why Yi Qi had fallen into their hands. Sister-in-law, what should we do now? Yi Jun's face was pale. Big sister has been taken away by those bad guys. Yun Luofeng's eyes were gloomy, and his aura surged. It wasn't wrong that she didn't like Yi Qi. After all, Yi Qi was Jun Fengling's adopted daughter. If anything happened to Yi Qi, Jun Fengling would be heartbroken. Chapter 1670. She would not let go of anyone who made Jun Fengling grieve. You stay in the Yi family. Don't let anyone know about this. I'll go to the Sacred Maiden tribe. Yun Luofeng's face had calmed down. But there seemed to be a storm in her black eyes. It was very frightening. I will never let go of anyone who dares to harm the Yi family. Swoosh! Yun Luofeng's figure turned into a flash of lightning and shot into the void in front of him. Yun Ruoxue was about to cry. Brother Xie, Sister Jun, will my cousin be in danger? No, Yi Jun shook her head and clenched her small fist. Grandpa said that sister-in-law is very powerful. There is nothing in this world that she can't do. So, let's listen to sister-in-law. Don't tell anyone about this, lest others worry. Since the Sacred Maiden tribe could come to the no-return continent, they must have their own wormhole. Therefore, when Yun Luofeng went to look for them, the Sacred Maiden tribe had already left. If he wanted to rescue Yi Qi, the only way was to personally go to the Sacred Maiden tribe. Master! Little Mo appeared beside Yun Luofeng out of thin air. Yesterday, he had already finished dealing with the Chu family's matter with Yi Xie and rushed to the Yi family. Who knew that such a situation would happen? I have a feeling that Xiaobai has awakened. Xiaobai is the heir of the Sacred Maiden tribe. When she wakes up, shall we go to the Sacred Maiden tribe? Little Mo's face was full of worry. Moreover, the Sacred Maiden tribe is very powerful. They can dominate the 7 continents. Among the 7 continents, there was no territory managed by the Sacred Maiden tribe. That was not because the Sacred Maiden tribe was not powerful enough. But the Sacred Maiden tribe was too strong. They disdained being the continent's ruler. So much time was wasted on managing the continent. It was better to use it for cultivation. I can't wait. Yun Luofeng shook his head. But before going to the Sacred Maiden tribe, I have one more thing to do. The Steel Flame Legion. This time, she had another purpose in coming to the no-return continent. That was to bring the force that had accompanied her since the beginning back to the 7 continents. Unfortunately, when she went to the Endless City, everyone in the Steel Flame Legion had gone out to train. Therefore, she did not see them. But when he asked Guiyang to send a signal to the Steel Flame Legion and order them to rush back to Endless City, therefore, when Yun Luofeng returned to Endless City, the members of the Steel Flame Legion were already waiting for him. Miss! Master! The moment Qing Yan and Yi Ling saw Yun Luofeng, joy flashed in their eyes. They quickly walked up and looked at her excitedly. Miss, you're finally back. It had been 5 years since they last saw each other. She was finally back. When I return this time, I will take you away. But I don't have time to explain to you now. Wait for me inside the illusion. With a thought, Yun Luofeng sucked the people in front of her into her domain. Then, her body turned into a bolt of lightning once again and quickly disappeared. He didn't even give anyone time to ask questions. The 7 continents. The Maiden Tribe. As the door of the cell was pushed open, Yiqi's body was thrown inside. She rubbed her arm that hurt from the fall and got up from the cold ground. Who are you people? Why did you capture me? Yiqi's body trembled, and her lips turned pale. Her eyes were filled with terror and fear. Chapter 1671. Why did I capture you? A cold voice came from outside the cell. It was so cold that Yiqi shivered. At that moment, she felt as if she had fallen into an icehouse. Her entire body was bone-chilling. If you want to blame someone for this, blame Yun Luofeng. As his words subsided, a man and a woman walked in from outside the cell. Lady Qin Shui, I've already sent someone to investigate. This woman is Yun Luofeng's sister-in-law. If we capture her, Yun Luofeng will definitely appear. The man's lips curled into a smile. His mocking eyes swept across Yiqi's pale face as he slowly spoke. Qin Shui was the one who had allied with the North Continent to deal with Yun Luofeng. She was also the older sister of the woman named Qin Yu who had died at the hands of Yun Luofeng in Xianqing sect. Su Jun, after I capture Yun Luofeng, I will also give you a chance to torture him personally. Qin Shui raised her chin slightly and said arrogantly. Su Jun, the young master of Xianqing sect. Back then, because Su Jun had failed to Wu Xiaobai, he had gone to the Holy Lady tribe to complain about Yun Luofeng. As a result, the powerful cultivators of the Holy Lady tribe thought that Yun Luofeng had kidnapped Xiaobai and had sent people to kill him. Who would have thought that Yun Luofeng had not only destroyed Xianqing sect but also killed Qin Yu? Su Jun would have died without a doubt. However, Qin Yu had used a secret technique to send him out, allowing him to keep his life. Yun Luofeng? Yiqi's mouth gaped in shock. These people had captured her to deal with Yun Luofeng? Lady Qin Shui, back then, I sent someone to investigate Yun Luofeng's family situation. I also found out that this woman named Yiqi seemed to have a dispute with Yun Luofeng. Hearing this, Qin Shui frowned. If that's the case, will Yun Luofeng come for her? Don't worry, Lady Qin Shui. Yun Luofeng will definitely come. This woman had always been loyal. For the sake of the Yi family, she had to save Yiqi. However, I have a better idea. Su Jun sneered and turned to look at Yiqi. There was a cunning light in his eyes. Yiqi, I'll give you a chance. If you're willing to deal with Yun Luofeng with us, you'll definitely enjoy endless wealth in the future. Yiqi snorted and turned her head away, refusing to look at Su Jun. Su Jun was not annoyed. He continued to tempt her. Yiqi, do you know Lady Qin Shui's identity? Now, the elders of the Sacred Maiden Tribe are in seclusion. In the entire Sacred Maiden Tribe, Lady Qin Shui's status is the most powerful. If you rely on the Sacred Maiden Tribe, you will be able to walk unhindered in the 7 continents. Moreover, many years ago, because of Yun Luofeng, you lost face and nearly lost your love. Could it be that you don't hate her at all? Yun Luofeng, your people snatched away Xiaobai's heart and massacred my profound Azure sect. It would be too easy for you to die. I want you to taste the pain of being betrayed by your own family. Get lost. Yiqi pointed at Su Jun angrily. You want me to join you? Dream on. If you have the ability, then kill me. If you don't, then don't talk nonsense. Su Jun's eyes darkened. Lord Qin Shui, this woman is simply refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. We should teach her a lesson. Hearing this, Qin Shui did not move. She looked at Yiqi coldly and said slowly, Yiqi, what Su Jun said is not unreasonable. If you're willing to rely on us, I'll give you a way out. Otherwise, you'll live in hell for the rest of your days. Chapter 1672. That was right. Ever since she met Yun Luofeng, she had hated that woman, who asked Big Brother to treat her so well. He had even reprimanded her for her sake. However, at that time, Yiqi did not know that Yun Luofeng was her sister-in-law. Her life was given by her adoptive parents. How could she bear to hurt them? Moreover, she was the one at fault. Hence, she had already accepted Yun Luofeng's existence. I never hated her. Yi Qi raised her head slightly. I owe the Yi family and my adoptive parents. If I can repay them with my life, I will have no regrets. Yi Qi, you don't have to rush to give me an answer. I will give you a few days to consider. Qin Shui laughed coldly. However, I will let you try our methods in the next few days. I hope that you will still be able to persevere after a few days. Su Jun, let's go. Then, Qin Shui slowly turned around with a murderous look in her eyes. Su Jun's lips curled into a sarcastic smile. Yun Luofeng, you destroyed the Xianqing sect. I will repay you with interest. Outside the prison, Qin Shui stopped in her tracks and looked coldly at Su Jun. In a few days, the elders will come out of seclusion. At that time, I will inform the elders of everything that has happened recently. So, Su Jun, let me ask you one last time. Has the successor of the Holy Lady tribe fallen into Yun Luofeng's hands? Su Jun gritted his teeth and nodded. Lady Qin Shui, this is absolutely true. Miss Lin was indeed taken away by Yun Luofeng. He also wanted to force Miss Lin to marry his younger brother. The younger brother he was talking about was Xiao Emo. How could he not see how intimate Xiao Emo and Lin Ruobai were that day? How could he be happy when he thought that the woman he was about to woo had been snatched away by another man? Fortunately, Lin Ruobai had fallen into a coma. Perhaps she was already dead. This gave him a chance to frame Yun Luofeng, who asked Yun Luofeng to appear and ruin his plan. Even if Yun Luofeng claimed that Lin Ruobai was his disciple, would anyone in the Holy Lady tribe believe him? Suddenly, Su Jun laughed maniacally in his heart. He did not dare to show it on his face. His eyes were full of sorrow. Lady Qin Shui, you must avenge Miss Lin. Boom. Qin Shui's aura surged out, instantly destroying the trees on the side. Her eyes were cold. If what you say is true, then I will definitely tear Yun Luofeng's corpse into 1,000 pieces. This time, she didn't just do it for Lin Ruobai. She also wanted to avenge her sister. Therefore, regardless of whether Lin Ruobai was in Yun Luofeng's hands or not, this woman would undoubtedly die. The maidens of the sacred maiden tribe arrived on top of a cloudy mountain. The mist was dazzling, and the scenery was picturesque. At this moment, at the foot of the cloud mountain, the woman in white stopped in her tracks. Her slender fingers gently stroked her chin. She raised her eyebrows and looked at the towering cloud mountain, narrowing her eyes slightly. Master, since this mountain is where the sacred maiden tribe is located, there should be countless dangers. You must be careful. Little Mo's voice came from his soul. It's fine. Yun Luofeng's lips curled up. These traps are not a problem. As soon as she finished speaking, Yun Luofeng casually waved her hand, and the Skeleton Legion, which she had previously taken under her command in the Hidden God Mountain, descended from the sky. This was the first time she had used the Skeleton Corps ever since she had accepted them. Chapter 1673. With these skeletons, she no longer needed to be careful and avoid danger. Instead, she could rush to the Sacred Maiden Tribe as quickly as possible. Boom! The Sacred Maiden Tribe. A powerful and ferocious force came from the forbidden area at the back of the mountain, causing the entire mountain to tremble. Qin Shui quickly ran out of the clan hall and looked at the back mountain, which was full of spiritual energy. Are the elders finally coming out of seclusion? Boom! 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 In an instant, lightning flashed and thunder roared. Lightning rushed straight down and struck the back mountain forbidden area. The whole sky was bright against this lightning. However, the momentum in the back mountain forbidden area did not dissipate for a long time. Thunder and lightning struck again, causing the mountain to shake. Lady Qin Shui, something bad has happened. A hurried voice came from the front. Immediately, a disciple of the Sacred Maiden Tribe came quickly. Her forehead was full of sweat, and she looked anxious. Lady Qin Shui, someone has attacked the Sacred Maiden Tribe. Attacked the Sacred Maiden Tribe? Qin Shui's face suddenly sank, and she said coldly, "Who is so bold as to attack the Sacred Maiden Tribe?" It's a group of skeletons. The voice of the disciple of the Sacred Maiden Tribe trembled a little. Skeletons? Qin Shui was startled. but she quickly recovered. The elders will soon come out of seclusion. Don't let anyone disturb them. If anyone comes, kill without mercy. As the last 3 words fell, Qin Shui's murderous aura spread and filled the entire mountain. The cell was dark and damp. Yi Qi's body fell to the ground in a sorry state. Her body was full of scars, her face was pale, and her eyes were full of fear. No one knew what kind of life she had been living in the past few days. Perhaps she was unwilling to experience this kind of pain a second time. Yi Qi, have you thought about it? Su Jun's voice suddenly came. If you are willing to agree to our request, not only can you regain your freedom, but you can also enter the sacred maiden tribe. This is something that many people dream of. Yi Qi slowly raised her head. What do you want me to do? In a few days, the elder of the Holy Maiden tribe will come out of seclusion. At that time, they will definitely capture Yun Luofeng and interrogate him about this matter. I want you to come out and prove that not only did Yun Luofeng kidnap the successor of the Holy Maiden tribe, but he was also extremely harsh on her. Moreover, the successor of the Holy Maiden tribe lived a miserable life in his hands. The elders of the Sacred Maiden tribe were not as gullible as Qin Shui and her sister. If Qin Shui was unable to kill Yun Luofeng before this, the elders of the Sacred Maiden tribe would definitely encounter Yun Luofeng. If they had Yi Qi's testimony, everything would be different. May I ask who the successor of your Sacred Maiden tribe is? Lin Ruabai. Su Jun answered her question without hesitation. I know that you know about the relationship between Lin Ruabai and Yun Luofeng. Unfortunately, Lin Ruabai is already dead. The dead cannot testify, so you can only help me. Yi Qi's body stiffened. The successor of the Sacred Maiden tribe that they spoke of was actually Lin Ruabai? Furthermore, Lin Ruabai was dead? Now, you can tell me your decision. Su Jun raised his head. After a few days of torture, he believed that Yi Qi already knew what to choose. Yi Qi smiled and waved at Su Jun. Put your ear over here. I will tell you my decision. Su Jun did not suspect anything. He slowly walked to Yi Qi's side, squatted down, and put his ear over. Within the Sacred Maiden tribe, Yi Qi did not dare to do anything else. Chapter 1674. A sharp cry resounded through the entire prison cell. Su Jun covered his bleeding ear and took a few steps back, glaring at Yi Qi angrily. You damned woman, how dare you bite me? Yi Qi sneered, her face full of mockery. My decision is still to never obey you. Good. Su Jun was so angry that he laughed and even said a few words. I've given you one last chance, but you didn't cherish it. You can't blame me. Slap. Su Jun walked in front of Yi Qi again, lifted her shirt, and slapped her. The sound was crisp and loud. Yi Qi's left cheek swelled up, and blood flowed from the corner of her lips. However, the mockery in her eyes was so strong that she looked at Su Jun fearlessly. Stupid girl. If I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know the price you have to pay for your actions. Su Jun grabbed Yi Qi's hair and slammed her head against the wall. With a thud, Yi Qi felt her vision go black. It took her a long time to recover. Hit me then. Kill me if you have the guts. I'm Jun Fengling and Yi Jingxin's daughter. They taught me that I'd rather die than submit. No matter how many mistakes Yi Qi had made due to her naivety, she had never lost her pride. Who asked her mother to be Jun Fengling? Her father was Yi Jingxin? She would rather die than submit. That was her pride and aloofness. Ha! Su Jun laughed maniacally. His smile was ferocious. Rather die than submit? What if it's worse than death? Yi Qi's body stiffened, but her face was still determined. She would never submit. Nor would she do anything to hurt her godparents. To be honest, I've never had sex with another woman ever since I met Lin Ruabai. Although your looks can't be compared to Lin Ruabai's, you can still satisfy my thirst. Su Jun pushed Yi Qi's body to the ground and said viciously, I'd like to see Yun Luofeng's expression when he finds out that I've raped his sister-in-law. Yi Qi's eyes were finally filled with fear. She pushed the man on top of her with all her might, and her voice was heart-wrenching. She was indeed prepared to die, but that did not mean that she was willing to endure such humiliation. She would rather die than lose her chastity. Scared? But it's too late. Rip. Su Jun smiled coldly. He raised his hand and tore Yi Qi's clothes into pieces, revealing her snow-white breasts. At first, Su Jun only wanted to vent his anger, but when he saw the undulating scene, his most primitive impulse was aroused. He pressed Yi Qi tightly with both arms, and his eyes surged with lust. Yi Qi had already given up struggling. Her face was ashen and tears flowed from the corners of her eyes. She gently closed her eyes. If this was fate, then she could only accept it. Suddenly, a familiar face appeared in her mind. That face was not the big brother Yi Shima whom she missed dearly. Instead, it was the face of Yun Luofeng whom she had once regarded as her enemy. If there was anyone who could save her now, it could only be that powerful woman. However, he had treated her like this in the past. Would she really come? Outside the Holy Lady Clan's mountain gate, a group of undead skeletons rushed in. They were like a group of warriors who did not know pain and death. The two clusters of green flames in their eyes were like the flames of war. Chapter 1675. What kind of monsters are these? Why can't they be killed? Within the sacred maiden tribe, a group of disciples looked pale. They looked at the undying skeleton legion in front of them and retreated as if they were unable to resist. Yun Luofeng stood in the breeze. Her eyebrows and eyes were like a painting. Her beauty could topple a city. Her fine black hair fluttered in the wind. She was like a monarch overlooking all living beings. Tea, fire, little Mo, milk tea, Mengming, rat queen. As her voice fell, the spirit beasts that she had left in the illusion to cultivate appeared one by one. First, a fierce dog appeared. Then, a fiery red fox appeared. Immediately after, Milk Tea and the Rat Queen brought the gold-seeking rat clan to the sacred maiden tribe. The entire mountain was filled with gold-seeking rats. Little Mo was the last to appear. The young man was dressed in a brocade robe. He was handsome, with a young face and delicate features. But the young man's aura was frightening. It was like a raging sea that was sweeping over. These spirit beasts are all at the Great Sage Realm. When did the continent have so many Great Sage Realm spirit beasts? The faces of the disciples of the sacred maiden tribe changed. Their eyes were filled with horror as they stared at the beasts that appeared out of thin air. T let out a roar and quickly rushed towards the people of the sacred maiden tribe. Fire stood in the void. Her 8 soft tails were shrouded in a layer of flames. Her fiery eyes were slightly burning with anger. Countless flames surged from her body, igniting the trees and flowers around her. The rat tribe leaped and rushed towards the disciples of the sacred maiden tribe. They opened their mouths and bit down. With a ripping sound, a piece of flesh was torn off. Little Mo didn't move. In his opinion, it was enough for the spirit beast to attack. He just needed to watch the show. Suddenly, an angry roar came from the void and lingered in the air for a long time. Qin Shui swooped down and landed in front of everyone. Her cold eyes were surging with anger. She said coldly, "Yun Luofeng, you actually have the guts to come to my sacred maiden tribe. Are you walking into a trap?" Yun Luofeng raised his eyebrows slightly. "Where is Yi Qi?" "Oomph." Qin Shui snorted coldly, "You kidnapped the successor of our sacred maiden tribe and killed my sister. I will make your relatives pay for this. This time, my people failed to capture your grandfather, but your aunt has fallen into our hands." Yun Luofeng raised her hand, and a sharp gust of wind leaped out from her palm, crashing towards Qin Shui with a boom. Seeing the incoming wind, Qin Shui's eyes darkened. She raised her sword to block. At that moment, she felt a heavy blow to her chest. She could not help but take a few steps back. Yun Luofeng's strength was indeed formidable. But this woman must not be allowed to grow any further. Otherwise, no one in the 7 continents would be able to do anything to her. "Yun Luofeng, your fiancé's sister has fallen into my hands. If you don't lay down your arms and surrender, I have 10,000 ways to make her suffer a fate worse than death." Yun Luofeng's evil eyes looked at Qin Shui, and his beautiful face gently curved into an evil smile. "Then who do you think will die first, her or you?" Qin Shui's expression changed. "What do you mean by that?" "If she dies, she will probably be satisfied to have you accompany her in death. Yun Luofeng gradually approached Qin Shui. If this was before, when she had first confronted the people of the Sacred Maiden tribe, Yun Luofeng did not have the confidence to become enemies with the Sacred Maiden tribe. However, there was no longer anyone on this mainland who could endure her. Chapter 1676. I want to enter the Sacred Maiden tribe now. Those who stop me will be killed without mercy. Those who obstruct me will be killed without mercy. The woman's voice was arrogant and domineering, echoing endlessly in the sky. Yun Luofeng, I admit that you are very strong, but my Sacred Maiden tribe is not weaker than you. Qin Shui's face was ice-cold. Ever since she had become a protector of the Sacred Maiden tribe, no one had dared to treat her like this. What? A strong gust of wind blew, and his aura rose. Qin Shui's hair fluttered in the wind, and her eyes were extremely cold. Yun Luofeng was unmoved. His evil eyes stared at Qin Shui, whose aura was rising expressionlessly. Yun Luofeng, I will make you pay for your arrogance. Boom. Qin Shui's body turned into a hurricane as she shot towards Yun Luofeng. Killing intent surged from her body as she planned to kill the woman in front of her. Facing the ferocious Qin Shui, Yun Luofeng slowly raised his hand. The two hands collided. A powerful force spread from the two of them, rolling up a cloud of dust. The disciples of the Sacred Maiden tribe who were closer to them were instantly sent flying by this force and fell to the ground in embarrassment. Pucci! Qin Shui spat out a mouthful of blood and took 2 steps back. She glared at the woman in front of her with a hideous expression. In comparison, Yun Luofeng was much calmer. She shook her numb arm and stared at Qin Shui with evil eyes. I'll ask you one last time. Where is Yi Qi? If the Sacred Maiden tribe insisted on not handing over the person, then she didn't mind carving out a bloody path. Hee hee. Qin Shui laughed. Her laughter was low and sinister. Yun Luofeng, you are a genius. If you had come a few days earlier, perhaps I would have died in your hands. However, today, the elder of our Sacred Maiden tribe has come out of seclusion. No matter how strong you are, in the face of absolute strength, you will be vulnerable. Just as Qin Shui's words fell, the spiritual energy fluctuations that appeared in the sky above the Sacred Maiden tribe's back mountain disappeared. Then, an old voice with a low tone sounded in the sky. This old man has been in seclusion for several years. When I finally came out, I saw someone coming to my Sacred Maiden tribe to make trouble. I don't know what hatred you have with my Sacred Maiden tribe? So ruthless? Elder? Qin Shui was delighted and hurriedly looked at the few figures floating in the void. There weren't many people in the void, only 3. However, these 3 people were the elders of the Sacred Maiden tribe, and they were also the supreme existences in the tribe. Elders, you've finally come out of seclusion. More than 10 years, since the disappearance of the patriarch more than a decade ago, the elders had collectively entered seclusion, leaving the Holy Maiden tribe behind. Now that more than 10 years had passed, they must have achieved something in order to break out of seclusion. However, only the people of the Sacred Maiden tribe would know that an elder was in seclusion. Otherwise, if people from the outside world knew about it, the status of the Sacred Maiden tribe would be in jeopardy. This was also the reason why the Sacred Maiden tribe had disappeared. There were no men in the Holy Maiden tribe. Even the elders were all women. The 3 girls appeared to be very young. Perhaps it was because they had taken good care of their bodies, but there were no traces of age on their faces. Only their white hair revealed their age. Greetings, Elder Red, Elder Blue, and Elder Green. When the people of the Sacred Maiden tribe saw the appearance of several elders, they knelt down and greeted them. However, from the way they addressed each other, it could be heard that the title of these elders was based on their clothes. Chapter 1677. Miss, forgive and forget. No matter how big the fault of my Sacred Maiden tribe is, it is not an excuse for you to exterminate the Sacred Maiden tribe. The elder in cyan had a serious look on her face as she spoke coldly. In the past, if she saw a genius like Yun Luofeng, she would have desperately taken her in as a subordinate. However, she did not ignore that Yun Luofeng had killed many people of the Sacred Maiden tribe. Based on this alone, she would not accept her. I am just looking for someone. Yun Luofeng's voice sounded indifferently. Looking for someone? The elder in Cyan smiled coldly. My sacred maiden tribe does not have the person you are looking for. If she had not come out of seclusion, she could imagine what kind of massacre the sacred maiden tribe would have suffered. Based on this alone, she could not forgive these people. Yun Luofeng raised his eyebrows and glanced at Qin Shui. I am afraid you have to ask her about this matter. She took away my fiancé's sister. I am here to save my sister. The elders furrowed their brows and looked at Qin Shui. Qin Shui glared at Yun Luofeng and snorted. It's like this. Some time ago, I have found out where the heir of our sacred maiden tribe is. More than 10 years ago, the leader of the sacred maiden tribe suddenly disappeared. When she returned, she was already pregnant. The women of the sacred maiden tribe were not allowed to get married. After hearing about this, several elders were furious. But who asked her to be the leader of the sacred maiden tribe? Even if the rules of the sacred maiden tribe were not allowed to be changed, they could not do anything to the leader, who knew that a prophet of the sacred maiden tribe had predicted that the child of the leader would be extremely powerful in the future. Because of this, the sacred maiden tribe had acquiesced to her arrival unexpectedly. After the prophet's prophecy, the leader disappeared again, and the prophet also disappeared. However, before the prophet left, she asked several elders to improve their strength. When their strength was strong enough, they could find the leader and bring her back. For this reason, several elders went into seclusion and left a message to Qin Shui and her sister, who had just been promoted to protectors, that they must find the daughter of the leader and make her the heir of the sacred maiden tribe. Even though the leader had gone to a place that they could not reach for the time being, the daughter of the leader was still in this world. With the items left behind by the prophet, it was no longer difficult to find a successor. But no matter how they thought about it, they never thought that the successor of the Holy Maiden tribe was not within the 7 continents. Therefore, after searching for more than 10 years, he finally obtained this information. The few elders held their breaths and hurriedly asked, Are you telling the truth? Where is the successor now? Qin Shui gritted her teeth. My successor was kidnapped by this woman. My sister, Qin Yu, was also killed by her in order to find my successor. Fortunately, the young sect master of the profound Azure sect, Su Jun, came to inform me and I found out about this matter. All the elders' expressions changed drastically. Is what you said true? If this woman really hurt the successor, then the Sacred Lady tribe would never let her off. Absolutely. Qin Shui raised her chin. Originally, Su Jun was going to die in the hands of this woman. It was Qin Yu who sent him out of danger before she died. Her purpose was to let me know about this. If Elder doesn't believe me, I can find Su Jun and he will tell you the truth. Facing Qin Shui's voice, Yun Luofeng didn't move. He didn't even try to defend himself. Because, just now, Bai Xiao had told her one thing. Xiao Bai was about to wake up. Chapter 1678. Prison. Su Jun pressed down on Yi Qi fiercely. Her clothes had been torn into pieces, revealing her snow-white and smooth body. Yi Qi's eyes were filled with fear and tears. She bit her lips hard and stared at Su Jun with hatred. Tisk. Su Jun raised his hand and pinched Yi Qi's body. Look at you. You're still a virgin. It's a pity that you've offended me. Otherwise, I would have been more lenient. Yi Qi's body trembled. Her snow-white skin was bruised by Su Jun. Her pale face was drenched in sweat. If you dare to touch me, my adoptive parents will definitely avenge me. They definitely will. Then I'll wait for them to come find me for revenge. Finally, Yi Qi was naked from head to toe. Looking at this tempting body, Su Jun sneered twice and planned to stand up straight. Who knew, at this moment, a disciple of the Sacred Maiden tribe ran in with a bang. If this was the profound Azure sect, Su Jun would have already killed the person who disturbed him. However, this was the Sacred Maiden tribe. No matter how dissatisfied he was, he did not dare to show it. The Sacred Maiden tribe was full of women, and Su Jun was a special case. Therefore, these women were all inexperienced. Now seeing such a scene, they were dumbfounded on the spot and looked at Su Jun with eyes full of disgust. Su Jun, Our Lady Qin Shui allowed you to stay in the Sacred Maiden tribe for the sake of your merit in finding a successor. I didn't expect you to dare do such a dirty thing in our sacred maiden tribe. Su Jun suppressed the displeasure in his heart and forced a smile on his face. You misunderstood. I was just scaring her. Who told her to be so disobedient? How could I dare to defile the sacred maiden tribe's clean territory? The disciple of the sacred maiden tribe snorted coldly. Apparently, she did not believe Su Jun's explanation. The elder has come out of seclusion. Lady Qin Shui wants you to go. Su Jun was taken aback. The elder is here. Why do you want me to go over? Because Yun Luofeng has also attacked the Holy Maiden clan. Lady Qin Shui wants you to go and point out Yun Luofeng. Boom. Yi Qi's mind was buzzing, and only a few words appeared in her mind. Yun Luofeng had also attacked the Holy Maiden tribe. She's here? Was he here to save her? Yi Qi's lips trembled slightly. She never thought that Yun Luofeng would really come to save her. Then I'll have to trouble you to lead the way. Su Jun pretended to be a gentleman and smiled. However, his actions just now had already made the disciples of the sacred maiden tribe extremely disgusted. The disciple hesitated for a while, then took off his coat and threw it to Yi Qi. Put on your clothes first. The most important thing for a woman is her innocence. No matter how big a mistake she made, she shouldn't have her innocence tarnished by others. Her words were obviously directed at Su Jun. The people of the sacred maiden tribe were very arrogant, condescending, and even self-righteous, but they had always adhered to their chastity. They could not stand Su Jun's beastly behavior, so they did not give him any face. If it weren't for Lady Qin Shui, she would have driven this stinky man out of the sacred maiden tribe long ago, lest he tarnish such a sacred and beautiful place. Above Cloud Mountain, inside the clan gate. Little Mo's face turned red with anger as he glared at the crowd. At this moment he saw Su Jun, who was led by the disciples of the Holy Maiden tribe, rushing over. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. You are Su Jun? The elder in green glanced at Su Jun and frowned. She was very dissatisfied with the appearance of a man from the sacred maiden tribe. Chapter 1679. Su Jun hurriedly stepped forward and replied respectfully. Elder, I am Su Jun. This time, I came to the sacred maiden tribe for Miss Lin. Is what you said true? The elder in green's face darkened. If Yun Luofeng really did something to the successor of the sacred maiden tribe, then he would not let her go. Of course, he was not as gullible as Qin Shui. Even if Yun Luofeng's act of killing the sacred maiden tribe's people made him angry, he would not blindly believe that the successor of the sacred maiden tribe had fallen into his hands. Elder, I've seen this with my own eyes. It can't be false. Su Jun glared fiercely at Yun Luofeng before turning his gaze towards the furious Xiaomo. A vicious light flashed across his eyes as he said, This boy is Yun Luofeng's younger brother. I don't know how Yun Luofeng found out about Miss Lin's identity, but he's forcing Miss Lin to marry his younger brother. Who knew that Miss Lin would rather die than comply? That's why she was killed by these people. Su Jun snorted. Now that Lin Ruabai was not here, no one could prove Yun Luofeng's innocence. These people from the sacred maiden tribe would definitely not let her go. The elders' faces did not look too good. If what Su Jun said was true, these people were really audacious. Ha, Qin Shui sneered. You want to have designs on the successor of the sacred maiden tribe? Why don't you look at yourself first? How can you be worthy of her? Elder, let's not talk nonsense with these people. Let's just kill them. Xiao Mo clenched his fists tightly. Anger flashed across his handsome face. I have long heard that the sacred maiden tribe has always been unreasonable. Now that I have seen it, it is indeed true. How dare you? All the elders were enraged. Regardless of whether the successor of the sacred maiden tribe is in your hands or not, you must stay in the sacred maiden tribe until we find out the truth. The elder in red paused and continued. Also, after we find out whether Su Jun's words are true, I will calculate the losses of the sacred maiden tribe with you. Yun Luofeng raised his eyebrows and looked at the elders of the sacred maiden tribe. His lips gently raised in a shallow smile. I don't want to stay? Ha! The green-clothed elder laughed out loud, and the ridicule in his eyes intensified. Now that you've come to the Sacred Maiden tribe, you can't leave whenever you want. Men, arrest these people for me and await punishment. Yes, Elder. The disciples of the Sacred Maiden tribe were stunned. The appearance of the Elder had ignited their fighting spirit. Without hesitation, they rushed towards Yun Luofeng. Unfortunately, be it the beasts or the skeleton core, none of them would give them a chance. Under the gentle breeze, the woman stood with her hands behind her back. Her white clothes fluttered in the wind, and she was as beautiful as snow. Her evil aura was indifferent. Even though she was in such a bad situation, her expression did not change. The Elder in green sighed helplessly. This woman is very outstanding. If she was accepted into the Sacred Maiden tribe, it would increase the strength of the Sacred Maiden tribe again. Unfortunately, the woman in front of them had already formed an incomprehensible enmity with the Sacred Maiden tribe. Little Emo heard the voices of the elders and laughed sarcastically. I'm sorry, even if there were no grudges, my master would not have joined your holy maiden tribe. But because my master's husband will come and destroy your Sacred Maiden tribe. The disciples of the Sacred Maiden tribe were not allowed to marry in their lifetime. This also led to the purity of the people of the Sacred Maiden tribe. Otherwise, they would not have been deceived by Su Jun. Chapter 1680. The Elder in green's expression was very ugly. He snorted, "What's so good about those stinky men from the outside world? I will not let those stinky men tarnish the innocence of the disciples of the Sacred Maiden tribe. Moreover, the person you mentioned, if he really has the ability, he can come and destroy the Sacred Maiden tribe. I'm afraid he doesn't have the strength." Little Emo curled his lips. He was too lazy to fight with these people. His gaze turned to the two sides that were fighting. The skeleton core was indestructible and the spiritual beasts were also extremely fierce. Soon, the disciples of the Sacred Maiden tribe were at a disadvantage. Not good. The Elder in green's eyes darkened. A sharp light flashed in her eyes. With a swoosh, her body turned into a sharp light and shot towards Yun Luofeng like a sharp sword. Seeing that the Elder in green was about to step forward, Yun Luofeng had already slowly stretched out his hand, intending to receive the other party's attack. However, at this moment, there was a loud bang, and a powerful aura surged out from Yun Luofeng's body. Perhaps it was because of this aura that even Yun Luofeng himself froze, unable to move, let alone the green-robed elder who was charging towards him. They only heard a childish voice slowly ring out, domineering to the clouds. "Who dares to touch my mother?" In the air, a young figure gradually revealed itself. The young boy was wearing a brocade robe that did not fit him and could only cover his knees. His arms and legs were very white and slender. At such a young age, he had the aura of a king and was so powerful. The Elder in green's eyes flashed with vigilance. This little fellow looked very young, but for some reason, he gave off a very strong sense of oppression. It was as if he was the son of the devil, extremely shocked. Moreover, the ground around the young boy was floating with jade-green tree vines. These tree vines swayed in the wind and were very lifelike, surrounding the young boy in the middle. Little tree. Yun Luofeng had long known that the little tree would also wake up in the near future, but he did not expect that he would wake up so soon. A few months ago, the little tree still looked like a 5- or 6-year-old child. Now that a few short months had passed, after he woke up, he looked like an 8- or 9-year-old boy. Clearly, this time's deep sleep had greatly benefited the little tree. "It's just a child," Qin Shui sneered. "Go and kill this child first." Upon hearing Qin Shui's words, Su Jun's heart skipped a beat. He had witnessed Xiao Shu's strength in the profound Azure sect. It was this youth who instantly killed Qin Shui's twin sister, Qin Yu. However, the little tree was only about 5 years old at that time. Why did he suddenly grow into an 8- or 9-year-old boy after a few months? "Yes, Lady Qin Shui." Several disciples of the Sacred Maiden tribe stepped forward. Their speed was so fast that the elders could not stop them. "Wait." The face of the elder in green clothes changed drastically. It was obviously too late to stop the actions of the disciples of the Sacred Maiden tribe. These reckless disciples of the Sacred Maiden tribe had already arrived in front of the small tree. "You want to kill me?" The sapling lazily looked at the disciples of the sacred maiden tribe who were rushing over, and a smile gradually appeared on her tender and lovely face. His smile was full of sarcasm. The tree vines moved at the sound of the wind, like the sharpest killing weapon in the world. When the disciples of the sacred maiden tribe approached, the tree vines that had turned into sharp weapons instantly pierced through their chests. Qin Shui's face was extremely pale. Her lips trembled slightly, and her footsteps kept retreating. Chapter 1681. The disciples of my sacred maiden tribe are all elites. How can a child have such power? The elder in Cyan's expression did not look any better. Can't you see that this is not a human child? If I'm not wrong, he should be a tree. A tree? Qin Shui's body stiffened. If it was someone else, they might not be able to see through the identity of the small tree. However, the sacred maiden tribe did not lack trees with intelligence. Therefore, the elder in Cyan could know the true identity of the small tree. Impossible. Trees can develop intelligence, but they cannot transform into humans like spirit beasts, just like the lost tree of life of our sacred maiden tribe. Qin Shui bit her lip tightly and could not believe what she had seen. Su Jun, who was still hiding behind the crowd, suddenly said, "Elders, Lady Qin Shui, only the sacred maiden tribe deserves to have the tree man. Therefore you should take this tree man back." "No, it should be, let this woman return the tree man intact." Qin Shui's eyes moved. If the sacred maiden tribe could get this tree man, their strength would double. In contrast, the elders' faces sank again, and their cold eyes shot to Su Jun behind the crowd. Idiots who wish for the world to be in chaos. This tree man was very strong. Wasn't it equivalent to seeking death to snatch the tree man with their own abilities? Moreover, for a tree that had developed intelligence, it would be more difficult than ascending to the sky to make it loyal. It was no wonder that the elders were furious with Su Jun's words. "Miss," the elder in Cyan took a deep breath and looked up at Yun Luofeng. "You have also killed many people of our sacred maiden tribe. Why don't we write off this account?" A wise man submits to the circumstances. This tree man's strength was extraordinary, so they had to be careful. Yun Luofeng raised an eyebrow. "Let me leave, I can, but I have two requirements. First, my sister must appear in front of me unscathed. If she loses a single strand of hair, I will kill one person. If she loses 2 strands, I will kill 2 people until the entire sacred maiden tribe is wiped out." Su Jun's eyelids twitched and he subconsciously took 2 steps back. He saw that his words did not provoke the possessiveness of the sacred maiden tribe and could only find a way to leave this place. Second, Yun Luofeng paused, then continued, "Anyone who participated in the kidnapping of my sister must be handed over to me." The elders looked at each other. In the end, it was the green-robed elder who had a better temper who said, "Miss, I can let your sister go. As for your other requests, please forgive me for not being able to agree." Yun Luofeng shrugged. "Since that's the case, there's no need to negotiate." "Miss, do you really think that our sacred maiden tribe is easy to bully? That's right, your tree men are indeed very powerful, but my sacred maiden tribe has been passed down for so many years. It's not like we don't have any means. If you insist on fighting, my sacred maiden tribe will accompany you to the end." The green-robed elder was getting impatient. "It's not wrong that you, Yun Luofeng, have a treant, but my sacred maiden tribe has been passed down for so many years and still holds the highest position precisely because of the sacred maiden tribe's trump card. Otherwise, the sacred maiden tribe would not have remained in such a high position after the disappearance of the patriarch." 1. Just as the elders of the sacred maiden tribe were threatening Yun Luofeng with words, Yun Luofeng gave an irrelevant answer and said a number. Everyone was stunned. They did not understand what she meant. 2. The woman's lips curled up, her dark eyes incomparably deep. Chapter 1682. The green-clothed elder's face darkened. "Miss, what do you mean? Are you looking down on us?" Yun Luofeng continued speaking as if he had not heard her words. 3. An evil smile suddenly appeared on her beautiful face, and her black eyes gradually turned to Su Jun, who was about to escape. "Are you sure that Xiaobai was kidnapped by me?" Su Jun stopped in his tracks when he heard Yun Luofeng's words. He raised his head in surprise and looked straight into the woman's half-smiling eyes. When he saw the smile in the woman's eyes, Su Jun felt a sense of unease. Before he could figure out what was going on, a familiar voice appeared out of thin air and fell into everyone's ears. "Master, what's going on with that woman called Bai Xiao? Why does she call me successor? And what is this place?" Lin Ruabai's body swayed and disappeared from the tree of life. When she opened her eyes, she was frightened by everything in front of her. "What's going on? Master is fighting with someone? No way. As a disciple, I must help Master fight." Thinking of this, Lin Ruabai excitedly rubbed her small fists with an evil smile on her face. In fact, when Yun Luofeng counted to 3, Lin Ruabai had already woken up. However, she was frightened by Bai Xiao and was in a daze for a while. Who knew that Bai Xiao did not explain anything to her and kicked her out of the Tree of Life, so she was still kept in the dark until now. "Bai Xiao? The Tree of Life, Bai Xiao?" Qin Shui's body suddenly stiffened, and she stared angrily at Yun Luofeng. "So it was you who stole our holy maiden tribe's Tree of Life." She only heard the 2 words Bai Xiao, and as for how Bai Xiao addressed Lin Ruabai, she had ignored it. "Shut up." The green-clothed elder, who was still in a daze, suddenly slapped Qin Shui's face. In an instant, her cheeks were red and swollen. "Elder." The green-clothed elder suddenly walked quickly toward Lin Ruabai. Lin Ruabai was shocked. When she regained her senses, she shouted angrily, "Get lost! Those who fought with Master were not good people." Bang! Lin Ruabai's strength slammed into the azure-clothed elder's body, and the completely defenseless azure-clothed elder instantly retreated 2 steps. The instant Lin Ruabai made his move, the azure-clothed elder saw a red light in the girl's eyes. This red light was not a bloodthirsty light. Instead, it was as dazzling as a flame. It filled his eyes, but it disappeared in a flash. "That's right, it's her. She's the young clan leader. I can't be wrong." Qin Shui was stunned. This young lady was the young clan leader? If he didn't hear wrongly, she seemed to have called Yun Luofeng Master before. "Master, who is this old pervert?" Lin Ruabai pursed her lips and tilted her head to look at Yun Luofeng. She immediately noticed little Mo, who was standing beside Yun Luofeng. Thus, her eyes immediately lit up. Little Mo was still thinking about the problem, but when he looked up, he found that Lin Ruabai had already rushed in front of him, hugged his neck tightly, and kissed him on the lips. Little Mo was completely dumbfounded by what he saw. His first kiss was taken away by this girl? Although Lin Ruabai had kissed him before, she had kissed his cheeks. This time, she actually kissed his lips? "Little Mo, I missed you so much." Lin Ruabai giggled. "Now that I've recovered, I have to fulfill my promise to marry you." Chapter 1683. Xiao Mo blushed. If it was a few years ago, he would have rejected Little White's words in front of everyone. But now, he was so shy that he couldn't say a word. In particular, the girl's soft and sweet lips made him want to kiss them again. "It's you?" Lin Ruabai finally saw Su Jun. Her cute little face immediately fell. Although Lin Ruabai had lost her memories in the past, she still remembered everything that had happened during that period of time. She also knew that Su Jun had been pestering her. Su Jun had originally wanted to take this opportunity to escape, but who knew that Lin Ruabai's words would cause everyone's gaze to converge on Su Jun, forcing him to stop in his tracks, his handsome face turning deathly pale. "Umph." Lin Ruabai put her hands on her hips and raised her chin proudly. "Back then, I lost my memory and was ignorant of everything. That's why I was deceived by someone like you and lived with you for a year. What's funny is that you want me to leave Master. My Master is not only my savior, but also my achievements today are all thanks to her teachings." Lin Ruabai became angrier the more she thought about it. She wanted to slap herself. Why did she believe such a person? She even caused trouble for her master. At this point, Lin Ruabai paused for a moment before continuing. "Aside from this, my master is my only relative other than my parents. What right do you have to make me abandon my family and follow you?" In an instant, everyone's eyes were focused on Su Jun's face. Their eyes were filled with surprise, disbelief, and anger. Of course, the last angry look came from Qin Shui. Lin Ruobai still didn't know what happened and was still listing Su Jun's crimes. Moreover, I already have Xiao Mo. It's even more impossible for me to like you. The only husband I want to marry is Xiao Mo. But you bastard, you want to harm my master and Xiao Mo because of this. I will never let you go. Su Jun's face turned from green to white, then from white to green. Qin Shui screamed and rushed toward Su Jun. She kicked Su Jun's chest and sent him flying. That was not enough. She had already rushed to Su Jun and punched him in the face. Tears of anger flowed from her eyes. Bastard, you lied to me, you actually lied to me. Qin Shui shouted herself hoarse, wishing that she could vent all of her anger on Su Jun. If it weren't for you, my sister wouldn't have died, so many people from the Sacred Maiden tribe wouldn't have died, and I wouldn't have been implicated. It's all because of you, you bastard, who spread lies to avenge your personal grudge. That's why you've harmed so many people. Su Jun was beaten to the point where he had no strength to resist. In a short moment, his handsome face swelled up like a pig's head, and fresh blood flowed out of his mouth. Lin Ruobai looked at Yun Luofeng in confusion. Master, what exactly is going on? At this moment, little Mo had gradually regained his composure. He walked to Yun Luofeng's side, but his eyes were still on Lin Ruobai. Xiaobai, it's like this. Next, little Mo told Lin Ruobai about the matter. When Lin Ruobai learned that he was the successor of the Sacred Maiden tribe and that Su Jun had used this matter to frame Yun Luofeng, his anger was instantly ignited, and he angrily turned to Qin Shui. Get out of my way. Let me do it. Anyone who bullied Master deserved to die. Chapter 1684. Qin Shui was stunned for a moment. Before she could react, she saw Lin Ruobai's body flying towards Su Jun. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream echoed through the clouds and lingered for a long time. Su Jun's face was pale from the pain and he almost fainted. If it wasn't for his strong willpower, he would have died from the pain. Little Mo looked at Lin Ruobai in a daze. Her body shivered involuntarily. Master, I think, if I marry Xiao Bai, I can't provoke her in the future. Otherwise, even if I don't die, I will lose half my life. Yun Luofeng curled his lips and looked at little Mo with a smile that was not a smile. It seemed that little Mo had tacitly agreed to marry Lin Ruobai as her husband. Coincidentally, Lin Ruobai's foot landed on Su Jun's crotch. Coupled with the fact that she was flying through the air, the force of her attack was unimaginable. Blood even flowed from his crotch, staining the ground red. Who asked you to bully my master and frame her? Lin Ruobai's eyes flashed red. With a bang, her small fist landed on Su Jun's body. Boom! A large part of Su Jun's chest caved in. It was obvious that Lin Ruobai's fist had broken his ribs and there was no way to repair them. Su Jun's mouth continued to bleed. He looked at Lin Ruobai with fear in his eyes and said in a muffled voice, I saved you in the past, oomph. Lin Ruobai snorted softly. Her small fists continued to land on Su Jun's face, causing him to be unable to utter another word. That's right, you did save me when I lost my memory, but you thought that I liked you. You even framed my master because of this. It seems that you had an ulterior motive for taking me in. Even if I disregard this, I will never forgive you for bullying my master. So what if she was ungrateful? Even if she was cursed by the world, she would never forgive anyone who bullied her master. Yun Luofeng retracted his gaze from Lin Ruobai's body. His evil eyes stared at Qin Shui. Where are my people? Qin Shui's face paled. These days, in order to force Yi Qi to betray Yun Luofeng, she had sent people to torture her. If Yun Luofeng were to see Yi Qi, who knew what methods he would use to torture her? Qin Shui, tell me, where is the girl you captured? The faces of several elders of the Sacred Maiden tribe sank, and they scolded sternly. Only now did the elders realize that they had misunderstood Yun Luofeng and had almost attacked the young patriarch's master. In the eyes of the few elders, this was insubordination. All of this was because Qin Shui trusted others too easily. If that girl was harmed in the Sacred Maiden tribe, the anger of the young patriarch and Miss Yun could be imagined. Qin Shui was silent as she kept thinking about countermeasures. She had indeed been torturing Yi Qi for the past few days, but it was not very serious. Perhaps Yun Luofeng would spare her life in the end? Just as she was thinking about how to free herself, the elders were already impatient and turned their eyes to the other disciples of the sacred maiden tribe. "Where is the woman that Qin Shui brought back?" Reporting to Elder Greenshirt, a woman walked out slowly. This woman was the one who had gone to the prison to look for Su Jun and handed Yi Qi a piece of clothing. Chapter 1685. That lady is locked up in a cell, but... She paused, not knowing if she should say those things. Yun Luofeng's heart skipped a beat. Did something happen to Yi Qi? Take me to the cell right now. Yi Qi was her parents' adopted daughter. If something really happened to her, everyone in the Yi family would mourn for her. That was something she did not want to see. The woman pondered for a while and finally said it. "Elder, after Lady Qin Shui brought Miss Yi back, she forced her to betray Miss Yun, who knew that Miss Yi would rather die than obey, so Lady Qin Shui used torture on her." Torture? Several elders frowned. They did not know if the torture was serious. If it was not serious, perhaps they could plead for mercy and spare Qin Shui's life. After all, they had watched Qin Shui grow up. How could they bear to kill her? At most, she would be kicked out of the sacred maiden tribe. Unfortunately, they didn't know that Yun Luofeng had always been someone who would pay back 100-fold for hurting her. Not to mention that Yi Qi was punished, even if it was just a strand of hair, she wouldn't easily forgive Qin Shui. But the woman looked at the elder carefully. "When I went to find Su Jun was raping Miss Yi. At that time, Miss Yi was naked and her face was full of tears. But I don't know if Su Jun succeeded. When she thought of Su Jun's beastly behavior, she felt a little indignant. The people of the sacred maiden tribe could not bear to see a man tarnishing a woman's innocence. Even killing Yi Qi was better than forcibly taking her." Boom! Yun Luofeng's mind suddenly exploded. His anger spread out, and his entire person seemed to be filled with murderous intent. Su Jun actually tarnished Yi Qi? Good, very good. Anyone who was involved in this matter, she would not let go of a single person. "Xiaomo, you and the others keep an eye on the people of the sacred maiden tribe. No one is allowed to leave," Yun Luofeng ordered. She then turned to the disciple of the sacred maiden tribe coldly. "Take me to the cell." She did not forget what the disciple of the sacred maiden tribe had said before. Qin Shui forced Yi Qi to betray her, but Yi Qi refused. She would rather endure torture and be tarnished than betray her. Therefore, at this moment, no matter how big the dispute between him and Yi Qi was, it all disappeared with this sentence. "Yes, Miss Yun," the disciples of the sacred maiden tribe said respectfully. In the cell, Yi Qi had put on the clothes that the disciples of the sacred maiden tribe had thrown to her. Her body was curled up in the corner, and her delicate body was trembling. Her face was full of tears. She bit her lips tightly and stared at the door without blinking. Creak! The door to the cell was pushed open. Sunlight shone into the cell and shone on the woman's tear-stained face. At the door, Bai Yi walked in slowly like a god descending from the sky. He appeared in Yi Qi's eyes. Yi Qi, who had been pretending to be strong these days, finally collapsed the moment she saw the woman. She forced herself to stand up, but she staggered a few times and finally fell to the ground. However, just as she was about to fall, a hand reached out from behind and gently held her body. Yi Qi wanted to say something, but before she could, Yun Luofeng stuffed a pill into her mouth. The fragrance of the medicine flowed into her mouth, making her body feel much more comfortable. "Thank you." Yi Qi bit her lip and looked up at the woman who was holding her. Chapter 1686. "Thank you for saving me." This time, her thanks were very sincere, and her tearful eyes were very serious. "You don't have to thank me." Yun Luofeng paused and continued, "You are a member of the Yi family. It is only right for me to save you. Besides, you didn't betray me, did you?" Yi Qi smiled. This smile was equivalent to throwing away the past grievances from the bottom of her heart. "I will remember your kindness. In the future, I will repay you." Yun Luofeng raised his eyebrows. "In fact, if it weren't for me, the people of the sacred maiden tribe would not have caught you. but you still came to save me after all. Yi Qi slowly left Yun Luofeng's embrace and looked at the sacred maiden tribe disciple who brought Yun Luofeng. If you hadn't come in time, I might have been killed by Su Jun, she said very seriously. And you, who could have ignored it, handed me the clothes. So, I will remember this for the rest of my life. She was not a person who did not know how to repay kindness. If others helped her, she would never refuse if they needed her help in the future. The sacred maiden tribe disciple smiled slightly. You have already repaid the kindness. After all, she was Qin Shui's subordinate. She should be punished for making such a mistake. But Yi Qi's inadvertent words could save her life. Hearing this, Yi Qi's eyes were very confused. She did not understand what the sacred maiden tribe disciple meant. Yun Luofeng turned to the sacred maiden tribe disciple. Even though his face was as cold as ever, it no longer gave her a sense of oppression. Please take care of my sister. I still have some things to deal with. Sister, Yi Qi's body stiffened. Yun Luofeng had been in the Yi family for 5 or 6 years, but this was the first time he had acknowledged her as his sister. And this form of address warmed Yi Qi's heart. Knowing that Su Jun did not succeed, Yun Luofeng's heart fell back into his stomach. However, he still had some debts to settle. Above the clouds, in the clan gate, Su Jun had been beaten half to death, and the blood in his mouth did not stop. Little Emo could not help but wonder if this guy would die from vomiting blood. Su Jun, I didn't expect you to do such a thing. You dare to defile my master's sister? Lin Ruobai raised his eyebrows and exerted more force. She also heard the words of the disciple of the sacred maiden tribe clearly, and her heart was even angrier. If she didn't beat this bastard to death, she wouldn't be able to dispel the hatred in her heart. The people of the sacred maiden tribe looked at the girl standing on Su Jun's chest and couldn't help but shiver. They didn't expect that the young clan leader, who looked so innocent and cute, would be so ruthless. All the bones in Su Jun's body had been broken by her, but she still didn't give up. She wanted to beat him to death. At this moment, Yun Luofeng returned. Her silhouette landed in front of Qin Shui. Her evil black eyes were filled with a cold, murderous intent. How many people went to Wuhui continent? Who had been torturing Yi Qi recently? Tell them to step forward immediately. Qin Shui's heart skipped a beat. She gritted her teeth and said, Miss Yun, my subordinates and I are indeed at fault. However, this matter should be dealt with by the elders and young clan leader. Could it be that you want to overstep your authority? She understood that if she fell into Yun Luofeng's hands, her life would be worse than death. It was better to accept the punishment of the sacred maiden tribe. Yun Luofeng narrowed her eyes slightly, and a dangerous light flashed in her eyes as she laughed silently. You mean that I don't have the right to punish you? Qin Shui's eyes darkened a few times. I only listened to the young clan leader and a few elders. Chapter 1687. Lin Ruobai's face was red with anger as she glared at Qin Shui. She is my master. Her words are my words. You said that I am the young master of the sacred maiden tribe, so you must all listen to my master. Xiaobai, Yun Luofeng glanced at Lin Ruobai and stopped her. He then turned his gaze to Qin Shui. Now, I will not mention my relationship with Xiaobai. I am just avenging my sister. I have said before that if she loses 1 hair, I will kill 1 person. If she loses 2 hairs, I will kill 2 people until the entire sacred maiden tribe is killed. The elders looked embarrassed but did not dare to say a word. They could only glare at Qin Shui fiercely. Qin Shui, if she wants to punish you, let her punish you. Who made the young master of the tribe become her disciple? Qin Shui was not convinced. Why should she kill one of the sacred maiden tribe just because she loses 1 hair? Yes, I have wronged you, and I am willing to accept punishment. However, the sins of the sacred maiden tribe do not warrant death. At most, you will pay me back for how I treated her these days. What if I insist on killing the sacred maiden tribe? Yun Luofeng, you can't be reasonable. Reasonable? Yun Luofeng laughed. She was amused by Qin Shui. The sacred maiden tribe should have sent someone to investigate my background. I wonder if you have found out about my reputation in the mainland? Yun Luofeng raised his eyes and looked at Qin Shui. When have I ever been reasonable? Who can stop me from killing the person I want to kill? Wasn't that right? Ever since Yun Luofeng came to this world, he had been a spoiled brat. You want to reason with her? Sorry, she has never been a reasonable person. If you step on her, she will chop off your foot. If you hurt her, she will return it 100 times. Revenge for revenge? This had never happened to her before. If you don't tell me who went to the no-return continent to capture Yi Qi, then I will find other ways to make you talk. Yun Luofeng smiled evilly and approached Qin Shui. Qin Shui was horrified and quickly retreated. Yun Luofeng, don't do anything rash. This is the sacred maiden tribe. The few elders wanted to protect Qin Shui's life, but they had only taken 2 steps forward when they heard Lin Ruobai's angry voice. If you 3 old fellows dare to intervene in this matter, even if I die, I will never step into the sacred maiden tribe again. The few elders were startled and subconsciously stopped in their tracks. Compared to Qin Shui's life, Lin Ruobai's return was more important. Qin Shui finally panicked. Why did she dare to treat Yun Luofeng so forcefully? She was certain that the 3 elders would protect her life. Who would have thought that one sentence from Lin Ruobai would cause them to fall silent? No, don't come over. I'll talk. Without the protection of the 3 elders, Qin Shui's nerves collapsed and she hurriedly said. Although she would die if she said anything, she understood that if she didn't say anything, she would be better off dead than alive. Why did she have to suffer pain worse than death for those people? I said, I'll tell you everything, please, don't torture me. Yun Luofeng's lips curled up into a smile. Compared to death, living worse than death was more terrifying. You immediately asked the people who went to the no-return continent to come forward, including the people who tortured Yi Qi these days. Yun Luofeng's gaze slowly turned to Milk Tea and the beasts. I want these people, not a single one of them will be left alive. It was fine to say that she was cruel or heartless. She just wanted to protect her loved ones. For this, even if she was reviled by the world, she was fearless. What's more, she didn't think that her actions were wrong. She wanted the world to know that those who hurt her loved ones couldn't escape death. Chapter 1688. Qin Shui's body slumped to the ground. Even the maidservant disciples who had participated in this matter had looks of despair. The elder in green's face was pale. He looked up at Yun Luofeng and asked, Miss Yun, these people are our maidservant disciples. I don't know, can you give me some face and give them a quick death? If the elder in green asked Yun Luofeng to let these people go, then Yun Luofeng would never do as he wished. But what he proposed was to give them a quick death. Yun Luofeng muttered to himself for a moment, I can give them a quick death, but it's not because of you. The elder in green's face stiffened and he sighed heavily. Indeed, they had wanted to kill Yun Luofeng. Why would she give them face? But Yun Luofeng looked up at the elder in green. I will give Xiao Bai's mother face and not let them suffer too much. In any case, the elder in green's goal had been achieved, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Ruobai had tortured them enough. She looked disdainfully at the half-dead Su Jun and turned to walk towards Yun Luofeng. Her arm was hooked around the woman in front of her, and her large eyes were full of grievance. You want to leave me here with the maidservant tribe? Yun Luofeng did not speak. Master, Lin Ruobai was anxious. Her whole body hung on Yun Luofeng, and tears of grievance almost fell down. I don't want anyone but you. I don't want to be with these people who want to bully you. Don't think of leaving me here. Even if she was shameless, she would stay by her master's side and never leave. The 3 elders did not speak. In their view, the maidservant tribe was so powerful that Yun Luofeng could not give up. She would definitely keep Lin Ruobai here. Unexpectedly, after Yun Luofeng heard Lin Ruobai's words, his heart softened. If you don't want to stay, then I can let you leave with me. The reason why she wanted Lin Ruobai to stay with the maidservant tribe was because this was her mother's home. However, she would not force Lin Ruobai to do anything. Lin Ruobai's face curved into a smile, and her eyes were full of light. In comparison, the expressions of the elders were not very good. Perhaps they had not expected that Yun Luofeng would allow Lin Ruobai to leave. It must be known that Yun Luofeng was Lin Ruobai's master, and Lin Ruobai obeyed her. If Lin Ruobai became the Sacred Maiden Tribe leader, wouldn't it be equivalent to the Sacred Maiden Tribe falling into her hands? How could she refuse such generous terms? Young clan leader, you can't leave. The cyan-robed elder's expression changed. He looked at Yun Luofeng with contempt, but his tone was very respectful. Miss Yun, please help me persuade the young matriarch. The Sacred Maiden Tribe cannot be without a leader for a day. She is the daughter of the matriarch, so she should be the leader of the Sacred Maiden Tribe. His words were already very clear. If Lin Ruobai stayed in the Sacred Maiden Tribe, the Sacred Maiden Tribe would be at Lin Ruobai's disposal. As for the small tree, his strength was indeed very strong, causing the three of them to feel a little afraid. But he was a tree ant. The people of the Sacred Maiden Tribe were born with the ability to control the tree men. The reason why the tree men obeyed Yun Luofeng's orders was probably because of the young patriarch. Therefore, they did not put Yun Luofeng in their eyes. It was just that this woman's luck was better. She was able to find the young matriarch among all the living beings on the mainland, and she even gained the trust of the young matriarch. Chapter 1689. Lin Ruobai curled her lips. She was no longer the person who had lost her memory. How could she not see the disdain these people had for Yun Luofeng? But, when she was about to get angry, Yun Luofeng pulled her back. Yun Luofeng shook his head and looked up at the three elders. Why do you think that I will be willing to persuade Xiao Bai to stay? The elder in green paused slightly. How could he say what he was thinking in front of the young matriarch? Do you think that I will covet the power of the Sacred Maiden Tribe? Yun Luofeng's lips curled up as his eyes swept across the crowd. If Xiao Bai does not want to stay, I will not force her. If she is willing to stay with the Sacred Maiden Tribe, I will not stop her. Moreover, Xiao Bai is my disciple. Even if she wants the entire 7 continents, I will take it down and give it to her. The woman's voice was arrogant and ostentatious, and it heavily smashed into the hearts of many people. Fire, take care of everyone involved in the kidnapping and bring Yi Qi to the Jun family. Yun Luofeng slowly turned around and took Lin Ruobai's little hand. Xiao Bai, let's go. Lin Ruobai smiled brightly, revealing 2 canine teeth. She was innocent and cute. In this life, she was only willing to follow her master to battle on the battlefield, and this Sacred Maiden Tribe was not where she belonged. The 3 elders were anxious and wanted to stop Lin Ruobai, but at this moment, a cold and evil voice came with the wind. Xiao Shu, whoever dares to stop us from leaving will be killed without mercy. Hearing these words, the 3 elders stopped. If they fought to the death, they might be able to defeat Xiao Shu. Coupled with the Sacred Maiden Tribe's trump card, they could completely keep Lin Ruobai here. However, in this way, the Sacred Maiden Tribe would also suffer a great loss. Was it worth it? The young matriarch was still young, and it would take more than a few years to cultivate. If the Sacred Maiden Tribe lost those trump cards, coupled with the 3 of them being injured, they would definitely be taken advantage of by strong enemies and would anger the young matriarch. This was obviously not a good deal. After the 3 elders calculated in their hearts, they no longer stopped Lin Ruobai from leaving. They could only watch as her figure disappeared. Little White, do you regret not choosing to stay with the Sacred Maiden Tribe? Above the mountain range, Yun Luofeng stopped and turned to look at the young girl beside him. Lin Ruobai shook his head. If I stay in the Sacred Maiden Tribe, I will at most be the tribe leader of the Sacred Maiden Tribe. Only by following Master can I explore the wider world. At this moment, Lin Ruobai had made a decision that she would never regret. Actually, if you had stayed, perhaps, you would have been able to find traces of your mother. This was also the reason why Yun Luofeng had hesitated in the beginning. But in the end, she still chose to respect Lin Ruobai's decision. Lin Ruobai revealed a brilliant smile. Master, if it were you, would you join a faction that isn't free in order to find your parents? There were too many rules and regulations in the Sacred Maiden Tribe. Just the rule of not marrying was something that Lin Ruobai could not bear. Therefore, if Yun Luofeng were in Lin Ruobai's position, her choice would be no different. I believe that I can find my mother on my own. Lin Ruobai blinked. She looked at little Mo, who had followed her from the mountain, and her smile became even brighter. Besides, I will marry little Mo as my husband. Why should I stay with the sacred maiden tribe? Little Mo had just walked to Yun Luofeng's side when he heard Lin Ruobai's words. His handsome face turned red and he glared at Lin Ruobai. Chapter 1690. You're the one who's marrying me, not the other way around. He was a man after all. Lin Ruobai kept saying that he wanted to marry me. Isn't this too embarrassing? Lin Ruobai glared at him and placed his hands on his hips. I don't care. On the day of our wedding, you'll put on a red veil and I'll hold your hand as we consummate our marriage. Master, look at her. Xiao Mo turned towards Yun Luofeng with an aggrieved look and complained pitifully. Yun Luofeng shrugged his shoulders. This is your business. You can discuss it among yourselves. I won't make any comments. If you can't agree to it, you can have a fight on the bed. I'll listen to whoever wins. I'm a man, how could I hit a woman? Besides, why would we have to fight on the bed? Little Mo, who had a puzzled look on his face, suddenly reacted. His handsome face flushed red and he felt as if steam was coming out of his head. Master, you're so bad. However, by the time Xiao Mo had finished speaking, Yun Luofeng had already walked far away. He and Lin Ruobai hurriedly chased after him. The hidden divine mountain. A powerful energy could be felt faintly from the depths of the mountain range. Those with weaker powers would not even be able to lift their feet upon reaching the depths of the mountain. At this moment, in a palace in the hidden divine mountain, a beautiful woman dressed in a long black robe crouched down and carefully observed the handsome, unconscious man in front of her. This man was very handsome. His demonic features made him look like a god from the heavens. One look from him was enough to make a person sink into him. The woman caressed the man's face with her hand and murmured softly, I haven't seen a man with such looks in many years. If I can spend the rest of my life with him, I won't have any complaints. Speaking of which, she had picked up this man from the depths of the hidden divine mountain. That day, she had seen this man with severe injuries and was unconscious. Perhaps it was because he was lonely, or perhaps it was because he was too beautiful. She had picked him up and brought him back. That way, she would have someone to keep her company for the rest of her life. No, this man's background is unknown. If I want him to stay here forever, I can only use that method. The beautiful woman's eyes darted around and her lips curled into an evil smile. She gently closed her eyes and with a bang, a wave of spiritual energy shot into the man's mind. At this moment, the beautiful woman's face instantly turned pale and large beads of sweat rolled down her face. At this moment, all of the man's memories flashed before the beautiful woman's eyes like flowing water. It turned out that this man was called Bai Su, and he wasn't from this continent. He had an enemy named Yun Xiao. Even though this Yun Xiao was equally handsome, and was even more handsome than Bai Su, that man was too cold, and always had a poker face. Compared to him, she still preferred a man like Bai Su who was bewitching. Of course, it would be best if he could get both of them. Oh right, Bai Su still had an enemy named Yun Luofeng. However, as an enemy, she could feel Bai Su's hatred towards Yun Xiao but she could not feel his anger towards Yun Luofeng. The beautiful woman was shocked and hurriedly withdrew her spiritual energy. However, as she withdrew her spiritual energy, she did not forget to leave an indelible mark in Bai Su's mind. This mark would allow Bai Su to treat himself as the woman who had left the deepest impression on him. Regardless of whether he loved this woman deeply or not, as long as she had left a deep impression on him, Bai Su would treat himself as that woman and fall deeply in love with her. Chapter 1691. All these years, every man who entered the depths of the hidden God Mountain has had their memories altered by this method. Sadly, those men could not withstand her torture and died within a few years. However, facing this man who was as handsome as a god, she couldn't bring herself to harden her heart and hurt a single hair on his head. Perhaps she has fallen in love with this man. At this moment, Bai Su, who was lying on the bed, slowly opened his eyes. His face was very pale and his breathing was weak. Uncontrollably, the beautiful woman's heart ached. You're awake. The beautiful woman looked at him worriedly. Her eyes were filled with anxiety. Bai Su froze and hesitantly looked at the beautiful woman standing in front of him. Yun Luo Feng? The beautiful woman froze. As expected, the person who left the deepest impression in Bai Su's heart was Yun Luo Feng, the person he called his enemy. But, hearing this, the beautiful woman subconsciously sighed in relief. It seemed that her imprint had worked. Bai Su really did think that she was Yun Luo Feng. This was great. This man belonged to her from now on. That's right, I am Yun Luo Feng. The beautiful woman said shamelessly, and the woman you love the most. Don't you hate me? Why did you save me? Back then, when he first met Yun Luo Feng, he wanted to take her in, but there was some friction. Plus, every time they met, this woman never gave him a good look. The beautiful woman's eyes flickered. She smiled and said, "Actually, I don't hate you. On the contrary, I love you very much. But I know that it's impossible between us. That's why I used that method to attract your attention. If this was the Bai Su of the past, he definitely would not be so brainless." However, because of the brand that was engraved in his mind, he could not help but believe the beautiful woman's words without a doubt. Also, the beautiful woman paused and continued, "In the future, don't call me Yun Luo Feng. Just call me Luo Air." Her original name also had the character Luo. Even though she tried to make Bai Su think that she was Yun Luo Feng, it did not mean that she was willing to hear someone else's name from the mouth of the man she loved. Bai Su smiled, charming, once again causing Luo'er's heart to skip a beat. "Brother Su, rest well. Once you are healed, I will not reject you no matter what you want." Luo lowered her head and said shyly. Bai Su felt like he had been struck by lightning. He had not expected Luo Air to say something so direct. The desire in his heart was aroused. However, due to his injuries, he could only suppress the fire in his heart. Luo Air looked at him shyly again, then turned and walked out the door. The moment she stepped out of the door, her lips curled into a smile and her eyes narrowed. "Any man that I fancy will never be able to escape from my hands," because she didn't need to seduce those men, she just needed them to treat her as their beloved woman. The Black Palace was dark and oppressive. Outside Bai Su's palace, a sneaky figure quietly walked in. Her beautiful face was filled with nervousness. Aside from Luo and Bai Su, there was no one else in the palace. Unfortunately, Luo had been staying next to Bai Su for the past few days, so it was not convenient for her to enter. She could only sneak in when Luo was out. Jin Yu raised her hand and gently pushed the door open. Once she entered, she saw Bai Su, who was resting on the bed. Bai Su thought that it was Luo and looked over lazily. When he saw the beautiful handmaiden who had entered the room, his handsome face sank. Chapter 1692. "Jin Yu, why are you here?" Jin Yu's body stiffened. Ever since Bai Su was seriously injured and she offered her body to heal him, Bai Su chased her away. But how could she be at ease with her master? That was why she had been secretly following behind him without him noticing. "Master, I'm here to save you." "Save me?" Bai Su sneered. "Luo and I are here to protect each other. Why do I need you to save me?" Jin Yu panicked. "Master, that woman isn't Yun Luo Feng. You've been tricked by her." Bai Su's face darkened. "Do you think I can't tell if she's Luo or not?" "Jin Yu, I know you've always wanted to be my concubine. Unfortunately, you didn't get what you wanted. That's why you framed Luo. If you don't leave now, don't blame me for being rude." "Master, you've changed." Jin Yu bit her lips and said, "But I won't leave." The imprint that Luo left in Bai Su's mind not only changed his memory, but also changed Bai Su's personality. In the past, even if Bai Su chased Jin Yu away, he would never say such self-righteous words. Bang! Suddenly, the door was pushed open by a hand. Luo appeared at the door with a gloomy face. "Bai Su, so you had another woman behind my back." Bai Su panicked and hurriedly climbed up from the bed. He held Luo's hand nervously. "Luo, listen to me. I have nothing to do with her. You must believe me." Luo clenched her fist tightly. From Bai Su's memory, she already knew that Jin Yu took advantage of Luo's perilous state and had intimate contact with her. That scene replayed before her eyes like a camera. It was also like a needle that ruthlessly stabbed into her heart. "Bai Su, you still want to lie to me?" Luo's tears fell like rain. Just now, this woman found me and said that she was your wife. You had intimate contact with her a long time ago. She wanted me to leave you, but I didn't agree. Then, she framed me in front of you. She claimed that I'm not Yun Luo Feng. Of course, she could not tell Bai Su that she learned all of this from his memory. Therefore, she used this matter to frame Jin Yu. Master, I didn't. Jin Yu shook her head. This servant has followed Master for many years and has always listened to Master's orders. How could I do such a thing? Sir, he framed me. But Bai Su raised her hand and slapped Jin Yu. Jin Yu was stunned. She covered her red cheeks with her hands and looked up at Bai Su with disbelief in her eyes. Master, didn't believe him? Luo glanced at Jin Yu proudly and slowly walked to Bai Su. She hooked her arms around his neck and sent her fragrant lips to him. Bai Su didn't resist. Instead, she responded enthusiastically. Jin Yu's heart suddenly twitched, and her beautiful eyes were filled with deep pain. She had already prepared herself that sooner or later, her master would have to spend the rest of his life with another woman. However, when she saw this scene, she still felt the pain in her bones. Luo, I did have intimate contact with her, but that was when I wasn't conscious. Now that I have you, I won't touch any other woman. Brother Su, I believe you. Moreover, this girl loves you too much. That's why she said such things in front of me. However, I've always been kind. I can't bear to punish her for this. Why don't you let her go? Luo left Bai Su's embrace. She curled her lips and said sweetly. Bai Su hesitated for a moment and nodded slightly. To tell the truth, he was extremely unwilling to kill Jin Yu. Chapter 1693. After all these years, no matter how much danger he had encountered, Jin Yu had always been by his side. Now that Luo had personally asked, why wouldn't he be willing? Brother Su, let me send her out, in case she hides in some corner of the palace and stares at you. Luo raised the corner of her lips and smiled sinisterly. I'll listen to you. Bai Su smiled and rubbed her hair, his evil eyes filled with gentleness. Hearing this, Luo turned and walked to Jin Yu, glanced at her and said, Follow me. Jin Yu froze and looked up at Bai Su. When she saw the disgust in the man's eyes, her heart twitched. She looked at Bai Su sadly and turned to follow Luo out. In the silent palace, Luo stopped. Her expression changed from the gentleness she had when she faced Bai Su to an icy cold expression. Bai Su has an enemy named Yun Xiao? Jin Yu bit her lips. That's right. Help me lure that man over. Luo raised her chin slightly. I'm interested in that man. Jin Yu's expression changed. What do you want? Isn't it enough that you have a master? Luo sneered. She licked her long red nails, extremely charming. I'm too bored in this palace. I need a few men to accompany me. If it wasn't for the fact that she couldn't leave Hidden God Mountain, she wouldn't need to use this method to relieve her boredom. Will Master allow you to do this? Hee, Luo laughed coldly. Your master loves me to death. Even if he feels pain because I have physical contact with another man, he won't leave me. Jin Yu clenched her fists tightly, the anger in her heart surging out. Bitch! She gritted her teeth and spat out these two words. Luo's eyes turned cold. With a boom, a force hit Jin Yu's chest and sent her flying. Jin Yu spat out a mouthful of blood and stared at Luo with fire in her eyes. If you help me with this, I'll allow you to stay in the palace as a maid. Otherwise, not only will I chase you out, I'll even torture Bai Su. Think carefully. Hearing this, Jin Yu sneered and stood up from the ground. The relationship between the Ghost Emperor and Yun Luofeng is very deep. I'm afraid it's impossible for you to interfere. Luo scoffed at this. You probably know how I made your master fall in love with me. Towards that Yun Xiao, I just need to use the same method. As long as he treats me as Yun Luofeng, how could he not love me to death? Luo slowly walked towards Jin Yu. Also, help me kill Yun Luofeng. In this world, one Yun Luofeng is enough. Actually, Luo had not mentioned that there was a flaw in the mark she had placed on Bai Su. That flaw was that he couldn't let him see the true Yun Luofeng. Otherwise, the imprint would be damaged and he would recall everything. Therefore, Yun Luofeng absolutely could not be left alive. Jin Yu was silent. She could leave Bai Su, but it didn't mean that she could watch this woman humiliate Bai Su. Moreover, she believed that Luo would definitely do this to achieve her goal. If it was his former master, if Luo dared to hurt him, he would return her 10 times. Unfortunately, he was no longer the master he used to be. Perhaps, even if Luo killed him, he wouldn't have any complaints. If I help you, will you let master go? Jin Yu bit her lip and asked. Chapter 1694. Luo's lips curled into a smile. That smile was determined to win. I never break my promise. I always do what I say. All right, I'll be back in half a month. I only hope that you can treat master well during this time. Jin Yu clenched her fists, took a deep breath, and said, her life had been saved by her master, so she was destined to live for him in this life. After saying this, Jin Yu looked at Luo one last time before turning to leave the palace. That beautiful yet frail figure gradually disappeared from Luo's eyes. Jun family. Yi Qi's eyes were wide open as she looked around curiously. Yun Luo. She wanted to call Yun Luofeng's name, but she felt that it would be impolite. She swallowed her words and asked, second sister-in-law, why did you bring me here? Yun Luofeng walked in slowly and said softly, to bring you to see someone. Sister Yun. Just as Yun Luofeng stepped into the Jun family's residence, a smiling figure quickly rushed over and crashed into Yun Luofeng's arms. Sister Yun, you're finally back. I missed you so much. Jun Linger raised her palm-sized face, her watery eyes filled with a charming smile. To be honest, Yun Luofeng had a good impression of Jun Ling from the first time he saw her. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stood up for her when Xiao Yueqin humiliated Jun Ling. Are Grandpa and Yun Xiao back? Yun Luofeng raised his eyebrows and gently rubbed Jun Ling's head. His lips curled into a smile. Jun Ling shook her head. Grandpa and brother Yun Xiao are not back yet. Not back yet? Yun Luofeng frowned. Could it be that something happened to him? Jun Ling's entire body hung on Yun Luofeng, hooking her arm. Her cute eyes shone with a cunning light. Sister Yun, if you want to find them, can you bring me along? Recently, Grandpa was not by her side. She was locked in the Jun family by her father and was not allowed to step out. She was bored to death. That was why she begged Yun Luofeng to bring her along to find Grandpa. Lin Ruobai watched as Jun Ling hugged Yun Luofeng's arm and acted like a spoiled child. She snorted lightly and walked forward. She purposely grabbed Yun Luofeng's other arm and stared at Jun Linger with wide eyes. Jun Linger did not notice Lin Ruobai. Her watery eyes were fixed on Yun Luofeng the whole time. Sister Yun, I came back to the Jun family this time because I want to keep her here. Yun Luofeng pointed to Yi Qi behind him and said, I'll send her back to the Wuwei continent the next time I come back. Wuwei continent? Jun Linger's heart skipped a beat. Her spirited eyes finally shifted from Yun Luofeng's face to Yi Qi, and she widened her eyes in curiosity. Sister Yun, this lady is, her name is Yi Qi. Yun Luofeng's lips curled up. She's my mother's adopted daughter. The adopted daughter of Sister Yun's mother? In other words, Jun Linger's eyes immediately lit up. She giggled and grabbed Yi Qi's hand. A bright smile appeared on her adorable face. Big sister Yi Qi, welcome home. Yi Qi was stunned. She looked at Yun Luofeng in astonishment. She clearly did not understand what he meant. Without waiting for Yun Luofeng and Yi Qi to react, the head of the Jun family, Jun Xian, quickly walked out of the house. When he saw Yun Luofeng, his eyes immediately lit up and he hurried forward. Feng, you're back? Chapter 1695. Yun Luofeng nodded. Yun Xiao is not here yet. I plan to go to the Hidden God Mountain myself. If there had not been an accident with Yun Xiao's strength, she would not have returned so late. Jun Xian hesitated. If something happened to Master and Yun Xiao, he did not want Yun Luofeng to suffer the same fate. However, Jun Xian also understood that even if he stopped him, Yun Luofeng would still rush in with passion. All right then, go. After pondering for a while, Jun Xian agreed to Yun Luofeng's words. Father. Jun Ling pouted pitifully. I want to go with Sister Yun. Hearing this, Jun Xian glared at Jun Ling. With your strength, don't drag your sister down. Stay at home and improve your strength. Jun Ling felt wronged. She almost burst into tears. She suddenly missed the days when she traveled the continent with her grandfather. Uncle, I'm handing Yi Chi over to you. I hope the Jun family will take good care of her. Jun Xian was grandfather Jun's disciple, but he was more like his own son. So, it was not wrong for Yun Luofeng to call him uncle. This lady's surname is Yi? Jun Xian's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at Yi Chi curiously. Yi Chi's body stiffened when he looked at her, and she felt very uncomfortable. Sister-in-law, I want to go with you. No need. Yun Luofeng shook his head. The Jun family is also your home. They will take care of you if you stay here. Jun Xian, who had been puzzled at first, immediately understood after hearing Yun Luofeng's words. He laughed heartily. So this is my little sister's adopted daughter. Since she has come to our Jun family, we will certainly take good care of her. You can rest assured. Yun Luofeng had said before that Jun Fengling had adopted a son and a daughter, and they had a pair of twins. The twins were only about 5 years old. The woman in front of him must be his sister's adopted daughter. Yi Chi was even more confused. She looked at Yun Luofeng in surprise. I forgot to explain to you. Yun Luofeng noticed the doubt in Yi Chi's eyes and said slowly, Mother is not from the Wuhui continent, but from the 7 continents continent. The old master of the Jun family is your father, and the master of the Jun family is his disciple. Yi Chi was stunned. She could not believe her ears. Her heart was full of excitement, and tears welled up in her eyes. So my adoptive mother also has a maiden family, and I also have a grandfather. That was great. She quickly covered her mouth to prevent herself from crying out loud. Sister Yi Chi, don't feel bad. Jun Ling took out a handkerchief and handed it to Yi Chi. From now on, you're a member of the Jun family. If anyone bullies you, I'll help you beat them up. Yi Chi's shoulders shook slightly. I'm not upset. I'm just happy. My adoptive mother has suffered too much all these years. Her adoptive father passed away very early, and he didn't leave her anything. She was even tricked by the bastards of the Shao family. After giving birth to my brother, she was humiliated and tortured because my brother was a good-for-nothing. She almost lost her life in the forest of no return. If my adoptive father hadn't saved her, maybe my adoptive mother would no longer be in this world. I thought that the hardships would be over, but who knew that my adoptive mother could not bear children, and the Yi family could not tolerate it. If Yun Luofeng had not appeared, Jun Fengling would not have been able to return to the Yi family. Yi Chi's heart ached when she thought of the harm her adoptive mother had suffered all these years. Chapter 1696. But she didn't expect that her adoptive mother also had a family. Moreover, her family was on the 7 continents. From now on, who would dare to look down on her? Jun Xian was also very upset. He didn't expect his sister to suffer so much. What about the Shao family? Where is the Shao family that hurt my sister? Yun Luofeng smiled. Yun Shao destroyed them a long time ago. Good job. Jun Xian's voice was full of vigor. Even if the Shao family was destroyed, he still had the urge to drag them out of hell and beat them up. Yi Chi, the Jun family is my mother's family. You are safer here than with me. Little Mo was a Holy Spirit practitioner. Since Lin Ruobai woke up, his strength had also skyrocketed. He had no problem protecting himself in the hidden divine mountain. But Yi Chi was different. She was too weak, so weak that any spirit beast in the hidden divine mountain could destroy her. So why would she take Yi Chi into danger? Yi Chi was startled. She wanted to say something, but she swallowed her words. Then, be careful on the road. She couldn't say anything more. However, it was clear that he was concerned for her. Yun Luofeng smiled and slowly turned around. Xiao Mo, Xiao Bai, let's go. After saying this, she didn't look back and walked out. Yun Luofeng. Yun Luofeng had just walked out of the Jun family when a figure came from behind. She couldn't help but stop. She turned around slightly and her eyes fell on the beautiful maid behind her. This maid was very beautiful, so beautiful that it's seductive. But Yun Luofeng was sure that she didn't know her. You called me? Yun Luofeng pointed at herself and asked. Yes, I'm looking for you. Jin Yu raised her head. Perhaps because she was in a hurry, her hair was a bit messy, but it couldn't hide her stunning beauty. Do we know each other? Yun Luofeng frowned and continued to ask. You don't know me, but you should know. Bai Su. Lin Ruabai and little Mo immediately went on high alert when they heard Bai Su's name. They surrounded Yun Luofeng from both sides. Who the hell are you? Little Mo's voice was very impolite. What business do you have with my master? Jin Yu pursed her red lips. Suddenly she knelt in front of Yun Luofeng, her voice filled with pleading. Miss Yun, I'm Bai Su's servant girl. I beg you, please help me and help my master. Yes, this was the final decision made by Jin Yu. She didn't believe Luo. Even if she helped her kill Yun Luofeng and brought Yun Shao to the palace, she would still treat her mistress well for life. That was why she had chosen to place her hopes on Yun Luofeng. Yun Luofeng's expression darkened. Bai Su has tried to kill me time and time again. Why should I help him? Miss Yun, I know that only you can help master. Jin Yu looked at Yun Luofeng with pleading eyes. Besides, don't you want to know Yun Zhao's whereabouts? Yun Shao? These two words were like a heavy hammer that ruthlessly smashed into Yun Luofeng's heart, causing his killing intent to manifest. Are you threatening me? She gently narrowed her eyes and a dangerous light flashed across her eyes. Jin Yu panicked and hurriedly explained. Miss Yun, you've misunderstood. Some time ago, my master and the Ghost Emperor met at the Hidden God Mountain. The two of them fought and both of them were injured. My master was picked up by the master of the Hidden God Mountain. However, the master of the Hidden God Mountain cultivates a special technique that can change other people's memories. She used this method to make master mistake her for you, Miss Yun. Chapter 1697. Yun Luofeng's evil eyes glanced at Jin Yu as he spoke indifferently. Why did you make Bai Su mistake her for me? Jin Yu lowered her head. Master had always wanted to possess Yun Luofeng. He said that Yun Luofeng was talented and could be used by him. However, as someone who understood Master the most, how could she not know that Yun Luofeng was special in Master's heart? Master she wants to possess Miss Yun. Miss Yun, you know this as well. That's why the master of the Hidden God Mountain made Master mistake her for you. However, she tampered with Master's memory and made Master think that he was deeply in love with Miss Yun. Yun Luofeng raised an eyebrow. What does that have to do with me? It's best if he stays in the Hidden God Mountain for the rest of his life. Anxiety flashed across Jin Yu's eyes. She did not think that Yun Luofeng did not care about someone pretending to be her. Miss Yun, you can't just sit back and do nothing. The master of the Hidden God Mountain learned of the Ghost Emperor's existence from my master's memory and is interested in the Ghost Emperor. She wants to use the same method to possess the Ghost Emperor. She was not lying. Luor's other request was indeed for her to lure the Ghost Emperor to the depths of the Hidden God Mountain. Boom! A monstrous anger surged from Yun Luofeng's body. Her black eyes were filled with murderous intent and her gaze was cold. You're not lying to me? Jin Yu shook her head. Miss Yun, I swear that I'm not lying. If I'm lying, I'm willing to enter the 18 levels of hell and never be reincarnated. I hope so. Yun Luofeng sneered. I'm going to the Hidden God Mountain. Do you mind going with me? Jin Yu raised her head to meet Yun Luofeng's cold black eyes. She shivered. She should not have agreed to go with Yun Luofeng. Otherwise, if Luor found out, she would definitely hurt Master. But she also understood that if she did not agree, Yun Luofeng would not help her. All right, I'll go with you to the Hidden God Mountain. Jin Yu bit her lip. Her beautiful face was filled with determination. For Master, she was willing to risk her life. Master! Lin Ruobai pursed his lips and turned to look at Yun Luofeng. Do you really believe this woman? Believe her? Yun Luofeng sneered. How could she trust the people around Bai Su? However, she was indeed heading to the Hidden God Mountain to look for Yun Shao, so there was no harm in bringing her along. If she could not find Yun Shao, then she would go to the place where the master of the Hidden God Mountain was. I'd rather believe her than not. Besides, if she's lying to me, I'll crush her into pieces. Hidden God Mountain. The old man sat in the shade of a tree with a bonfire in front of him. He held a fork in his hand and placed the fire eagle leg on the bonfire to roast. Not long after, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air. On the ground not far from the bonfire, a man in a black robe gently closed his eyes. The sun shone through the treetops and landed on the man's handsome face. He was so handsome that it made people forget to breathe. Suddenly, the man's brows moved slightly, and he slowly opened his eyes under the old man's gaze. The blood on his chest had long since dried up and turned brown. His black eyes were as cold as an eagle's and his face was expressionless. "You're awake?" The old man chuckled. I didn't think that after this old man had fallen into this trap, I would actually meet a human who had fallen into the same trap. I wonder if the mainland has been shaken after my disappearance for so many days. Unfortunately, I've been here for so long and I still haven't found the person I'm looking for. Right, young man, what's your name? Chapter 1698. Yun Zhao's expression was grim. After his black eyes shifted from the elderly man, he sized up their current surroundings. You don't have to look anymore. We're at the bottom of a well. However, when I fell into this well, I didn't expect that there would be a whole new world here. The elderly man grinned as he handed the roasted eagle in his hand to Yun Zhao. However, there's no other way for you to leave this place. I've been here for a few months. Yun Zhao glanced at the roasted eagle leg that the elderly man had handed over and remained unmoved. His eyes carried a coldness that kept people at arm's length and his handsome face was still expressionless. Perhaps it was because he had not seen anyone for a long time, but when the elderly man saw Yun Zhao's unfeeling behavior, he was not enraged. He kept the roasted eagle and took a bite. His brows unconsciously furrowed. There's no seasoning at the bottom of this well, it makes my food taste tasteless. At their realm, they could treat the spiritual energy of heaven and earth as food and did not need to consume food. However, to the elderly man, not eating for a day would make him feel uncomfortable all over. Yun Zhao's gaze finally fell on the fire eagle leg in the elderly man's hand. He asked grimly, "Where did the fire eagle come from?" "Tiske, of course I fought it down." The elderly man laughed. "Wasn't this obvious?" Yun Zhao fell silent. He raised his head and stared at the misty sky above his head. The originally azure sky was now shrouded by a layer of gray fog. It was gloomy and gloomy, as if there was a powerful existence in the sky guarding this dried-up well. "Master," a small head popped out from behind Yun Zhao. It shook its plump body and slowly climbed down. The elderly man saw this little worm that was even more beautiful than a crystal at first glance, and a look of astonishment flashed across his eyes. He did not know if it was his illusion, but he felt that this little worm's abilities were not simple. "A way to leave?" Yun Zhao lowered his gaze to look at the little worm. His low voice was magnetic. Luckily, little worm was not a female dragon, otherwise, its ears would be pregnant. "Master, you can enter the bottom of this well, but you can't leave. The one guarding the bottom of this well is a relatively powerful spiritual beast, and any human that falls into this well will become its food." The little worm had lived in the Hidden God Mountain for so many years after all, so it was very familiar with the Hidden God Mountain. "It hasn't eaten you guys yet because it's not hungry yet. If it were hungry, I'm afraid." Yun Zhao and the elderly man already knew what little worm was going to say without needing it to continue. Yun Zhao's expression did not change. "Lead the way." "Lead the way?" The old man looked at Yun Zhao strangely, not understanding what he meant. However, Yun Zhao's personality was rather cold and callous. Even his words were short and concise. If he could omit a word, he definitely wouldn't say a word more. Little worm chuckled, "You found out." "That's right, when I came to the Hidden God Mountain, I also accidentally fell into this trap and saw the spiritual beast guarding the well. To be honest, even when I was at my peak, I was no match for this spiritual beast. After being locked up for so many years, Little Worm's strength had dropped significantly. But how powerful was it when it was at its peak? But even then, it was no match for this spiritual beast. From this, it could be seen how powerful this spiritual beast was. When the elderly man heard this, his eyes immediately lit up. Since this little worm had once mistakenly fallen into this trap and was still alive and well, did this prove that it had a way to leave? The elderly man was not wrong. Little Worm indeed had a way to leave, but that way. Chapter 1699. Master, follow me later, I'll lead the way for you. If you go the wrong way, you'll be sent to another place. Little Worm's voice was serious. It had experienced this and naturally knew how dangerous this path was. If it was not careful, it would be sent to another unknown world. Let's go. Yun Zhao's expression was grim as he ordered in a cold voice. Little Worm twisted its plump body, turned around and swam forward. The elderly man hurriedly threw down the fire eagle leg in his hand and hurriedly followed behind Yun Zhao. Young man, I haven't asked for your name. That's right, my surname is June. You. Before the elderly man could finish his sentence, a cloud of fog shrouded them in front of them, instantly obscuring his vision. However, in this hazy white fog, Little Worm's figure was exceptionally clear, like a lamp illuminating the darkness, leading them forward. However, compared to Little Worm's composure, Yun Zhao and the elderly man were not as calm. Before them, familiar faces appeared one by one. Those faces were leading them to another path. Yun Zhao gently closed his eyes, forcing the images to disappear from his sight. However, when he opened his eyes again, the images were still there. It's not an illusion? In the beginning, he had thought that this was just an illusion. If he blocked his senses, the illusion would disappear. But he did it anyway. Those images still affected his path forward. It was as if these were all real people. Suddenly, Yun Zhao's gaze fixed onto a young and tender face, and she was unable to move her gaze away. It was a little girl about 8 years old. Her features were somewhat similar to Yun Luofeng, but she was wearing clothes that did not belong to this mainland. Recalling that Yun Luofeng was not from this mainland and what Little Worm had said earlier, Yun Zhao's heart skipped a beat. It was as if a hand was pulling him towards the little girl. Xiaofeng, you know that it's not that Uncle doesn't want to raise you, but I really don't have the heart. However, Uncle has already found a good place for you to go. In that orphanage, you'll have many companions. In the luxurious living room of the villa, the man in a suit had a sorrowful expression, looking helpless. Standing in front of him was a little girl who looked like she was carved out of jade. Her delicate little face was full of tears, and she looked very helpless. At this moment, Yun Zhao was standing quietly by the little girl's side. His eyes were fixed upon her tear-stained little face. His heart ached fiercely and he stretched out his hand to stroke her head. However, his hand passed through the little girl's body as if he was just an uninvited guest in this world. Yun Zhao was stunned and he stared blankly at his own hand. After a long while, he once again looked at the little girl beside him. Uncle, Auntie, the little girl pleaded. I don't want to go to the orphanage. Please don't send me away. Hearing this, the beautiful woman who was painting her nails frowned impatiently. She looked at the little girl coldly and said, Our Yun family doesn't raise idlers, and it's even more impossible for us to provide for you. Your uncle is willing to send you to the orphanage. Otherwise, I will ask your uncle to sell you immediately. The beautiful woman had thought that these words would definitely scare the little girl. Who knew that these words would completely enrage the little girl? After my parents passed away, they left me a large sum of money. When you inherited the money, you promised to raise me. How long has it been? You're just going to kick me away? Are you not afraid of public opinion? Chapter 1700. The beautiful woman sneered. Haven't you heard of the saying, money makes the world go round? However, this is also thanks to your parents. They left us a large sum of money, giving us the opportunity to make the world go round. Don't worry, after we send you to the orphanage, I will find someone to write a report saying that you are unreasonable, and even hit your cousin. If we didn't come back in time, your cousin would have died in your hands. As for that money, I will say that it has been donated to society. As for whether it was really donated, who knows? The little girl's shoulders shook incessantly, not knowing whether it was because she was angry or sad. Oh right. The beautiful woman's eyes moved a few times, slightly curling the corner of her lips. Let me tell you something. Do you know how Mother miscarried when she was pregnant with her second child? It was because of me and your uncle. Otherwise, if she had a son, their inheritance would not belong to us in the future. However, I never thought that they would die so early. It's really good that they died. The little girl's eyes widened, her eyes were blood red. Suddenly, she fiercely rushed towards the beautiful woman, opened her small mouth and bit the beautiful woman's arm. The beautiful woman felt the pain, casually pushed the little girl away. Her head hit the corner of the table, blood flowed down. But she did not cry anymore. A pair of eyes full of hatred stared at the beautiful woman. Enough! The man slammed the table and said in a stern voice, "No matter what, our Yun family has raised you for a few years. Is this how you treat your aunt? Moreover, your father is my older brother. What's wrong with me inheriting his inheritance? If you want to blame someone, blame your father. He doesn't have a son, yet he refuses to give all his money to his nephew. He insists that all his things belong to his daughter. What's the use of giving the company and money to my daughter? In the end, it will still be given to an outsider. It's better to give it to my nephew than to an outsider. At least my nephew is family." The man coldly looked at the little girl's eyes filled with anger and hatred. He sneered disdainfully. He did not think that he was wrong. A daughter's child has to follow someone else's surname. On the contrary, his son is different. He is a true family member. He had never heard of giving money to outsiders instead of their own people. The little girl bit her lower lip tightly. Blood flowed into her mouth, but she was completely unaware. Her resentful eyes were like daggers as she stared at the adulterous couple. The murderous intent on Yun Zhao's body could no longer be concealed as it surged out. He clenched his fists tightly as his grim eyes filled with murderous intent. However, no matter how angry he was, the two of them were in different space-time. Even the time was different. So what if he was angry? No wonder. So it turned out that she was so decisive and sentimental because of what had happened in the past. Just as Yun Zhao's heart was throbbing in pain, the scene in front of her changed. It turned into a street where countless people were pointing at the little girl. Did you guys see yesterday's report? It's this little girl named Yun Luofeng. She actually wanted to murder her cousin because she was jealous of her aunt and uncle's love for him. She's so vicious and merciless at such a young age. When she grows up, she'll definitely become a murderer. This kind of person should be thrown in jail. She shouldn't be let off just because she's young. I also heard that after her aunt and uncle inherited her parents' assets, they set up a separate account and put all the money in her name. They plan to give it to her when she's of age. Unfortunately, they didn't think that she would be so vicious. In a fit of anger, her aunt and uncle donated all the money. Serves her right. That money shouldn't have been given to her. Besides, there's an orphanage that's willing to take in someone like her. Aren't they afraid that she'll set fire to the orphanage? Chapter 1701. Under the scornful and mocking gazes of those people, the little girl stood quietly in the middle of the street. Her pale little face looked exceptionally helpless and her tiny figure made one's heart ache for her. Yun Zhao's heart was in so much pain that he could not extricate himself. He quickly walked towards the little girl. Even if she could not see him, he wanted to be by her side. That was good enough. "Master, come back quickly." Just at this moment, an angry voice rang out in Yun Zhao's mind. In that instant, the image in front of him suddenly shattered and turned pitch black. By the time he regained his senses, he saw the little worm glaring at him with a face full of rage. "Didn't I say that you can't wander around? If I hadn't sensed it in time, you would have been left in that place forever." Yun Zhao's expression gradually returned to normal. He thought for a moment and said, "Illusory reality?" Illusory reality could sense the most primitive thoughts in one's heart. And he, ever since Yun Luofeng told him that he did not belong to this world and described his past to him, he had always wanted to understand his past. That was why he had returned to Yun Luofeng's past. But this illusory reality was also very dangerous. Most people who entered it would be left in this illusion and never be able to come out. Like a wisp of a ghost, living in that world. "Master, what did you see just now?" Little Worm looked at Yun Zhao in confusion. He had also sensed Yun Zhao's murderous intent and realized that he had fallen into an illusory reality. He wondered what his master had seen to make him so angry. If There is a place that does not belong to this time and space. Can I go to that place? Those people had hurt his Fenger so much, how could he let them off? Should be possible. Little Worm thought for a moment and said, as long as this time and space really exist, there should be a way to go there. As for what the way is, I don't know. What if I want to go back to someone's past? The future cannot be changed. So, you can go to that time and space but not the past. In other words, he could find the way to Hua Xia in the future, but he could not go back to Yun Luofeng's past. Indeed. If he changed the past, he might not be able to meet Yun Luofeng. It doesn't matter if I can't go back to the past. I just need to kill those people and that's enough. Yun Shao smiled. This was the first time Yun Shao had smiled since Yun Luofeng was no longer by his side. But, on the other hand, the little worm felt a cold, murderous aura, causing its plump body to shiver uncontrollably. He didn't know who had offended his master, but it seemed like he was finished. Young man, wait for this old man. The old man then walked out. He chuckled and said, little guy, thank you for helping me just now. When Little Worm sensed that Yun Shao had fallen into the illusory reality, he also noticed the elderly man. Of course, it was not so gentle towards this old man. It directly slapped him awake. Thinking of this, Little Worm could not help but twitch its mouth. It really did not know why these humans were so easily trapped in illusions. Could it be that humans had too many emotions and desires? In reality, ever since Yun Shao had seen the smaller Yun Luofeng appear, he had already sensed it in his heart. However, in order to understand Yun Luofeng's past, he was willing to risk his life to find out what had happened to her in the past. Now that he knew about it, he felt even worse. It was as if he had been stabbed by a knife, and it was extremely painful. Chapter 1702. Who has the audacity to barge into the depths of Mount Hidden God? Just at this moment, a cold snort suddenly rang out, instantly falling into everyone's ears. Then, a woman dressed in a long black dress descended from the sky. Her expression was icy and the aura from her body was extremely murderous. When the woman turned her gaze towards the people in front of her, her expression suddenly froze. Her beautiful eyes stared at Yun Shao and her face was filled with joy. It's you? That girl, Jin Yu, has indeed kept her word and lured you here. Yun Shao frowned slightly. He did not have a good impression of the woman in front of him. Thithdisk, Little Worm snickered. Master, where did you get this rotten peach blossom from? Be careful, mistress might get angry. Yun Zhao's expression turned colder. I've never seen her before. You don't know me now but you will in a while. The woman bowed her head and smiled charmingly. My name is Qin Luo, you can call me Luo. Also, very soon. I will be your wife. As soon as she said this, a murderous aura rose from Yun Zhao's body and a murderous intent flashed in her cold and emotionless eyes. Qin Luo licked the corner of his lips and a determined look flashed across his slightly narrowed eyes. These few days, she and Bai Su had been making love in bed. Don't be fooled by Bai Su's demonic charm, and she liked him very much. In reality, she was not satisfied with his abilities in bed. What she wanted was to stay in bed day and night. Who knew that Bai Su could only do it 5 times a night? Only 5 times, how could she be satisfied? So, she turned her gaze towards the extremely handsome Yun Shao who had an excellent figure. If it was this man, perhaps he would be able to make her hover between life and death in bed? In reality, it was not that Bai Su was not powerful but Qin Luo had been empty for many years. How could one Bai Su alone be enough to satisfy her? No matter how powerful a man was, he would not be able to withstand her torment day and night. Do you want to die? Yun Shao merely spat out these few words coldly. Qin Luo smiled enchantingly. No matter how you reject me now, in a while, you will love me, hover between life and death, and you will only want me. Little Worm's eyes widened in shock. Even the old man beside Yun Shao looked at the woman in black in astonishment. He had lived for so many years and seen so many different kinds of people, but he had never seen anyone who could be so shameless. Yun Shao could not wait to kill her, yet she still said that the other party would love her to death? Was so shameless that it left others in the dust. The old man shook his head and sighed. He felt that he had lived for so many years in vain. Boom. Murderous intent surged from Yun Zhao's body as a powerful force instantly pressed towards Qin Luo. Qin Luo smiled, and his mental energy rumbled out, heading towards Yun Zhao's mind. From now on, I'm the woman you love. Qin Luo raised his head arrogantly, a confident smile on his lips. No man could escape from her forbidden technique. Even the man in front of her couldn't do it? Really? The corners of Yun Zhao's lips curled up into a cold smile. In the meantime, with a loud bang, a powerful force pierced through the black-robed woman's mental energy and into her mind, causing her to stumble back. She raised her head in disbelief as her beautiful eyes stared fixedly at Yun Zhao. Impossible! This is absolutely impossible. Why is my forbidden technique useless against you? Her face was deathly pale and her lips trembled. For decades, many men had entered this place by mistake, but until now, no one had been able to escape her imprisonment.